Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 4 on our Ars Electronica channel. I hope you're actually enjoying the festival as much as we do. We made ourselves comfortable on these green sofas, on these green chairs, and maybe it looks like as if we're sitting all the time here. No. Sometimes we also actually step outside and discover the beautiful world of our on-site festival outside here in the Kepler's Gardens. I really hope that you by now have already get a taste of how the festival looks like this year and enjoyed some program points, some highlights. There is a packed day ahead of us, probably the absolute highlight day of Ars Electronica. Today everything is about artificial intelligence, and we are of course featuring a lot of programs from our European Artificial Intelligence Lab. Some highlights today of the channel sessions. We are starting with digital ecology and artificial intelligence with two fantastic guests. Andres Colmenares will join me today here in this session, as well as Špela Petrič. Then we have actually a session coming up on data science, ethics and artificial intelligence with Kyriaki, Goni and Laokoon group. Later this afternoon, Christl will jump into a session on mixed realities with some of our computer animation prize winners. And tonight, what else? A Saturday Nightline and a keynote conversation between Francesca, Bria and Gerfried. So definitely you can spend the whole day here on the channel, make yourself comfortable on your couch back home and stay tuned on this channel. As always, I have the guests and colleagues with me. It's again Christl and Muff. It's our round of morning greetings. Welcome back.
Good morning.
Good morning. Yes, it's the first time we see each other every day, almost.
It is. We had already a coffee together today, but how are you?
Please? Good, actually. Very excited that we're going into this next packed full day. And it really feels like a festival, especially once we're not sitting on this couch and once we're not sitting in Zoom rooms, I would say. No, I mean, yesterday was an absolute highlight day, I would say. We started in the morning with a huge theme conference organized, co-curated by Michelle Thorne and Chris Adams, who are the editors of the Branch magazine, the winner of the Digital Humanity Prize. And it was absolutely fantastic. I really hope you've enjoyed the program, and if you didn't yet see it, please watch the streams again, watch the conferences and the talks and the workshops, everything that happened yesterday. Online especially, we had a packed program, having a lot of networking meetings. We met also in different groups discussing, for example, the future of mobility, like future residency programs and how this needs to change. And here on site we have the exhibitions. They were packed. It was a beautiful weather and people strolled across the campus here, enjoying food, drinks, chats with each other. But besides that, of course, in the evening we had the absolute highlight program, the award ceremony, the Prix award ceremony, where all the winners received their golden Nikas and their certificates. Unfortunately, not everyone was here, but some of them made it to Linz, and it was even nicer to actually have the physical guests again here to then later onwards meet in the park in a really nice setting, enjoying a drink, a little bit of food, and having time to, well, spend it with each other. Then we slowly moved into the big concert night, one of our highlights. This year we decided to not stream it, to prepare a little bit of surprise for you that we're going to show you then on Sunday in the evening. But our colleagues again prepared a very nice short video giving you some insights into how yesterday looked for us.
Yeah, those were pretty cool impressions of the day yesterday. And as Christl said, I mean, the habitat where we are doing that, the park yesterday, that was just the perfect match. It was the most perfect environment for what Christl just described. People were even napping inside there. And then this transition into this night where this choir, people single standing beside the trees, supported by a huge fat PA, were doing their performances. That was a little bit like we did the festivals in the last years. No, it was not just a little bit, it was indeed the same feeling. And my pleasure is to give you a little bit of an introduction of what's going on today. And today, first thing, we were kind of afraid the entire week because the weather forecast said there's gonna be rain today. And that morning, opening the internet, looking at the different weather forecasts, there is not a single drop of rain expected. And this is what we actually desperately need. Because what we have to say is that the Ars Electronica team on that campus today is pokering high. I mean, it's just not to imagine in case of a real rain would come. And rains in nowadays are little 5-minute catastrophes, and you just cannot have electronics out there. But anyways, talking about things that are not happening is not the purpose for this meeting here. It is about talking about what is going on. And currently parallel out there in between, you maybe hear this big hands clapping people. We have one of the highlights of the entire festival every year. It is the prize ceremony for our young stars. In 2 categories, or let's say in different categories, we are giving prizes away for our Create Your World U19 category. And every year we are excluding, so to speak, this wonderful and super sympathetic event, and we're putting it on the most public stage in our park. And currently it is it's young girls and boys receiving their prizes, standing on the stage with bright eyes, solidly linked with the soil they're standing on, explaining their project. It is fantastic, and it gives a lot of hope because, I mean, it is the generation. It is the generation's future we are talking about here. And if we see these rising kids with the skills they have, with the attitude they have, and with the wonderful creative projects they have, and that they are all not about creativity, then rather more they're dealing with solving the problems also the adults are facing. Yeah. Sad that you are not here, but I hope you get what I mean. Yeah, and then today is, besides what Veronika said, it is market day. It is the Saturday here in the city. That means people are going to the market. And what we did is that we have like 2 fairs or 2 markets parallel to the entire activities we have planned anyways. It is the organic farmer market. And when I entered the venue today, where yesterday 120 classical musicians were doing the Bruckner Symphonica, were playing Bruckner. It is today the place where all of a sudden I think 21 local farmers are presenting their goods, their products, their organic products, and selling this. The campus smells different today. And another very important aspect for atmosphere and attitude and profile of this festival is the Helpers Fair. It is that we have an initiative here in the city that takes care about those people who took care about us in isolation. The women sitting on the cash decks in the supermarket, the Red Cross, all the NGOs, all those who made the normal life possible in the last 1.5 years of pandemic. And we gave them the stage to present themselves in case of, and to motivate others to help others. In times like that, I would say this is a very important thing. Yeah, besides many other activities, the park in full swing with soundscapes from other cultural backgrounds, other countries, other regions of this planet. We will have Create Your World also in full swing, conferences, and so on. We expect actually a flood of visitors today, and we feel we are prepared.
Okay, let's take it like that.
I got up in the morning and I had the feeling that we are prepared.
Yes, we are. We are. We're going into, as you said, a full day of conferences, and I couldn't be more excited about them today. Actually, a lot of work went to it, a lot of empathy, a lot of dedication, and they are all evolving around this topic of AI. We're starting in the morning with a conference dedicated to AI and music, especially to the question of autonomy and human intentions in AI and art. And it's co-hosted by actually MUTEK. It's the second series. We started with the first session already during MUTEK Festival in the end of August. And the moderator is Ali Nikrang, one of our key researchers in the Ars Electronica Future Lab. And he's going to welcome some special guests, Davide Quagliola, who just performed in Deep Space before, Paola Torres Núñez del Prado, who is actually a pre-winner of this year's music category, and Leslie Garcia, an artist in residence that is also presenting a work here. It's going to continue with a really important topic that we've discussed already on the channel, AI in civil society, and how AI infrastructures can advance the public good. Here we're going to welcome Kilian Kleinschmidt, whom you possibly have already met, Glacier Kwang, who was with us on the channel already, and a very special guest, Julia Kloiber, that we're so excited to have with us here in Linz. After the break, we continue with another exciting topic, AI and media literacy. This is co-organized by Martina Mara, one of the professors here at Johannes Kepler University, dedicated her research to the topic of robopsychology. And together with Meredith Broussard, with Kyriaki Goni and Kantar Dihal, moderated by the wonderful Katrin Cecile Ziegler, is going to tell you a bit more about how images of AI, how a public display of AI actually influences our judgment and how we see this technology. We continue with an even more interesting topic, AI and feudalism. So what does a public open sphere could possibly look in the online spaces, and how badly this is actually needed? And here we are more than excited to welcome Evgeny Morozov, who just very recently joined us. And then we have Sophie Zhang, a whistleblower from the US, Renata Avila, a human rights activist and lawyer, and Friederike Kaltheuner, who's going to moderate the whole session. So you hear me, I'm really excited. The people that we're welcoming here are fantastic. The last session is dedicated to AI and digital humanism. And it's moderated by Martin Rauchbauer from OpenAI in the US. And we're welcoming a special guest, Rashin Farandeh, one of the artists that we work with for a long time, as well as Steven Raspa and Agnieszka Pilat. So don't miss it, either on site or online. It's going to be great. Post comments in the chat, ask questions, get in contact with the speakers. They're more than excited to meet and answer your questions. But I think we do have a video to show you a little bit also what this whole AI Lab project is about. So let's have a look.
The latest developments in artificial intelligence truly are astonishing, and they will soon be advancing exponentially with the increasing scientific and economic power that is invested by research and industry. However, artificial intelligence and machine learning are also difficult to understand, not only for the general audience, and also to be trusted. So innovation and artificial intelligence needs a drastically stronger commitment to contribute to an increased understanding, trust, legal framework, and also ethics in order to allow the adoption of the technology. Artificial Intelligence Lab, which is co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union, focuses also next to these scientific and technological topics, also on legal, cultural, ethical and educational aspects of artificial intelligence. Over the course of the project, over the course of 3 years, we're realizing 26 residencies, 64 educational programs, 9 performances, 150 training events, and also 22 exhibitions.
Is it just me, or did you also see now Veronika in this video appearing 3 times and also here?
Magic!
Has this
Finally, we managed to do magic.
Yeah, but has this to do with this mixed reality topic that you have in front of you today?
It's worth looking into it.
But
yes.
maybe you can.
You need to jump in because I will tell about.
Yes.
Yes, I will solve this problem later.
Yeah. So it is about the magic that Veronika Liebl seems to be everywhere, appearing, disappearing, appearing, disappearing. But now we are proud to have her here. That is not what I wanted to say. I forgot something. There is one thing taking place tonight. It is actually the seed, the very first beginning of the entity of the history of the Ars Electronica Festival. It reminds us to the origin event, which was a huge public event on the shore, in the parks of the Danube, around the Danube, close to the Brucknerhaus, the sound cloud, die Klangwolke. And since Ars Electronica, the festival, is in the late summer, always part of the vibe of the city. Always on the Saturday of the festival there is this sound cloud. The sound cloud means that without any marketing, without any marketing and any big commercials, about 100,000 Upper Austrians coming from the region to the Danube, waiting what art is able to provide, to present. And this year the title is Pantarei, and it is, besides others, Mr. Dornhelm himself, a rather famous director from Austria, living in Hollywood and being famous over there in Hollywood. He came to Linz and he's honoring the city with his contribution. I think that's going to be a pretty cool event. We saw yesterday some rehearsals with big sky beams and things like that. So could be a touching big thing.
Well, and for the online audience, we can't offer big sky beams, but we can definitely offer a fantastic online program. What we are going to have again today is a day packed of also partner programs on our Ars Electronica partner channel, and we're starting at 2 p.m. there with the partner channel from the University of Art and Design in Linz and their program Loops of Wisdom. Loops of Wisdom is not a solution, but actually a possible guide also into an action and into an action plan, and it's a well-conceived set of conferences, of workshops, of presentations, performances, interventions, lab settings, and of course a discursive program and also a discursive platform they're presenting, all by the students and also the faculty of the university themselves on the occasion of Ars Electronica 2021, and also addressing the urgency with which the future of our planet is resting on our shoulders. So stay tuned, it's starting at 2 p.m. At 5:30 p.m. we are taking a journey actually to Bologna and a journey about environmental challenges, the garden in Bologna, with the titled Data Tour d'Italie, and it is curated by Federico Bomba and Filippo Rosati. It's a network and a project on data and environment, connecting also cultural and scientific organizations from different Italian geographical areas, mountains, cities, islands, seaside towns. We are really excited to have you in the program for the very first time. Then there will be also a workshop happening, activating the archive by W21 at 2 p.m. in order to also generate new and inclusive narratives for the 21st century. We need to rethink the archival structures where data is stored, and this will be addressed in this specific workshop. Another workshop at 4 p.m. by Territorial Agency on the Starr's winning projects, Ocean in Transformation, definitely highlight, so an absolute recommendation. Also, an absolute recommendation is the guided tour, Artificial Stargazers and Extraterrestrial Beings, touring the European Artificial Intelligence Lab. It's again a guided tour also through our exhibition space here in the Kepler's Gardens, in the main exhibition venues of the theme exhibition, featuring, of course, many of our results, outcomes, art and science projects from the last years, also of many residency programs between artists and researchers on the topic of AI, for example, also with organizations like SETI. And then finally, it's time again tonight for a party, and I absolutely hope that we meet each other there. I will be there. It is the EMAP closing party at Ars Electronica. It's starting at 9 p.m. The networking Bal Masqué. It's hosted by our dear friend and the garden in Utrecht from IMPAKT, and in their workshops and also this party tonight, they use Zoom as a playground for virtual VJing and digital dress parties with masks and filters. It will be definitely fun, and definitely it would be great to see each other in cyberspace there. Yeah, and if you wonder what to expect, I think we have prepared a short video for this.
Welcome everybody here for the virtual background battle. Now.
Enjoy the power and beauty of your youth. Never mind.
Yeah, and now from a wild cyber party to another thing. Ars Electronica currently is in everybody's mouth and hopefully in everybody's mind. We are kind of viral. We are doing a lot of programs, but and we are making also Linz famous, so to speak. We are also breaking a lens for the city. We are doing this. And there was another little piece of commercial video that in the last, actually in the summer, appeared on the horizon of YouTube, where Linz did a video about the own attitude about what Linz is, and that in its exercise should be an alternative approach of making a commercial. And yeah, let's have a look and talk later about it.
Linz ist eine Stadt für Senioren. Eine Mischung aus Dorf und Stadt.
Altmodisch.
Ein bisschen rassistisch. Was man an Linz vielleicht noch besser machen könnte, war das Image.
Willkommen in einer Stadt, wie du sie noch nicht gesehen hast.
Fahren wir oder was?
Weltoffen und tolerant. Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Doch wir sind nicht das, was du von der Alpenrepublik erwartest. Willst du Fiaker? Geh nach Wien. Willst du Mozart? Such in Salzburg.
Willst du Schnee? Schau nach Kitzbühel.
Ja, wir sind der Underdog. Außenseiter waren bei uns immer willkommen. Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Ohne Schnickschnack und Klischees.
Ohne Schnickschnack und Klischee!
Mit einzigartigen Attraktionen, einmaligen Erlebnissen und architektonischen Leckerbissen. Wir sind die Hochburg der feinen Küche. Das Mekka der Kulinarik. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Was sind wir?
Wir sind auch nicht Paris, aber doch irgendwie romantisch.
Blumen sind die schönste Sprache der Welt.
London gibt's hier auch nicht, obwohl Elton John täglich für uns singt. Wir sind nicht Houston.
Aber Probleme haben wir auch.
Unsere Stadt ist alles andere als perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen.
Das gibt's ja nicht, jetzt habt ihr noch überteuert. Solche hast. Schlägt dich heim. Touristen.
Naja, meistens zumindest.
Besuchen Sie Linz, meine Lieben.
Ja. Linz is Linz. I don't know what you got. Just Christl told me that it was quite tricky to kind of translate this very deeply embedded quotes about us in Linz to English. But yeah, it was a little bit of a tsunami when they published this video. On the one side, our politicians did not understand what is a joke or what is something against him, because we are currently in full swing of regional elections. Also, that was like an earthquake. But at the same time, where the politicians got up and saying, "Ah, you can't do this. This is not our city. We are not racism, and we are not that. We have a clear profile." It became such an online success that all of a sudden all these bad vibes turned into positive vibes. Whatever you think about it, whatever others are thinking about it, we really think in the position we are between these high culture monopoles, global monopoles, Salzburg and Vienna. Yeah, we created something special. Ars Electronica is a child of this, but many more. We have a super cool independent art scene. We have many more cultural institutions in that city. We have a culture of collaboration here in this city. Also Ars Electronica and other festivals are a good sample. Yes, Linz is small, but in its cultural, geopolitical area where it is, there was something growing. And we, I think, are part of this. Whatever you think about that video, there is a little bit of truth in it.
Definitely, and I think it should be again an invitation also for coming back to Linz next year if you're staying home this year. I think just get the taste of Linz. Linz is the stage also annually for a big festival, a festival which plays with and in the city, and whatever you have seen in this video is also something you might experience in the one or other way in Linz, but definitely it is our city and we are actually quite proud. I was born here. I'm super happy to be a Linzer, and yes.
And sometimes you welcome foreigners.
Yeah,
like Christl.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
was it that?
That's actually the highlight program. It was anyway a quite extensive highlight program for today.
It is a festival,
I would say. So you see, I didn't promise too much. It is definitely the highlight day of Ars Electronica. It's the day when everything happens. At least this morning we seem under the impression that everything happens today.
And before we leave, can I quickly say something?
Sure.
Because we are celebrating ourselves here, ladies and gentlemen, that is actually not the purpose of what we are doing. For sure, we are talking about many, many programs, but all those programs are done by the wonderful guests that we have. And why I'm saying this is that I want to wish you partners out there in the gardens, doing the program for today, preparing the program for today, or just finalizing the program for today. Good luck. The same positive energy that we have, the same positive and cool weather that we need to meet us as peaceful, convinced, and creative people.
That actually brings me right into introducing some of our partners. As always, we are not staging this festival alone. As Martin said, there are so many busy bees out there currently all over the world, also preparing physical programs in cities as well as our hybrid and online festival. We are introducing each session two of our garden partners, and this time I want to give you a short view and snippets into the garden in Nova Gorica and our garden in Barcelona. The garden in Nova Gorica in Slovenia is actually hosted by the University Nova Gorica School of Arts, and they greet us from the future. Their main motto last year was community in time of coronavirus, reacting of course also to the shock of a sudden new situation that removed us from the everyday life we used to know. In the meantime, they, like everyone else, had also to acknowledge that it wasn't just a short break. Its full impact is actually we will take a long time to discover. The first garden is planted by a selection of student works from the past seasons, but also with a view ahead into the future. It tells us some stories and sends us really greetings from the future. One of our gardens in Barcelona, so we have two there, but one of our gardens is hosted under the gaze of the collaborative art and science program Roots and Seeds, Biodiversity Crisis and Plant Resistance, and it's staged also co-staged with Ars Electronica and under the leadership of co-artists Leonardo Olatz and the University of Barcelona. Roots and Seeds actually aims to reflect also on the biodiversity emergency by analyzing the transformation, adaptation and resilience of the plants from different perspectives, while also promoting, of course, the intersection of art and science as the main platform to raise awareness about these specific issues. But they can for sure tell this much better in better words. Let's look into the videos. biodiversity and plant resistance to digital ecology and a sustainable internet for all. The newly established Ars Electronica Award for Digital Humanity went this year to the online magazine branch. The award is initiated by the Austrian Federal Ministry for International and European Affairs together with Ars Electronica, and actually it wants to highlight collaborative practices between individuals and of different disciplines, but also of different backgrounds and nationalities. And of course, it also wants to highlight the role of artists as cultural ambassadors and their excellence in identifying the potentials and, of course, also in a way the pitfalls of the current digital transformation. The jury stated that Branch is a project that impresses in equal measures with its thematic focus, the high information quality and the inspiring commitment of an international and very diverse community of contributors. The project is also convincing for its unpretentious but effective graphic appearance, in which several of the jury members actually dedicated a very strong statement for a new design ecology of digital spaces. Branch was also seen as a valuable input for the development of new strategies for cultural diplomacy due to its successful practice of gathering people from all over the world to dedicate themselves to critical issues of our time. We invited, as you for sure know, Branch this year to co-curate together our theme conference. So we gave them over the curation of our theme conferences this year. It was staged yesterday as part of this conference. There was one panel dedicated to intercitizenship and the Internet of Solidarity and Care. And we will have the pleasure just in a couple of minutes to welcome the co-curator of this panel, Andres Colmenares. First, let's look into a video and a couple of his ideas.
I'm Xiaowei Wang. I'm creative director at Logic Magazine, a print journal about technology and culture. Right now, I think people are building these tools. I think that a lot of us are realizing that a profit-driven internet does not sustain actual community, right? Like on Facebook, on Twitter, on all these profit-driven platforms. I think there's some amazing movements coming out of like platform cooperativism, and then also like the decentralized web, people who are looking at new protocols as to how the internet actually functions, and making sure that at its core it's not just like a couple of people who are controlling like the DNS, domain name service registries, but it's actually like a whole bunch of people who can like make the internet exist. I think once that foundation increases, there will be like a way for us to have these really great conversations, to build community and to not rely on big companies. I think that that's the biggest challenge, because right now in our profit-driven internet, a lot of information is siloed. And to go out and we have to like seek and connect and not be scared to talk to people from these different layers of the internet.
Hi, I'm Willa Kerner. I'm the Creative Content Director for The Creative Independent, which is a resource of emotional and practical guidance for creative people. And so we're at this point where, if we don't reconsider the way that we're using the internet, we risk letting it control us and kind of take advantage of us completely. So in the work I do at The Creative Independent, we've been thinking a lot about how to help people really understand what they're trying to get out of the internet, and seeing it as a resource and a space where they can be intentional about how they want to spend their time, what they want to get out of it. Like a good example I like to think about is the way that you structure your time in real life, you know, you make a plan with a friend to meet them somewhere, or you decide to go for a run. Those are all things that you kind of like intentionally set for yourself to go do them. But a lot of people just show up to the internet and then let it wash over them. So on the Creative Independent, we're trying to kind of create an unoptimized space where it's, you know, you think of all the things that most companies would optimize for. It'd be like, optimize for length of time spent on page, like how much you're going to read, how long you're going to spend, how much you're going to click around, how many users and followers can you get. And we have kind of the exact opposite approach. We want to be optimized for like being slow and only reading things that matter to you and that will help you. So it's sort of like, we call it sometimes creative edgy self-help, where it's really about what you can do for yourself and what we can create and produce to make use of the wisdom that other people have accrued from learning how to do things on their own, and then make it accessible through this very slow, meditative internet space.
Hi, my name is Rashida Phillips. I am the co-founder of Black Quantum Futurism Collective in Philadelphia, the creator of the Afrofuturist Affair, and a founding member of Metro Polarity Science Fiction Collective. I'm also a public interest attorney working with low-income tenants in Philadelphia who are at risk of losing their housing through eviction and displacement. I think we, again, have to take seriously the notion that we don't all make it into an objective future that we all arrive into at the same exact time. And I think when we say future, we take for granted that that is the case. And future is a buzzword. It's always been a really interesting word for people to engage with because it holds so much promise and so much, you know, that it could be, and you just never know what it, you know, it has this kind of eternal mystery to it, and that you're never going to really know what the future is, or if you've arrived into it, or if it was predetermined or not. So we have taken for granted, especially sort of with the advent of technology in the way that it goes, that the future means a thing, and we're all meaning the same thing when we say it. And again, usually co-associating that future with technology and with advancement into the future as a technological promise, and that we're achieving the promises of the Jetson era or whatever folks have in mind for their future. If we're really taking seriously that quantum physics changes our world, changes our worldviews, changes our ways of thinking, because it changes science and it changes the nature of science, so therefore it must change our reality if we take science seriously, and therefore it must change our worldview, then the future is not set in quantum physics. The future is not predetermined. The future is variable. The future is non-binary, and so we must pluralize it because it is plural, and everybody has their own future, and communities have their own future. And so I think about it as we're moving into the futures because it's giving weight to this concept that we're not all arriving in the same future and we don't all have the same access. And again, just from my own cultural context as a Black woman, everything about society, all the messages that I receive and that my child receives and my friends and people who look like me or who are from where I'm from, is that we don't make it into the future. We don't have access to the future. We're the first to die in science fiction films and in horror films, and in reality we're the first to die. I think about that a lot in terms of archives and who gets access to information about the past and about the future and through archives. So I think we need to really think about time in those realms as well. Especially, just to give another example, in my community, I live in Philadelphia, and I live in a part of the city called North Philadelphia, which is one of the poorest parts of the city. And there's a lot of displacement happening in that community, where people being pushed out of their neighborhoods that they've lived in for a long time. And I've done a number of different projects around that issue and trying to sort of recover histories within these communities that have been erased. And one of the legacies that I was able to kind of unbury was this legacy of one of the first Black aerospace companies that was built in 1968 right in North Philadelphia. And this was an aerospace company that was started by a Black reverend named Reverend Leon Sullivan, who started this company right after Martin Luther King died, and it was during the time of the space race before we launched to the moon the next year. And he said, you know, I wanted black people to be a part of the space race. I wanted to have something on the moon that a black man had built. But this legacy of this like first space company owned by black people right in North Philadelphia no one knows about this. So again, thinking about what time has erased, particularly in low-income black communities that again don't get the same amount of access to their past and to their history in the same ways that other people do. And so part of my work around that has been to like create archives that are community accessible and that live in the community and that the community can access whenever they want. And whether that's physical archives or something that's online that is easily accessible for people to be able to contribute to. Time and temporality operates differently for people based on privileges, based on access, in some ways based on wealth and again, sort of how we co-associate money with time and time with labor and all of these things that are very negative in a sense and again, really oppress people's own temporalities and ways of experiencing time because you always have to conform to the mechanical objective clock, and that's not always a good way for people to engage with time in that way.
I think, yeah, there's a different internet for everyone, you know, like I definitely have friends who exist in like the urban thought leader world, and the internet to them is they go on Twitter, they write a few things, they go on Medium, they write a blog post, some kind of think piece, that's their internet. And then there's, you know, a huge, vast amount of people who are using the internet in these really inventive ways, like the live streaming economy, or they go on Facebook and they're like selling things. And then there's the physical internet of, you know, mining, copper extraction, building all these electronics. So yeah, there's like everyone's internet world, I feel like, is very different.
It's interesting to be at a conference with a lot of internet thought leaders because you kind of see, you know, if this conversation about, you know, using the internet mindfully is happening at this conference today, you can kind of predict that it will seep into a more mainstream conversation eventually, and then it'll be interesting to see if people take that seriously and, you know, which kind of like parts of society take it seriously, which don't seem to care. I mean, you always have different, you know, reactions to all this stuff, and the question is really like once you get the information out there and have, you know, options for people, and there are more options in terms of like you don't have to be on Facebook, you don't have to be on Instagram, you don't have to always have your work email on your phone. I think once people are better at setting boundaries and understand that that's like an option for them, then it'll be more likely that it would permeate a wider portion of culture and society.
And after this really fantastic insight into thoughts on the future, I think we are all quite excited to learn more about this and also to have a little discussion. For this, it's my great pleasure to have Andres Colmenares with me as a guest. Andres is the co-founder of IIM, the Creative Research Lab, helping citizens and organizations to anticipate, understand, and address the socio-ecological challenges and opportunities emerging from the co-evolution of digital technologies and internet cultures. He's also the co-director of the Billion Seconds Institute, a lifelong learning initiative, and IAM Weekend, the annual gathering of designers, researchers, strategists, artists, technologists, journalists, policy analysts. It sounds really exciting. Welcome on stage, welcome. It's such a pleasure to have you here, Andres.
Thank you for having me here. It's also a dream come true to be in this magnificent space-time that you have cultivating for so many years. So yeah, very happy to be here.
Thank you. How are you enjoying the festival so far?
Yeah, well, it has been intense. We had the we're part of the Branch Magazine Symposium yesterday, so we have been very focused on that, and then really enjoying the opportunity to finally spend some time with the bodies of amazing people that we have been meeting the last few years, and new people as well. Enjoying everything that is in the trying to absorb everything that you have been doing, which is quite unique, and very feeling like a sponge, to very open to all the conversations that are happening here.
I'm pretty sure that many of the audience actually are quite interested and intrigued also on what you're currently working on. Maybe you want to give us some insights on this.
Yes, so in particular, since this year, our focus has been on activating this new initiative called the Billion Seconds Institute, which has been essentially our approach to organize an organic community that we have been cultivating around our annual conference, the IM Weekend, that we have been doing since 2015 in Barcelona. So as you were mentioning, it's a very transdisciplinary and very transnational community. And around and within the idea of the Billion Seconds Institute, which is essentially a billion-second long project, to organize and also to learn in a collective way how we can understand in better ways all these very complex and large-scale implications of a particular kind, is socio-ecological, and it's very, the emphasis of our work has been in trying to make sure that all the conversations around the implications of the digital economy, the internet being part of that, that they are really understood from a socio-ecological perspective. Not only as an ecological issue, where you have the whole conversation of carbon emissions, but also understanding that the environmental emergency is by nature a social injustice matter. No? It's a consequence of an economy, or a number of economies that have been unfair for many decades, for economic systems that are not working are working just for the few. And so we are trying to find ways that more, especially professionals working in the digital economy, can have better tools for understanding, for sharing, for also taking action on how to change the digital economy, because it's not working. So we have been doing around the Billion Seconds Institute a series of conversations, of events, and now starting to move into the space of physical events to have the conversations. That is kind of the starting point. And around that, there's research initiatives as well, and the kind of threat for this action plan is inventing or finding meanings for a new word, which is intercitizenships. And this is the part of the purpose of the Billion Seconds Institute, which is that we want to contribute to a transition of the digital economy from being a user-centric, very selfish, very guided by individualism, to a digital ecosystems that are guided by an awareness of the interdependencies, where our identity is more an identity of citizens, peoples with rights, with duties as well, responsible citizens, not of a nation state, nor of a territory, but of the terrestrial citizens of planet Earth. So that is, we believe that the ideas around the internet, both in terms of the infrastructures, the technical possibilities, but also the cultures, the behaviors, are a very good starting point to reimagine the 20th century institution of citizenship and bring it to the 2020s.
absolutely exciting, and I think we can actually learn a lot from you there, because we are, maybe you've seen it outdoors, we're staging for the very first time also these festival universities where students from all over the world are invited to come to Linz and not learn, but really discuss on what needs to change also in terms of digital transformation. I think you have actually gained a lot of experience also following this learning process from, of course, in your case, mostly professionals, but maybe you want also to tell a bit what you've seen there, what they actually acquired also as knowledge or as understanding, and how the program you offered there also impacted their own lives.
Yeah, well, we're just getting started. The institute actually was kickstarted as it was crowdfunded in March. It opened its digital doors on April 21st, which was Earth Day. So we decided that we wanted that the second zero was on Earth Day. So we have been, the last time I counted, it was a little bit more than 10 million seconds. So 10 million seconds is more or less 4 months. So in that period of time, we have, until now, starting to set the foundations. We have a digital campus where we have like around 150 members, where it's kind of where we're trying that. Our community is finding another context rather than the social feeds, where everything is based on the now, and then we are dealing with very complex issues, all of us, especially, the kind of topics that Ars Electronica refers to, and then we try to squeeze them in 140 characters or in Instagram stories, and then the next story is about, a meditation app or a candy. I don't know. There's no context. So for us, it was very important to have a context where people can have discussions, share, in a more curated way what we need to read. So we have that is one context, and the other thing that we are doing is a series of live sessions called the Internets of Everything. We are doing it with a number of partners around the world, like the Design and Research Lab of IKEA in Denmark, Space 10, or Arena, which is one of our favorite, like, not social media platforms, independent and knowledge-driven tool. So we're building this network of partners as well to have conversations literally about everything, because especially we think that the conversation around the climate crisis, as it is being described in the media, is really, climate is everything. No? So to really, as I was saying before, understand and grasp and then take action, we need to frame climate both from a social and an ecological perspective, and that is what we're trying to do in having conversations that are at the same time talking about social issues and technological issues, because at the end technologies are systems, and they are not limited to only to the more material, the hardware, and those systems are invisible and have a large scale. So it's that scale that we want to understand better by having collective approaches. So a lot of this is really as basic as having conversations and having time for those conversations. For our members, we're doing what we call the what if salons. So we take hypothetical questions and have a couple hours to have a very open conversation about things like our relationship with time, or identity, or energy, which is very kind of strategic, that we understand that there's more like energy literacy, that we start to have like energy-driven design or redesign of everything. At the same time, it's quite challenging, because it's kind of the opposite of what you find in academia, where everything is kind of siloed and very structured. You have, everything in boxes and labeled. So we were trying to build something that is an alternative and supporting the kind of learning processes that are happening in like more structured worlds, and especially to create something that people can do while they keep doing their their work, so that it is not like this idea of education being a stage, but more like a lifelong learning thing.
You actually touched already now several times also on alternative systems of a web, and also the video featured this concept of a decentralized web. I think that many of our visitors might not be entirely familiar with this. Maybe you want to explain also a bit of the vision behind this decentralization.
Yeah, that's I think a fascinating topic, and in our research is and well, essentially it's at the core of many of the kind of trending topics on futures of the internet today, with the Web3 and everything that happened in the last year with the NFTs and well, the ongoing conversation of the blockchain, cryptocurrencies. There's always this concept of decentralization, and I think that there has been a tendency of polarizing. You know, is it centralized or decentralized? And I think that it is important to understand that it is not really about good or bad systems, that we need to take like the best from both approaches. And in terms of envisioning a decentralized web, at least like web, understanding the web as something different from the internet, that a way to explain it is like the internet is infrastructure, and then the web is more a way of using that infrastructure. The decentralization, I think, is key to challenge the monopolization that has been happening of our internet experience by the big data extraction corporations, as I like to call Facebook and the others. So it's very important, I think, socially and politically as well, that this digitalized experience of our everyday lives is not depending on just a few actors, and that we are delegating a lot of power on them. So a decentralized approach is kind of a resistance to that concentration of power. But at the same time, we need to be very aware of how that decentralization is being put in place, because it can, there's as everything, it has it can have all sorts of implications. So I think one of the learnings from the first years of let's say, a more centralized internet is that we were in this mindset that came from the ideology of Silicon Valley of moving fast and breaking things. It was all about getting as rich as possible, as fast as possible, no matter the cost. And we are, very active into, we need to change this. We need to transition, take a step towards moving slow and repairing things instead. And I think this is part of like in the soul of many decentralization projects, of really offering an alternative, not only in terms of the design of the networks. That could be the most evident manifestation of a decentralized web, but also in terms of the political attitudes that we have towards the digital in general. So that's essentially changing the role that we are having, not only in the digital but also at large. We have been trained to be and educated to be consumers. And very obedient consumers. So it's time that, and now it's all about being the user and user-centric, and it's time to become, practice this idea of citizen and claim rights and take responsibility, and also hold accountable those that are accumulating more power.
Yeah.
So.
And one side you addressed now is, of course, the political side. The other side you also addressed already now is the individual behind. And one core theme I also discovered in many of your articles and also works is, again, the urge also of a common sense of responsibility, of solidarity, and of collective action. Do you maybe want to give us some insight also on what you envision there?
Yes. This starts from well, from a publication that we did in late 2019, which is the Everything Manifesto. You can go it instead of Google it. And there we did shared a set of proposals for a direction of change, because like everybody is talking about, we need to change everything, but then, okay, what is the direction of change? So we set a set of, we proposed like some values as directions of change. So things like responsibility, like plurality, but all of these like can be synthesized in the idea of solidarity. And why is solidarity important? Because, and we kind of expand that in the Everything Manifesto, is that we find very problematic that we refer to what is going on as climate change. Because then one aspect is that it can be misinterpreted, and also it can be just limited to the understood as extreme weather events, and that's it. So we have been, well, suggesting very different contexts to instead use the concept of environmental emergency, with understanding that in the environmental we also refer to the mental health and wellness and well-being issues that all of this situation is causing and that will continue causing. Understanding as well that this is not only about humans but also non-humans or non-human life. And that an emergency is, I mean that this is an emergency and not just a change or a crisis that is temporal, and a very complex kind of emergency. So what happens in an emergency is essentially that we as humans, we have solidarity like built inside. And in any small or big emergency, solidarity flourishes. Your instinct will tell you, I will help the other because I am the other. There's this beautiful, very poetic concept from the African communities, which is the concept of Ubuntu. I am because we are. So this is something that it is, let's say, like very practical in our internet experiences, because the internet is nothing else than a network of structures, and this is where we hope that we start to understand the internet as networks of solidarity, to practice solidarity, which has two dimensions. One is about learning, so building empathy with the others, and those others not only being human but also non-human. And the other aspect is the responsibility, which is a practice that is built in the notion of citizenship. So this is what we are trying to articulate in the concept of inter-citizenships, to share our kind of sense of belonging to the terrestrial, as Bruno Latour says, or the planet, to the shared territory, and going beyond, the fictional borders and the anthropocentric ways of understanding who we are and what we are why we are here in planet Earth.
One thing I have stolen, to be honest. I know you asked yesterday panelists within the branch conference, and also coming to an end, a very final question. Usually we ask for a call for action to our guests, but I would rather actually want to pass on your question to you as well. Where do you see yourself in 1 billion seconds, and which kind of future do you envision?
Yeah, that's a question that we always ask, and I always feel weird in the position to answer it. So I always feel uncomfortable. But part of our approach or method is actually when we start these kind of projects, we start by the end. Mm-hmm. So we wrote a letter. It's available on the website from the day where we celebrate the 1 billion seconds, which is December 29th, 2052. Mm-hmm. So with my life partner and the co-founder of I Am and the Institute with Lucy, we start to imagine, okay, how is that day? So it's a Sunday, and we are gathering in Barcelona with our founding members, like more or less 100 people. I think we will be like around our 60s. 60 years old, more or less, in that period. So we have this idea of building that we are working on that, a time capsule. So that day we open that time capsule with the founding members of the institute. And the idea of intercitizenships has been adopted by billions of humans. So we are living in that kind of world where solidarity is kind of what drives everything. We are living also in a world where our understanding of the digital technologies finally kind of transcended the idea of understanding like the shiny effect of technologies, and we connected with our ancestral knowledge, wisdom, and the most important thing, we healed, because this is what we hope that is going to happen in the next couple decades. That as humans we agree that we need to heal and find ways to heal together.
That is, I think, a very beautiful way of ending this conversation. Thank you so much for this really fantastic interview. It was my absolute pleasure, and I hope you have a bit time now after the conference and the panel yesterday to also enjoy the festival.
Thank you.
We are moving on actually to also a project which is centering artificial intelligence with an aspect of community and equity. Ars Electronica Journeys is a format which we actually successfully introduced last year in the midst of rethinking also the festival due to the pandemic. Based on the hybrid festival approach, the idea was to invite artists, researchers and creative producers to prepare sort of video journeys, providing interactive guided tours without the audience physical presence. Beyond that, the journey guides can really invite also the viewers into their worlds by not just offering exclusive insights into their field of expertise, but also sharing surroundings, maybe cities, maybe the labs, the working environments, public spaces, and of course also some favorite surroundings and walking routes from the artists directly. All of the journeys were realized as part of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab and co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union, and they present really I would say more holistic model of what we need to consider also on artificial intelligence, much more focused on human values and also elementary questions of what AI should or should not do, as well as also how AI systems should be developed, deployed, used, monitored, and also by whom. How that all connects also to a drag cabaret show, let's look into the video.
I'm Jake Elwes, and I'm a new media video artist.
The Zizi project is about exploring the intersection between drag performance and queer identities, along with deepfake technology, and the ways in which art can help to demystify artificial intelligence.
Meine Damen und Herren, Mesdames and Messieurs, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone between and beyond the binary, welcome to the Zizi Show.
The Zizi Show is an interactive online deepfake cabaret where you can play with these deepfake drag artists that have been generated using artificial intelligence.
Through the magic and mystery of artificial intelligence, we will create a deep-fake bespoke drag experience especially for you on our virtual stage.
As an artist, I'm so interested in when these systems break down. I think there's a lot of poetry in seeing these algorithms not do what they originally intended to do. And I thought this is a wonderful place to work with drag performers, because drag is about challenging society's notions around gender. So to use those performers to challenge these data sets highlights the fact that the people who have designed these systems and algorithms had a bias towards normativity.
Well, my dears, it's now over to you to make your first decisions of the show. It's quite simple, really. Pick a performer, then pick an act.
We made sure that we had a really good range of drag kings, drag queens of different genders, different sexualities, and people from different parts of the London drag scene. And we created deep fake versions of each of those different performers.
Representation and consent were really important considerations for us in tackling how these technologies are currently being used to exploit people, such as with deepfake porn or fake news.
To construct a deepfake body, you initially film reference footage of someone moving around a room. You film them from every angle. This becomes your data set.
You then do what's called skeleton tracking. You turn the body into all of these different points.
The machine learning then comes in, and eventually it creates a version of that person that is almost indistinguishable from reality. You can then feed in any new skeleton doing any new movement, and it will create a synthesized version of that person doing that movement.
This is my love, and I don't give a damn for last emotions. I touch a lot of love, but that's the gift. Let me live. Let me live.
I guess something for me that's always been really important in my work is to think about ways of demystifying artificial intelligence. There's so much fear that goes on, and that's often due to miscommunication around what we mean when we talk about AI. Deepfake is, in a way, an example of that, of our worst fears coming to life, that this machine is able to replace a human. That's not really the case. Right now, the issues are ethical and political and around policy and around power, and aren't so much around are computers going to replace the human brain.
The work deliberately plays with this false idea that AI systems are human-like. It constructs an AI character only to then deconstruct it, showing how it breaks down and making visible the technologies used in its construction.
Now, my darlings, AI systems often inherit the bias of the cis-white heteronormative patriarchy that controls our society. But here at the Zizi Show, we plan to disrupt the dataset by flooding it with a myriad of marvelous queer drag bodies.
These huge, vast datasets get created by these companies. If the people gathering that data have a bias towards white, Western faces, then the software that they're creating will do a really bad job at recognizing black people or trans people. The Zizi project is about tackling that bias. So thinking about how we can create our own data sets and take back the control. And as a queer community, thinking about whether we want to be recognized by these systems and can we queer these systems. So this idea of like dirtying the dataset or queering the dataset is something that I'm quite interested in. So we are creating a political piece of work, but it's light-hearted and it's fun at its core. It's silly, it's cabaret, it's an AI drag queen. But it does have this more serious dimension, which I hope that people will pick up when watching the piece.
Hello, my darlings. My name is Me the Drag Queen, and I would like to welcome you to the gorgeous and historic Royal Vauxhall Tavern here in London. I am joined by artist Jake Elwes, and we are about to have a very fascinating conversation.
So yeah, we're going to be talking about the Zizi project. So it's the project I've been working on for the past few years, which is exploring the intersection of drag performance and artificial intelligence and deep fakes.
And what we're going to do is answer a bunch of viewer, audience, fan questions. So it's over to you for the first one of the night.
Where did the name Zizi come from?
Oh, should I take this one?
Yeah, you do the boring bit of the name and I'll do the funny bit.
Okay. So the name Zizi came from a combination of the Z vector, which is how you control an interface with artificial intelligence, and the Z pronoun, which is gender-neutral pronoun.
It's also the French for Willy.
What is it like seeing your resemblance perform in a style that isn't your own?
I think one of the most enjoyable things is actually kind of where you start seeing the similarities. Like, you know, when my sister Lily Snatchdragon, like, it's so clear that we've been working together for years and years and years and years. So it's nice to kind of see actually where these sort of things intersect, but then being controlled by Chio's body and his like incredible movement that he does as a king was sort of like mind-blowing, and it was just a whole like delightfully bizarre melting pot of stuff.
When will it speak?
Well, Siri and Alexa, right? It's gendered, and often we talk about the level of trust in relation to the gender which the AI assistant is. So, yeah, we were looking into doing a gender-neutral voice, which would be really fantastic. And actually, there are some researchers working on this right now. I think there's Equal AI and Copenhagen Pride a few years ago created something called Q, which is an AI voice, but it's been trained on a data set of gender neutral and trans people.
AI systems often fail trans people. Discuss.
Discuss. It's not a question, just discuss it.
Yeah, it's very true. It does. Especially for facial recognition, when people are on hormones and their face shape is changing and their voice is changing, often these things fail to recognize them. And I guess as we're using these things more and more to like access our bank accounts and all sorts of things, like obviously that's quite dangerous if it fails to recognize you. But yeah, I guess there's always that question of whether you want to be recognized.
Can Zizi death drop?
Ooh. She struggles, like me, getting up and down off the floor. When Caramel provided movement for the Zizi Show, she did a couple of dropping into the split moments and then a bit of floor routine. And then the AI generated people on top just kind of becoming these melted puddles on the floor. I think it really struggled as soon as the body started contorting out of the usual sort of like this into those strange floor-based positions. She couldn't cope with that, but it was enjoyable to watch. And like most drag acts, you know, getting down onto the floor isn't always pretty.
Would you kai with AI me?
I mean, I am a narcissist, so absolutely.
Why are you doing this?
He's terrible at painting. This is the only way to make art.
I think, yeah, that. I mean, I'm really interested in the process itself, in like showing the materiality of these algorithms, of these processes, like trying to expose how this stuff is working. Because like we're all talking about AI loads, we're all talking about deepfakes. Like people don't really understand what goes into making a deepfake and what artificial intelligence actually means. So I'm really excited to kind of use it. And I think in a way that was where it made so much sense to pair it with drag. So I guess that's why I'm doing it. I kind of want to change the narrative. I want to find a way of, celebrating communities rather than oppressing them with these technologies, which are quite dark and exploitative by nature.
What would you say to AI drag queens taking over the world?
Bring it on! Bring it on! We've not been doing so well ourselves, have we? Like, the human race have had a long fucking time to get their shit together, and they are not really doing so. So maybe it is time that drag queen AI took over and ruled us all.
I'm very much in the mindset that AI is not going to take over anytime soon, and actually the most interesting things happen when it's humans collaborating with these super sterile mathematical counting machines, and you know, the creativity and the quirkiness and queerness of a drag performer kind of paired with these cool technologies makes something really interesting. We do all have this idea of like the Terminator, so yeah, I'd probably argue that it's not going to take over. Yeah.
Why drag?
I mean, it's my job, so that's kind of what I'm here for. I just think, you know, we want to inject the fun, the spirits, the community.
Yeah, for me, it's like drag because drag is fun and celebratory and playful and can be camp and silly and all of those things and kind of take it into a completely different direction. But also drag, for me, is often about challenging ideas and notions around gender and around normativity. And that is something that is generally lacking or completely overlooked by people building these systems. So
that's why.
Welcome to the Cyberarts Exhibition. We are here in the category of artificial intelligence and live art.
Sound for Fungi brilliantly translates art science research and philosophical reflections on the nature of networks into a convincing way of audience interaction. The interactive and generative video installation simulates Schubert's experiments.
The golden Leica of the category Artificial Intelligence and Live Art goes to forensic architecture. There are several investigations combined to a fantastic video installation which brings together research from many areas around the world.
With the help of facial recognition software, artist and activist Paolo Cirio extracted the faces of 4,000 police officers that were taken during protests in France. He then created an online platform to crowdsource their identification by name. The next step of the project was to expose the officers' headshots in form of street art posters in public space.
So this is my project TX1, which launched fragments of my hormone replacement medications to the International Space Station. It was meant to enact a symbolic exodus to outer space for those trans, queer, and xenotypes who don't always find the Earth to be hospitable. Coupled with this project is a 3-channel video, which uses the TX1 project as a starting point for exploring questions of queer futurities, how we imagine life in outer space, and alienness.
The transparency of randomness is an interactive installation generating numbers by using the well-known medium of the dice. In every box there is a different material. With all these different surfaces, every box has its own characteristic.
With our installation, we want to invite the visitors to think about what real randomness is. They can also be part of the installation by taking control over one of the boxes with their own smartphone, and so they can generate their own random number.
Geophagy is the practice of eating earth and earth-like substances such as clay and chalk. It is an ancient spiritual and healing practice and an integral part of culture in several countries in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. Masha Ru's cross-disciplinary project, the Museum of Edible Earth, presents a collection of almost 400 earth samples originating in 36 countries that are eaten for various reasons by different people across the globe.
Alison Parrish pushes language into philosophical and sometimes humorous territory through a combination of phonetic embodiment and machine learning techniques. What we see here is AI-based poetry. A model was trained with 2 parts, a speller, which spells words based on how they sound, and a sound outer, which sounds out words based on how they are spelled. With slave rebellion enactment, Black social and political artist Dred Scott has initiated a reenactment of the slave rebellion in New Orleans in 1811. He is reviving the strength of the community as they fight for emancipation and freedom. The community performance consists of more than 300 Black and indigenous people dressed in 19th century clothing and traveling with horses for 2 days before they arrive in New Orleans.
The Cleanroom Paradox is a work that kind of unveils the praxis of kind of clean image of high-tech industries. Corroded smartphones as kind of an ink to produce this portrait.
Play is a project where cucumbers and an AI-controlled robot engage in play. They explore each other through cucumber tendrils, which move and search for something to hold on to. And the artificial intelligence has its own metal tendrils, which it approaches the cucumbers in hopes for some contact. And we actually have a screen here that is doing time-lapse in real time that shows the dynamic between the cucumber and the robot.
We jump now directly into the exhibition in the Upper Austrian Cultural Quarter, featuring, of course, the prize-winning works of this year. In particular, in this case, the video showed the outstanding winners, honorary mentions and award of distinctions from the category of artificial intelligence and life art, which was awarded this year for the second time. The jury in this category saw actually clusters of work that turn surveillance, simulation and modeling techniques upside down, use artificial intelligence and neural networks, poetically denounce airborne violence, address and materialize complex concepts, stage works in relationship to current biopolitics and bioethics, from medical surrogacy to stem cell research, alien, queer and transgender life. What are the winners about this year? It's about toxic human-made clouds, about hazardous working conditions in the global high-tech IT industry. It's also about information and computational systems, laboratory settings, biopolitical and medical constellations, warfare and surveillance technologies. All these are, of course, infrastructures used, addressed and questions by the award-winning works and cultural practitioners of the Ars Electronica winners. And in a second, I'm more than thrilled to have one of them here with me on the couch. It's Špela Petrič. She's a Ljubljana and Amsterdam-based new media artist who has been trained in the natural sciences and holds a PhD in biology. Her artistic practice actually combines the natural science, wet biomedia practices, performance, and critically also examines the limits of Anthropocene via multi-species endeavors. She envisions the artistic experiments that enact strange relations to reveal the ontological and epistemological underpinnings of our biotechnology society. Petrič has actually already received several awards, such as the White Aphroid for Outstanding Artistic Achievement from Slovenia, but also the Bio and Design Award from the Netherlands, and of course an award of distinction from the Ars Electronica. Her project Play AI was produced by Kapelica Gallery Kersnikova Institute within the framework of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab and co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. For this, she received a honorary mention this year in our category, but I actually leave it up to her and the fantastic video to introduce the project.
Play, PLAI, is the latest in a series of artworks that explore automated logic in its manifestations through and with living bodies. The overarching plant-machine project dwells on the recent transformation in computer science that has shifted from calculation towards adaptive practices of learning from data, which introduces multiple new strands of machine reasoning with far-reaching effects. The ability of neural networks to wield open-ended data without preset axioms has so far mainly been analyzed for its capacity to intensify capitalist extraction. However, since we cannot escape the logic of algorithms, it is urgent that we not only investigate the properties of this techno-power, but also search for possible adverse ontological emergence that could counteract this subsumption. In other words, how to resist by thinking and allying with the demons of the pandemonium. In the plant-machine project, the focus on plants as living agents exposed to the machine gaze harkens to the use of automation in industrial farming, yet subverts the epistemic framework of science and engineering by making the construction strive for plant pleasure, representation, and play. The impetus to observe plants and artificial intelligence at play stems from Dutch philosopher Johan Huizinga's writing on the notion of play as an expression of bodies driven by sheer joy and intensity. He sees play as prior to culture and yet not defined by biological necessity. This articulation of freedom, however, also comes with a risk of transformation, because we do not know in advance how bodies will act or what the implications of their encounter will be. In Play, PLAI, a posse of engineers, artists, programmers, and designers explore possibilities of play between cucumber plants and a naive AI robot moving at their pace. The vegetal world expresses behavior through movement by growth. In vining cucumbers, tendrils develop opposite each leaf and search for surfaces to grab hold of while the plant stretches towards the light. This evident expression of environmental inquiry isn't yet fully explained in science, but offers the indeterminacy that allows us to accept plant play as a possibility. The robot as human prosthesis approaches the cucumbers by complementing plant architecture with repeating elements that adopt new tasks as the interaction develops. 36 individually controlled stainless steel wires suspended from above the patch of cucumbers move at the rate of 1 centimeter an hour. The robot's control center starts as a blank slate, a bare neural network primed to learn of and from the plants. The robot senses the cucumbers in 3 dimensions with a laser scanner. The so-called LiDAR images are fed to an autoencoder, which is a simple neural network that creates the compressed latent space of the plant surface, a sort of abstract function of the actual plants. The algorithm then samples this abstraction and approaches the cucumbers by moving the balls according to its prediction. Upon grabbing hold of a wire, the plants give feedback to the neural network through an element called the classifier, which influences the shape of the latent space. Besides this, the tendril touching a ball serves as a visual cue that instructs the robot to stop moving it, thus gradually transforming the robot's tendrils into a cucumber trellis to support their growth. The play between the cucumber and robot leaves morphological traces in the shape of the plants, the steel strings, and the neural network. As the cucumbers grow and adapt to the tendrils of the machine, as the algorithm develops according to the feedback given by the plants, we witness the transformation of their constraints. We encounter the opening up of another temporality, neither that of a plant nor of a machine alone, already mutated by their needs and desires, and by our own implication in the possibility of their joy.
Welcome back. Welcome also to you, Špela. Congratulations, a really fantastic work. Congratulations also to the honorary mentions. It is fantastic to have you. How are you?
Very well. A bit tired because this festival is very intense, as every year I attend.
Yes.
But it's overall super inspiring. Yeah.
Great, great. Do you maybe want to start just introducing a bit the work Play AI and what it's about?
Mm-hmm. So, play, or PLAI, right? It comes from the combination of the word plant and AI, is really about play. So as we've seen in the video, right, the idea was actually to try to think about other possible uses of this, algorithmic intelligence that isn't necessarily utilitarian. And this was especially important to consider in relation to plants, because even if we sort of see ourselves becoming increasingly intimate as people with these algorithmic technologies, you know, as time goes on, they're more and more present in every pore of our being. Actually, if we look at agriculture and horticulture and these practices, plants have been enduring this intimacy for a very, very long time. And almost always this has been oriented towards our needs, towards productivity, getting greater yield with better quality and more standardization. So typically this is the situation which we see in greenhouses. So for this work, we actually wanted to take similar technologies, but try to appropriate them in a way where the goal of the interaction between this AI robot and the plant wouldn't be predefined and wouldn't fall within the realm of a utility. So somehow play here emerged as perhaps a very interesting phenomenon. Because, as also was mentioned in the video, Johann Huizinga sort of understands play as really constitutive to life. And he sort of sees it as an expression of freedom, of joy, and also a way of every living organism learning about their own bodies, learning about the world, right? So there's different ways of play. But you can imagine a small child encountering, first of all, their own limbs, getting familiarized with gravity, right? To then these more advanced social play, you know, where you establish relationships and sort of common codes. But play is different from a game in that, especially in this case, it doesn't necessarily have a clear set of rules, nor does it necessarily have a winner or loser. It is about these two bodies, you know, interacting together, interacting with each other without a preset destination, and enjoying being changed by each other. Perhaps maybe the most radical gesture in this work is precisely saying that plants also play, right? Because usually we don't see plants as having these capacities, even though, in fact, because they live on Earth and are super successful ecologically speaking. Not only that, they're basically, it's from their excess that all the other life on Earth is able to exist. They must have all these capacities. You know, maybe they're not encapsulated in the same morphologies, but it doesn't mean that they're not there. So that's why we kind of looked for where plants would play, where they would have the freedom to do so, and this came with the tendrils. So we knew that where we would sort of investigate or look for plant play. But the other really challenging part of this work was to try to match that same freedom with artificial intelligence. And of course, this work was done in collaboration with many people. At the end, I think it was around 10 people, from engineers, designers, you know, we have a philosopher, Agnieszka Woloczko, two programmers, Tim, who is a specialist for machine vision, and Benjamin, who is actually doing the neural network. And this was a really a long process, not only to figure out what to do, but actually to understand each other, to better understand what is hiding behind this AI that in popular culture has a very different connotation than in reality. So yeah, and that's why I am very happy and surprised with the way that the AI is written at the moment, because it somehow emulates or corresponds to the growth. The plants grow from beneath and gradually hang on to the robot. And the neural network embodied in this robot grows and is sort of also defined both on the neural sense, right, with the growth of the plants, as well as actually in the morphology. Because it's the plant that, on the other hand, defines how low the tendrils, the robotic tendrils will go, and upon contact, where and when they will also stop moving.
One thing I was actually quite curious about this is there a specific reason why a cucumber plant? Does it help for this plain ocean, or?
Yes, well, actually the research started during Corona, and I think that was quite a nice period, or a nice overlap, because I actually studied plant movement and different plants for, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, doing time lapses like crazy. Because it's actually time lapse is also a tool for us to see these movements, which are fairly fast, but not fast enough for our attention span. It's not that we couldn't see them, but we would really have to stay and look. And actually, I tried all sorts of peas, sort of trailing plants, and then cucumbers and morning glories, everything basically that I could find at the local garden store. And cucumbers were their architecture, so to speak, was the most suitable for this project because it grows a tendril opposite each leaf. And so in this notion of, the play, also the tendrils, they are only active for a certain amount of time. So if the cucumber, in this case, doesn't find anything in a day or 2 days, the tendril will just kind of dry up. And so here we have sort of this repetition of elements, and the tendrils were also the thickest, because that's another limitation. Actually, a robot doesn't see very well, so we implemented a LiDAR scanner, which is also something that is used on autonomous vehicles a lot, and hacked it so that we are sort of simulating a really high-end agricultural machine that scans the plants in 3D, and then it can identify if there's some diseases, the growth, things like that. And we approached it in a DIY hacking manner. But this laser has, a very bad resolution. So at the end, it doesn't really see the tendrils. And it sees more the surface of the plant. And then from the surface, it kind of has to, the plant gives it feedback, so it does sense when it touches, when the cucumber touches it, the tendril, and that's sort of another layer of feedback. But it's not immediately representative of the actual environment. So it is like an imagination of the plant that the robot is in interaction with, not a direct picture of it. Much like, I guess, it is true for humans as well, right? It goes through sort of a filter of previous experiences and concepts. When we look at something, we don't just see an object, we see it in relation. And I think that's sort of similar to how this algorithm and the plant relationship in our work works. So yes, the cucumber was absolutely defining, I would say, in the way that we thought about this robot, and built the whole robot based off of, okay, this is our plant, this is how it moves,
This relationship this contextualization is of course also something which we see a lot in the evolution of artistic work from one artist. Is it also something where you plan an evolutionary step for this specific work? Or are you planning any completely new works currently?
Yeah, so actually the work that I do is somehow structured in series. So each series addresses a certain topic, and I sort of think of every work as a bit of an experiment, as a research step. and with many layers. At the end, there's also this important layer of when the work is made, how does it work? How does it function with the audience? What does it tell me once it's completed? What have we learned? And then this sort of sets the tone or the field for the next work. So at the moment, this plant machine opus, within which play was made, is actually developed with the university, the Free University Amsterdam, and a couple of also other institutions like WAC, Rietveld, Zone to Source, and V2. And the next step, coming from these three works that have dealt with plants and AI, surveillance, we can call it surveillance, biosurveillance, is to actually go look at what is going on in greenhouses. It's sort of a research step, and also connect this to what is going on in medical centers. So to make this link of an investigation of the automation of care, where actually the automation of care as a term, and we look at greenhouses, we would ask ourselves, care? Are you talking about care? And then when we look at automation of care in the medical institutions, you would be more disturbed by the word automation. And I think it's a really interesting tension between the two. And also, I guess, part of very much in line with this proposal of the vegetarians that that my work, this plant machine, has been about. So, in terms of how we sort of see plants as fully discernible, flat, material, mechanistic. That's the traditional Western way of conceiving plants. And when we are in relation to these advanced technologies that are all based on statistics, categories, partial data, and proxies, the way that we as people are sort of taken into account is not like the human individual, but like a statistical mass, right? So somehow I found that this statistical human uncannily resembles our conception of plants. And this is sort of the tension that I'm working with, like we are in the eye of the algorithm, we are all plants, to sort of subvert these relations.
Very exciting to hear, and we are already super curious, to be honest, on the next years and of course on the outcomes of your artistic research, artistic practice, and hope you will be back within one of the next Ars Electronica editions again here, either in Kepler's Garden or wherever in the city of Linz. So great to have you, Špela. Thank you so much for joining today. That, unfortunately, to be honest, was far too short. It brings us also already to the end of today's session. And as always, we are ending these sessions with a bit of a taste of the soil from different regions. One actually from the region of Špela, from the city of Amsterdam, and one from a region quite near, actually, where I was born and I grew up quite near. It's the city of Bad Ischl, the European capital of culture, in a couple of years. And as always, we are also asking about the opinion of an expert from the future. And this time it is an expert of the future from the city of Hong Kong. Stay tuned definitely also for the upcoming session on data ethics, for example, with Laokoon and our artist in residence Kyriaki Goni, supported by the Deutsche Telekom Kulturstiftung. And of course, we have something prepared also in between, so you can actually stay on this channel. Please have a look into the prize-winning work of Cloud Studies. For this, I would actually want to say goodbye and see you soon. Thanks.
Namaste. Grüß euch. This is the soil from Badishal, from the summer residence of the emperor.
Franz Josef, der Kaiser.
Mhm.
In Salzkammergut. Tastes perfect.
Nice.
Hi, I'm Natalia. I work at VAR, and today I'm tasting the soil of Amsterdam. I'm at the Arzneienhof, where medicinal plants are grown. A little bit sandy, quite amer, like bitter. And it tastes a little bit of mushroom. Nice.
大家好，我係 Iris， 今年13歲，住北區。我覺得地球將來會少咗好多樹木，土地亦都減少咗好多，石油氣亦都缺乏咗，同埋水亦都少咗好多。人類係需要減少用水嘅，同埋我哋可以見到有好多人工智能啦，例如無人駕駛啦，或者喺超市入面都會見到好多人工智能喺度幫我哋收錢嘅。然後土地真係少好多，所以我哋應該要珍惜資源。
My name is Oscar and I'm 7 years old. Maybe the world will get polluted, maybe not, because the people throw rubbish in the ocean, plus they pollute the world.
In 2008, Israel launched a bombing campaign in the Gaza Strip. Speaking to us on the phone, a Gazan resident described the scene of his neighborhood turning into a cloud of dust. While coughing, he explained that he was breathing in his home. Bomb clouds contain everything that a building once was: cement, plaster, plastic, glass, timber, fabric, paperwork, medicines, sometimes parts of human bodies. Bomb clouds are architecture in gaseous form, changing from columns to mushrooms before dissipating into the atmosphere. At the same time, unidentified clouds, strange and luminous, appeared in the skies over Gaza. Unable to enter the strip, we analyzed their properties by studying photographs, many of which were captured by Palestinians who experienced these bombings. The smoke tentacles of these clouds, anchored in the sky, burned through anything they touched. These were earthquakes, atmospheric events that target the environment. We simulated their area of contact with the ground.
And I think that the use of white phosphorus was to intimidate, to scare, and to burn down some objects.
And supported investigations of war crime brought against the Israeli army in the United Nations, as well as petitions submitted to the Israeli Supreme Court. The army had initially denied using white phosphorus. Then it admitted it and said it would stop using it because these clouds do not photograph well. In our investigations, clouds are a limit condition. Cloud studies is forensics without inscription. In 2014, Israel began using aerial crop dusters to spray a toxic herbicide mix of glyphosate, oxyflorphane and diuron along the eastern perimeter of occupied Gaza. It did so in the morning hours when easterly winds carried the toxic clouds deep onto Gazan territory, destroying Palestinian crops and livelihoods. Together with local farmers and human rights groups, we collected samples of affected leaves. We used motion tracking to model the path of the planes. Fluid dynamic simulation demonstrated the effect of spraying considering the meteorological conditions. It shows that the herbicide is carried well into Gaza's agricultural land, removing vegetation from the border area and leaving Palestinians exposed to the Israeli military. In the very same area, another type of toxic cloud was also employed, tear gas delivered by launchers or drones. In Gaza, the intoxication of the air supports the occupation of the ground. But the wind can also power resistance. In the afternoons, when the wind direction changes, some Palestinian protesters light up tires and thick smoke blows to blind the soldiers on the other side of the fence. All across the tropics, corporate plantations use arson for land clearings. Here in Indonesia, trees are turning into smoke clouds. Sources of fire are visible in these satellite images as red pixels. But when the smoke thickens, it hides them. To see through these clouds, we used an algorithm to interpret data driven from the infrared sensors aboard satellites. The smoke from burning forests gathered into a gaseous territory, enveloping Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia, causing tens of thousands of premature deaths. For every day of 2015, we plotted the sources of fire and correlated them to the density of carbon monoxide in air as registered by the MUTEK satellite. We used color to highlight pixels containing higher densities of carbon. Like the high seas, this cloud is a commons, a cross-border condition of suffocation. It is a negative commons. In the shadow of the cloud, a new citizenry of air must rise to engage in common action. But today's clouds are both meteorological and political events, subject to debate and contestation. Causality is hard to demonstrate. Unlike the kinetic encounters when every contact leaves a trace, in cloud studies the contact and the trace drift apart, carried away on ocean currents, and diffused into the atmosphere. And today's toxic clouds breed lethal doubt. Activists sent us footage from this oil facility in the fracking fields of Vaca Muerta in Argentina. Infrared camera registered the presence of volatile organic compound gases such as methane, otherwise invisible to the human eye. Many such oil facilities exist in the region. Gas and oil leaks are common. Indigenous Mapuche communities that have inhabited the area for generations have attested that fracking has poisoned their commons, the relation between their communities, the landscape, rivers, lakes, trees, and animals.
Algo que no tendría que suceder, ¿no? Pero esas son las consecuencias del fracking.
They're fighting to protect their commons through direct action. Using one cloud to enable another, the police employed tear gas to disperse a protest against this environmental pollution. Tear gas is like the color smoke in a wind tunnel, illustrating the lethal dynamics of climate chaos. Toxic clouds colonize the air we breathe across different scales and durations, from urban squares to continents, and from incident to epochal latencies. In the political upheavals of recent decades, roundabouts became site of protest. The roundabout revolution of Tahrir in Cairo, Pearl in Manama, and Taksim in Istanbul pulled people into their centripetal vortex. Police used smoke and tear gas to the opposite effect, pushing people out. Here in Santiago de Chile, activists try to take over a central roundabout. We have counted 187 tear gas clouds within a single hour of the 20th of September 2019. The cloud and the roundabout are two opposing kinds of urban commons. We work with activists across the world to identify and model different types of tear gas canisters, and trained machine learning classifiers to spot images containing them. When used in the dense and tall urban environment of Hong Kong, turbulences of airflow carry the tear gas high in buildings, affecting residents. Here, the extent of the cloud created a political collectivity of protest and resistance. These migrants on the US-Mexico border were attacked with tear gas by the US border agents. As the formless cloud slips through the static state border, it created a negative commons, a call for solidarity and collective action by the inhabitants of tear gas around the world.
Several members of our team have experienced the effects of tear gas. One was amongst the Turkish citizens who protested in Gezi Park in 2013. During the nationwide protests that followed, Turkish police fired 130,000 tear gas grenades. While tear gas is banned from use in war, governments use it to suppress the right of civilians to collectively protest in public space. Safariland sells tear gas grenades around the world. We have found evidence of its use against civilians in the US, Turkey, Peru, Iraq, Israel, Palestine, Yemen, Bahrain, Tunisia, Guyana, Venezuela, Egypt, and Canada. Safariland's safety guidance provides the following information to doctors. Severe allergic skin reaction, bronchial spasms, and anaphylactic shock are possible. Irritant to eyes, irritant to skin and mucous membranes, breathing difficulty, disorientation, danger of blast or crush-type injuries, danger of pulmonary edema, danger of disturbed cardiac rhythm, danger of convulsion, danger of impaired breathing, danger of cerebral edema.
Cirrus, a curl of hair. Cumulus, a heap. Stratus, a layer. In the 19th century, amateur meteorologists started classifying clouds by their visible characteristics, as if they were objects, plants, or animals, giving rise to the cloud atlas. Different perspectival grids also emerged to help painters capture the fast-moving and morphing skies. Throughout the history of painting, clouds described a limit condition. Moving faster than the painter's hand could capture them, they needed to be imagined rather than described. Modern painters emerged when the clouds emerged from the sky to the ground, breaking the objectness of the landscape into refracting screens of atmospheric blur. At sea, with no other trace to orient ourselves with, we mapped the scene of a rescue operation of migrants by tracking the shape of the clouds. Under the spherical skies, we could determine the spatial layout of the scene. Clouds are always double. Seen from outside, they are measurable objects. Seen from within, they are experiential conditions of optical blur and atmospheric obscurity. Our cloud studies likewise meanders between shape and fog, between analysis and experience.
ادخل لهون.
انت جوا اليوم يطلع فوق على السطوح يا شباب، دخلوا الباب.
خليك لا تتحرك.
يا شباب عم بشرب كلور ها؟ يا شباب اللي هون يطلع على السطوح.
Survivors of chlorine gas bombs dropped by the Syrian government describe a yellow-greenish cloud affecting sense perceptions, causing blurred vision, difficulty of breathing, vomiting, and excess salivation.
و17 غارات متتالية من قبل طيران الحرب التابعة قوات النظام تستهدف مدينة خان شيخون.
In Syria, each chemical bomb is also an information bomb. When they crash on the ground, they generate a meteor storm, a frenetic stream of videos and images, analysis and counter-analysis. Trolls and bots trying to deny and obfuscate crimes and fomenting discords. Information clouds describe the evolving clusters of a fierce and dislocated online debate. Barred from entering Gaza during the 2014 Israeli bombing, we studied the videos Palestinians posted online. Without time indicators in these images, we used bomb clouds as metadata, helping us determine the time and the space of each attack, and create a new kind of a cloud atlas.
طلعنا الحين يعني فيش 6 بيوت الحين صعب انك تقطع الاسفلت صراحه من شده القذايف لانه انت ممكن انت في قطعتك تيجيك قذيفه تقسمك نصين عن جد.
We study each cloud with the utmost of care, knowing that each is anchored in a specific experience of perseverance and resistance. There is no doubt that the skies are closing in, but we hold in common the universal right to breathe.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
Make theater great again. 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 Make Curator, great, again, make, 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 Curator, great, again.
Hello and welcome to another session here in our Ars Electronica TV studio at the Ars Electronica Festival, A New Digital Deal. My name is Laura, I'm the head of Ars Electronica Export, and I'm happy to host the next 2 hours for you with different programs and different contents from the festival. This session is dedicated to data ethics. Today we have here in Linz the AI Lab Day. It's a co-funded project by the Creative Region Program of the European Union. And the AI Lab is definitely one of our core programs here as well, and parts of many different programs. There is a conference going on, there are exhibits happening, and there are also partners in our network in Europe dedicating their programs to this initiative. Today's sessions, we present also some of these projects and some of our partners, but also other projects who work at this intersection and critically reflect on how AI and the technology influences us and the services that come out of this technology. One of the connecting elements today, data ethics. As AI systems need to learn from a data set, there are some questions that we have to dig into. How is this data set built? Where it got its information from? What it can access, and how it will interpret this information. These are different things that we look into today. So I'm happy to share a little glimpse with you. We have an artwork. We have a speculative digital home assistant that we meet today. We have a real-life doppelganger that used its information from a Google dataset and sees how it can read the story of this real-life person. We have a deep fake journey that brings us to the year 1969, and we have an exhibition of a partner of ours in Greece that we will look into today. Various guests will join me to do this deep dive. We have Antje Hundhausen, Vice President Brand Experience from the Deutsche Telekom. We have Cosima Terrasse and Moritz Riesewig of the Gruppe Laokoon. And Irini, Mirena, Papadimitriou will also join online via Zoom. We have 1.5 more days going on here in Linz, but also online. So for all of you who are joining us online, check out our website. There are programs all over the world, maybe even in your region. I highly recommend to look into it and maybe even visit us on site. And online as well, there are definitely different programs that you can find there. For every session, we have a ritual. One ritual is our Ars Electronica gardens. The Ars Electronica garden, this idea, is a child of the pandemic. We have to call it like this. Last year, when we realized that things are not as possible as it was before, people, our partners, couldn't visit us for the festival, we invited them to become part of the program. That was really exciting because they made their own little events in their own cities. So Ars Electronica suddenly spread all over the world and became like little satellites everywhere. And I'm actually quite confident to say that it probably was the most diverse program that Ars Electronica ever provided because of this international approach. It was indeed way too much for a single person to comprehend and to really watch. But through these pillars and satellites all over the world, people could become part of the Ars Electronica experience. So these are our gardens. They are also part this year, and I'm happy to introduce you 2 of them. I lived in Poland. I tried to learn Polish. It's a hard language, but I will still try to pronounce this garden correctly. It's the Ars Electronica garden in Gdańsk. With changes and challenges, the Wasnia Center for Contemporary Art contributes a wide range of programs. Polish artists respond to our festival topic, a new digital deal. And I'm very curious to see what they worked on and what artists, how they picked it up in workshops, in different formats. That was the Polish garden that you will see a little glimpse. And then we have a dear project partner in Luxembourg, in Esch-sur-Alzette. I also learned French, but also there I have my weaknesses in pronunciations. The garden from red earth to gray matter shows a project of the European Capital of Culture. It's going to happen in 2022 in Luxembourg. It starts in January, and Ars Electronica is also part of that program. In 1 year from now, we will be there. And what happened so far within this collaboration and what will happen next, we will see in this little garden trailer. Enjoy the garden films.
Hi, my name is Justyna Górowska and I am intermediate artist from Krakow. Since 2020, together with Ewelina Jarosz, we've been working on the concept of the Blue Humanities Archive. We collect and make a creative use of digital data such as 3D scans, photos, videos, VR, AR, or all the data are related to deep care of aquatic ecosystems. Working on our archive, we began to look for a sustainable way of storing digital data that will provide an alternative to energy-consuming networking of database. And this is how we came up with the idea of DNA digital data storage that can fit a million of terabytes in just few grams suspense in water, thereby minimalizing ecological cost of databases. Virtual reality I'm working on, which samples you can see in the background, is example of the Blue Humanities Archive. In this work I tried to reveal the translation of the layers of our fragmented life, where a binary code, 0-1 code, can be encrypted to DNA. Obviously, DNA is composed of nucleobases A, T, C, and G.
Qui sommes-nous en 2022?
Comment les artistes peuvent vraiment contribuer à apporter en fait de nouvelles perspectives.
Was ist denn relevant für die Gesellschaft im 21. Jahrhundert? Können wir unsere eigene Identität ein Stück weit auch hacken, ja, befragen, öffnen?
Wie können Technologien uns helfen, ein besseres Miteinander zu haben?
Ich gehe aus meiner Blase raus, riskiere meine Sicherheit und möchte wirklich was bewegen.
La programmation de Edge 2022 est vraiment ancrée dans le questionnement du monde contemporain. Le monde que nous connaissons aujourd'hui est un monde en transformation.
On va proposer finalement de nouvelles perspectives, de nouveaux points de vue en fait, sur ces thématiques au travers d'œuvres d'art qui sont très engagées, qui sont très novatrices.
Was wir machen wollen, ist Lust wecken, Interesse wecken für Fragen der Identität. Wir befinden uns, wenn wir medienkünstlerisch arbeiten, eigentlich immer im Hier und Jetzt.
Wir alle haben gemerkt, der Klimawandel ist real und wir müssen etwas tun, aber auch nicht in diesem Schock zu verbleiben, sondern doch zu sagen, wir alle können etwas tun und wir können diese technologischen Tools dafür nutzen, eine bessere Zukunft zu bauen.
Es wird sehr viel darum gehen, um eine zentrale Frage, nämlich die Rolle der Kunst in der Gesellschaft. In einer Gesellschaft, die vor existenziellen Herausforderungen steht. Eine Gesellschaft, die sich nicht mehr viel Zeit geben sollte, darüber nachzudenken, ob man handelt oder nicht.
Wir wollen die Müllerei als Gebäude in ihrer Architektur erlebbar werden lassen. Die Architektur wird ein Mitspieler sein, der ganz eng mit den unterschiedlichen Kunstwerken, die sich mit Identität befassen, in Kontakt kommt.
Das ist natürlich eine unglaubliche Chance, so ein Gebäude, diese Müllerei eben als Ausstellungsort zu transformieren. Es geht auch darum, gerade weil es hier so ein wichtiger Industrieort war, neue Narrative zu entwickeln.
Wir wollen diese Geschichte aufgreifen und sie ins 21. Jahrhundert bringen.
Unser Anliegen ist, eine Ausstellung zu zeigen, die visionär ist.
Wo die Müllerei zu einem Begegnungsort wird.
Am Ende des Tages sollen die Leute hier reingehen und nicht dann rausgehen mit hängendem Kopf und sagen, es gibt keine Chance mehr, sondern wir wollen den Leuten Möglichkeiten geben, sich selbst in dieser Zukunft zu finden.
And the first project that we look into today is the Art Science Residency Program enabled by the art collection Deutsche Telekom. It is a collaboration between Deutsche Telekom and Ars Electronica, and to further develop the idea about research through art in science. The wonderful sorry about that. Since 2010, the collection has focused on contemporary art from Eastern Europe. So that was one connecting component that we had. We have started with an open call a year ago. Last year at the festival, we launched that one. Followed with a jury meeting, we found the perfect artist for this first iteration. Greek artist Kyriaki Goni. She, as an artist, she regularly collaborates with scientists and translates their expertise into art and therefore conveys this knowledge to a wider and broader audience. Within the Art Science Residency program, we had also the great pleasure to find a collaborator as a science partner, the JKU, the place that we are right now. Martina Mara, Professor Martina Mara, the head of the robot psychology lab, dedicated some time for conversations together with Kyriaki. They started in February, and the one topic that Kyriaki loved to pick up was voice assistance and gender bias. She started to look into this topic and started to build different narratives. Now we have a video installation in our exhibition. It is a fictional AI that throughout a 1-week period transitions into a virtual avatar. The avatar then tells you for about like 3 minutes every day where it comes from, what it knows, where it got this information from, and what it does with it. It's a quite interesting artwork that allows you to just chillax and watch what this technology is telling you. It's a switch of perspective because usually you communicate with the avatar. It doesn't necessarily tell you something that you maybe don't even want to hear. It also starts to explain that it listens. And for me personally, that was definitely something new that I learned from the artwork. More familiar is already like the knowledge about facial recognition, right? Different things can be analyzed in the internet and different data sources use this information. A new component that artwork opened to me is that this technology is also listening. And as I have a fingerprint that is unique, and as I have a face that is unique, also my voice is an indicator, a biometric data set that identifies me as a person. That can be creepy, maybe, but the beautiful thing also about this artwork is it transitions to a different story. And in the end, there is also a little surprise that is definitely optimistic and helps you maybe to navigate towards the future, also facing these kind of like surveillance technology. The artwork is called, to not like, don't let you know the name, it's Not Allowed for Algorithmic Audiences. Another component that she picks up here is that many views online, when you see on YouTube clicks and interactions, they're actually algorithms. And with this artwork, she doesn't want to address the algorithms that are just there to raise the numbers. She wants to address the audience. Right. Our partner, the art collection Deutsche Telekom, supported this project. It made it possible, it made it happen. And I hope that this is only the start for this work to travel the world and come to different places, to be experienced by a wide range of audiences. I'm very happy that we welcome Antje Hundhausen in a second, and to introduce you a little bit more what the art collection does and where they come from and what kind of activities they have. We'll show you a little video now.
Transmitted by the substance of the sea. I am the mouth that produces waves.
As Deutsche Telekom, we open new technological and communication opportunities to enrich people's lives. We're acting responsibly and enabling relevant and sustainable experiences for all generations. But we're much more than being a worldwide leading telco. In 2010, we started a new exciting journey by founding the Art Collection Telekom. This collection comprises more than 300 works by artists from over 20 countries. It spreads over all media, drawing, painting, photography, video, installation, and performance. Antje Hundhausen, who's responsible for the art collection on the part of Deutsche Telekom, knows how important it is for an art collection to be taken seriously and to be explored in different contexts by a broader public. In general, art speaks for itself, but it always helps to give the viewer a clue.
For us, art is one of the best ways to communicate. It tells us about the world and about personal experiences, about dreams and longings. It draws utopias.
The Art Collection Telekom consciously focuses on contemporary art from Eastern Europe. In these countries, political, social and cultural challenges are essential, and the support the Art Collection Telekom offers to artists is substantial.
My mass is greater than you, and the cloud of my love is greater than your understanding.
With this engagement, we improve the infrastructure for art in these countries, and we make an important contribution to an open, diverse and communicative European cultural network. Not only for the mediation of the artworks, but also in the production. Technology is key.
Your joints fall apart, under my gaze, your warm evening turn freezing cold.
Many of our artists are experimenting with new technologies. To foster this aspect, we've founded the Art Science Residency with Ars Electronica in Linz. The program promotes interaction between artists, researchers and scientists. The residency is addressed to artists who work at the interface between art, technology and science. Although the Art Collection Telekom is still a relatively young collection, we've already realized many exhibitions in cooperation with leading museums all over Europe during this first decade. And artworks are presented in the Deutsche Telekom buildings and offices as well.
The Art Collection Telekom is an essential part of our corporate citizenship that makes the difference.
A success story to be continued.
And I'm very excited to have Antje Hundhausen, Vice President Brand Experience from the Deutsche Telekom, now here in our studio. Welcome, Antje.
Welcome, Laura, to having me here.
Yes, you're very welcome. You are here the first time at Ars Electronica.
Yeah, and I'm so impressed and so overwhelmed about the first showcases I saw here.
What did you see today already?
Oh, the data garden and then the installation of this Polish artist with the tears. This was very moving for me. Yeah. And well, the combination about technology, art, and then the farmers market. I think this is it's so complex.
Many layers definitely to explore here.
Yeah, absolutely.
So thank you for taking the time to also join us here in the studio. And I would just jump right into the questions. Do you want to tell us a little bit about the Art Collection Deutsche Telekom? What are your overall goals and how did the idea came up with the art collection?
Well, it's now over 10 years old, and we started to establish an art collection with a focus on contemporary art in South and Eastern Europe. So this was a unique position because we saw there's a lot of work to do. There's no infrastructure. And the main aim was to support young artists out of that region, to enable them to be creative and to also get platforms to present themselves. So we have a lot of partnerships with museums, with institutions, now with the Art Science Residency here in Linz, where we have the combination between art, science and research, where we want to also, this was from the beginning our aim also to have this interconnection, this interdisciplinary parts. And I think this first time here and with this artist Kyriaki, Goni, it's a very, very good start.
Ah, nice. That I'm very glad to hear because we hadn't had the chance to really talk yet since you arrived. So this is actually good to hear because I'm also super excited to be part of this project and also managing it and coordinating it. So to see how it developed throughout the last year was indeed a cool adventure, and I'm also happy to see now the final installation. It's exciting indeed. I know you were always exploring boundaries with the art collection also. Maybe you want to tell us a little bit how this transitioned throughout the last 10 years and how you focused also now on the art science, really enabling also a residency where research gets another focus than collecting an existing artwork, for example.
Yeah, we since the beginning we were exploring new, as you said, crossing boundaries. And first artist we discovered was Agnieszka Polska, who also won the National Art Award in the Hamburger Bahnhof. She did a brilliant video installation, and now we have over 10 video pieces of art, and this is something which is really really also something where we discovered this is the right way. And then Alexandra Perici, during the Berlinale in Berlin, she had this, was 80 square meter dark room with 10 performers who were somehow also very, so it's very related to now with playing with artificial intelligence, crowdsourcing, how news feeds, the visitor could be part, so it was very inclusive for the visitor. They could be part of the whole performances. So and this was the start, and more we said this is actually during pandemic was obviously we need to reinforce this. Then we talked to you, and you were so open-minded, and we thought this is the best place at the moment to move forward and to be more progressive.
Yeah, that's definitely indeed also a tricky timing with the pandemic. That was quite a new experience for everyone, and also thinking about art science residency, where usually people meet in a physical space, exchange ideas, check out their laboratories or studios. Interesting to move that into the virtual, and then still have a really cool artwork that comes out at the end of it. I'm also interested in the art collection getting into the digital arts field, because it's a media that has sometimes a hard time in the collector's sphere and also in the commercial art spaces. So what is your approach also from the art collection, the initiative, the art collection Deutsche Telekom? How do you see this topic?
During, again, pandemic, we did an intensive learning journey, and we think about how, that the digital is, you cannot avoid it. You have to somehow be there. You have to be much more immersive and see how we can really mix this reality much more. And I think this is one way, and yeah, talking about digitization and the whole development at the moment, it's always good to have both worlds, also the painting, drawings, photography, but then adding this very, very digital moment and the potential. I mean, this offers us so many more creative opportunities. We didn't discover it yet all, so it's that's a good thing. There's so much we don't know. It's not cannot predict that.
Yeah, true. Good timing indeed. Good timing. I was also curious, how the initiative of the art collection also influences the Telekom in general, the Deutsche Telekom. Does it open discussions, or how does it, trigger also discussions?
10 years ago, when we started to establish this very special art collection, Telekom, which was not so status-driven, we had a polarization, and people were discussing, but in the end now, after 10 years, people are very much interested, especially also in Europe, the netcos, our colleagues in other countries, in European, in the eastern part, but also in the western parts. They want to join, they want to, we offer them also very much a lot of guided tours and platforms where we have panels, and we combine the art discussion, or integrate artists then into this technology innovation process. So this is something which is very enriching.
So there were also artists. Yeah, I mean, also in our residency, Kyriaki had the amazing opportunity to meet also Kenzo from your organization, who is like working in AI particularly and could bring in a completely different perspective in that sense. Does meetings like these happen?
Yeah. Also with Taravazzi, the person who's the artist who had this huge installation. We had that workshop with her. She did this brilliant work, how protein goes into DNA, and this is something which we learned. It's good to cross boundaries and to integrate also artists in our discussion. Where are we moving, especially with artificial intelligence? Yeah.
Big topic, particularly for telecommunication on many levels, indeed. And your very personal approach. What do you appreciate? You in the video you also said like it opens the vision for utopia. When you look at art, when you go to exhibitions, do you have like some sort of like approach to what you kind of like with exhibitions or artworks in particular?
Oh, it depends. It's so diverse and so full of different moments you can experience, and I'm always looking for the surprising moments, but also for the very subtle moments. And it's my part is always very intuitive. The more you see, the more you talk to artists, the more you experience, the more you travel, and especially during pandemic, you also get a new approach, and you feel so happy and grateful when you get again into a physical experience, and you see artists or exhibitions. Or I think this is so gives so much air and so much inspiration now here, being here in Linz at the Ars Electronica.
Yeah, that's so true, right? Yeah. It's also the first time three-dimensional, Antje, three-dimensional Laura meeting each other. And that is like also, it's not having the screen in between is like definitely very, very nice, You've seen Kyriaki's work in the tour that you just joined before coming here. What was your first impression when you saw the avatar looking at you and telling you this, like, their perspective?
I was very moved. Was a very intensive moment because it was so real and it appeared to me so. On the one hand, very intelligent, but then also frightening, but not frightening in the sense that I'm afraid, but it opens eyes and it shows how the work shows through this AI voice interfaces, the relation to gender, to climate crisis, to also what is happening in the world, and especially with also the political parts. And I think this is so. It gives it's eye open, but it gives you also the feeling that that she opened something which is not rational. You don't experience rational. It's very emotional what she does. Yeah. It has both, but very, very, very clever combined. So
maybe to give the audience a quick idea how the artwork also looks like. It's a portrait of a human being, but it's a non-binary human being. It is bold. It has like a voice that you could not quite tell if it's like male or female. It should also be on purpose in between those ideas between being one or the other. But it still decided to take the shape of a human, although it could take on any shape, just to be seen. So audiences would actually like start looking at it. Super important. So that is definitely the artwork that surprises in its appearance, indeed. And do you remember maybe some word that it said that surprised you in a way?
Out of this experience, a word?
Or that is a more tricky, mean question. Laura, damn it.
No, just a word is not a word. I was very touched by this personal assistant and reflecting that my smartphone is also my personal assistant, and it's not a word, it's the whole part also with the mirror or the silver floor, and seeing this me and in combination with this personal assistant is so very immersive. So there's not a word. I'm sorry. But it shows that we have to be very aware of algorithm, about the limited possibilities still, which are there.
Do you use a digital virtual home assistant yourself, or on your phone, the Siri or some similar assistant?
Siri sometimes, but I don't have an Alexa or something.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah. Do you?
No, not yet. Maybe, I don't know. I find it kind of like interesting to use voice as a remote controller, and that is definitely something that will come no matter what. But I don't know why I still feel kind of weird talking to my phone if there's not an actual person on the other end. But it's also interesting to explore the boundaries. I think it's fun when these systems came out the first time, how people started to challenge these systems. And I'm 100% sure that this will definitely come more and more.
I think in 5 years we will do this, and we won't ask ourselves or if you are using a voice.
Yeah, I remember from films when clapping your hands and the light goes on was already spectacular. Now you can just talk to a device that then turns on the light or makes you some coffee. Thank you so much, Antje.
Thank you, Laura. Was very nice talking to you.
Yes, it was really my pleasure to have you here, and there is a lot more to explore for you today. Because we have, as I mentioned before already, the AI Lab Day, and Kyriaki Goni is also part of the panel there. It's the AI meets media literacy, a communication problem, ? Kyriaki is joining there a panel with Martina Mara, Meredith Brossard, Kanta Dihal, Katrin Cecile Siegler. So this is definitely something that I highly recommend you to check out later. That's also why she can't be here herself, the artist, and but to get a glimpse into her work, we would love to show a previous exhibition where she was part of, also from Onasistegi, an exhibition, The Data Garden.
I started working on Data Garden in 2018. My grandfather had a small garden when he would take care of his trees and plants, addressing them tenderly, always in the first person. I sort of feel that this work is dedicated to him who passed away that year. This is when I first thought of storing digital memory in plants. Was something like that even possible? Would I tend my digital data differently if it was stored in plants? What would this shared memory mean for my relation to other species, to the planet and to the technological mediated society? These questions were the fuel to investigate further and begin building Data Garden. During this research, I reached out to scholars and scientists, Karen Pfister, Mel Hogan, Edward Perello, and Labros Tsounis, who responded kindly, and their input enriched this installation. The Onassis Foundation, through the team of digital innovation under the direction of Prodamos Tsiavos, supported this project from the very beginning, and I'm grateful for their trust. Data Garden would be initially presented on March 2020, but the show was postponed due to the lockdown. Now, in the post-COVID period, what this work observes and discusses has only been intensified. Data Garden is timelier than ever. Environmental realization, personal data violation and surveillance, the need to connect, the need to return to our inner thoughts and speculating about the future. For that reason, together with Onassis Foundation, we decided that this exhibition should open online for initiating a very much needed dialogue with the public. Data Garden is a multimedia installation which consists of 10 pieces. The main piece, a video essay, is densely interconnected with all the other pieces, a polyphonic sound piece 4 interviews with scholars and scientists, drawings and digital prints, and an AR portrait. All these parts produced a rite of passage for the viewer. Data Garden is a demanding work. It demands viewers' presence and time. I consider presence and time as the most valuable assets of the post-COVID era. At the same time, I seek to construct a space for pause and reflection. Data Garden is presented in the underground exhibition space of Onassis Stegi. When entering this dark box, the ritual begins.
You just seen the trailer for the film, or not just the film actually. I called it like an experience artwork, a documentary, an interactive online experience with and about your personal data. And I'm very excited actually to have 2 of the 3 artists here in my studio today from the Gruppe Laokoon, Cosima Terrasse und Moritz Riesewig. Schön, dass ihr da seid.
Thank you, we're really happy to be here.
Oh, I'm speaking German. No, sorry about that. Yeah, welcome that you, thank you for being here, very welcome. Your artwork is in our theme exhibition. It is about personal data and what you did with the personal data from a person that you didn't know. Maybe you want to explain it real quick by yourself.
Mm-hmm. In the summer of 2020, we had an open call. We asked people, okay, hand in your data. First of all, ask your data from Google and Facebook, and then hand in this data you received to us. And we will choose one of these data sets and try to create a perfect doppelganger for this data set without ever having met you, seen a picture, or read your private messages. So this doppelganger, we chose data set 25, and the doppelganger we created was completely based on the Google searches, the YouTube searches, Google Analytics, Google Maps, and metadata, and nothing more. And we could actually find out how the person looked like, her personality, just from the searches correlated to time and space.
Mm. Only a Google set that you used to recreate a story. So you had a story. What did you do then? You invited an artist to reenact the whole situation. How did you get the idea for the project of a double, and how did you come up with this idea also to let it play from an artist?
Mm-hmm. And the whole project was initiated by Dr. Jan Bindernagel from the German Federal Cultural Foundation, Kulturstiftung des Bundes, and she asked us to develop a project about digitality and society, but not only about it, but in the digital space. And that was something new for us, because we have dealt with digital topics again and again in forms of documentaries and books and theater plays. But it's the first time for us to work in the digital space itself, and to work with it and to use its functions like reciprocity. Like how can you organize a feedback loop inside the artwork? And that's what we have now. We not only made a film about the whole artistic data experiment, but we also created a website where now the audience can, first of all, be entertained and see, observe the whole story of the data experiment participant, how the double was initiated, created, how we reenacted the whole life, or 5 years of this life, just based on the data. But while the audience is visiting this website, the observer, him or herself, is observed by the website. That's kind of the clue of this piece we created.
And we did this, the actress you were mentioning, Nathalie Köbli, she didn't get a script from us, she just got the data. But she was not alone with all this data, because it's hundreds of thousands of data points which are unmanageable by themselves. We had a data analyst create categories and actually find out which topics were important at what time frame. And from there, we could actually help the actress reenact and find out who is this person? What's important to her? What's her personality? How would she speak? How would she joke? How does she look like? And how would she speak about herself? And that was actually the most complicated thing, because of course 5 years, it's easy to know where you were, right? It's easy to know what's important to you. That's not that hard, but how do you speak about yourself? How do you see the past? How do you think, was this of importance to you or not? And this question, she kind of managed to put in a shape and put in this, in a discourse that she held in front of the person who gave their data.
I have to say, when I saw the piece, I saw first the piece in the exhibition. So it's a part of the film, and the film is in full length, as you said, on the website. And it just made me go through so many emotions. It's also really amazing that the narrative that you built and how you transformed it into a film also works in an art installation. It's amazing how you play with the films, with the images and the doppelganger and the real person. I entered at a point where I didn't know who is who. So it was amazing to walk through this narrative then and then find out who is the real person. And there are so many things that you would not assume in how much detail then the computer knows it. You wouldn't, like, yeah, the fact that the real person then also talks about the experience, how they, or what was behind their searches, for example, was pretty impressive.
Yeah, we were not always right with the searches, but actually that was what was powerful, because we had so much power. We might not have been right all the time, but we were exact, right? We had the perfect data, we had the date, we had the hour, and she just had her memories. So each time we said something, like, it happened like this, we had more power than she had, because she said, well, I don't recollect, but I don't think it happened like this. And this was where we noticed what power the algorithm have over us, actually, because the double, Nathalie Köbli, the actress, while performing, could actually influence a little bit the real person and say, well, it happened like this. And we made her doubt herself. And we made her doubt where she had lived in the past. And we didn't do this on purpose. It's just a mechanism that happened and that really frightened us in its power.
That was also incredible, exactly. When she was like, oh my gosh, I didn't know what is real, what is my memory, and what did I actually did there. The fact with the apartment was also amazing, because she never entered through the main street, apparently, the apartment. And that's why she never saw the facade of it. So it could have been like you created it, but she couldn't recall.
Or did she just become unsure about her memories because she trusted so much in the correctness of the algorithms? And that is something we wanted to organize for the audience too, that to make observable what always happens in the everyday life to us with all the recommendation algorithms, which also give us a picture of what the algorithms think who we are. And of course we have our own identity, and we have the idea of who we believe we are, but the doubts the experiment participant had while being part of this experiment, these are doubts all of us know. When again and again and again we are confronted with descriptions of algorithms with the idea behind that the algorithms are so exact and it's just data and it's objective and so on. Like, if you are confronted with all these descriptions by the algorithms in the everyday life on such a repetitive way, you change your own idea of who you are, and that is something we believe is quite dangerous, because then we give away the power of who we are and who we want to be.
As she also says, right, like, it's still my decision who I am, no matter what the story says in a way, right?
And it's also something we observed in the data. 5 years ago, she might have been somebody else, to not speak for her. And the data wants to prolong who she has been in 2015 in the future. And you can see the struggle of becoming and trying to become somebody else with this data that actually always nudges you in a particular direction. Like, actually do this because it makes more profit. And this question of profit and what and who nudges you in what direction and why is actually central to becoming somebody else, and to the internet giving you the possibility to become somebody else.
I was also wondering, because at the open call, you got access through several data sets and then you chose one. How did the open call look like? Did they give you their email address and that allowed you to access the data, or how easy is it to get all this information that you worked with?
It's pretty easy to get it. I mean, for yourself, right? You're not supposed to have any access to this data. It's private data.
Right.
I mean, it's private, but Google has it and sells it. But we're not supposed to get it just as random people. So people had to get it for us. But we had this conflict of we are not supposed to know who the people are giving us the data. So we were 2 teams, and our production actually took care of just getting the data, being in contact with people, getting the permission to use the data, to look into the data. And once we had chosen one data set, we also needed the permission to reenact it, and then the permission to use everything we found out. And actually what you see online is not everything we found out. It's curated to the wishes of the person who gave their data.
Glad to hear that. No, of course, because yeah, it is a very personal insight into a person's life, and yeah, shocking when she says, for example, I feel like my life was a film, was a script.
But it's actually, to add this maybe, it's actually a right we should make much more use of, like the right to access your data, the data that Google, Facebook, Amazon keep about you. And even if it's just a bit of the data they have, because they find their ways to sodomize data and keep it in different logs and so on. But still, to get this data and to get at least a certain glimpse of what they know about you, that is a right we should all make use of. You have the right for the data subject access request, which everybody can do. It's not difficult to do it. But what we also need to consider is whenever we click on consent for using our personal data, actually nobody knows what this raw data can be used for. Like, it becomes interesting when the data is correlated, when it's combined with metadata, for example. And that is what fascinated us to find out, okay, this really harmless data can become a health-related data as soon as you correlate it with other data. And then you can find out really intimate details about a person. So it's much more important to make awareness about the ways you can use this data, analyze this data by semantic analysis, by using algorithms and so on, and to really understand that this is unfair to just ask persons about this very data in the moment itself, about this raw data. That's not it. Like there should be a law prohibiting the complex use of this personal data until we have this awareness everywhere of what you can do with all this data. Because until then, there is an asymmetry. It's not that everybody can decide for him or herself. That's not the deal.
Did you ever check out your own data?
Yes.
Yeah?
Of course. It was the first step we made because we wanted to know how does it look like and do we understand it when you just look into it. And actually, that's also how we found out these things about the correlations and the combination of data points. When you look into your own data, you're not astonished because you just see yourself and like, sure, I was tired. I just watched Grey's Anatomy, so I wanted to know what this cancer is. I'm not having cancer.
Okay. Yeah,
and
good point.
you're like, okay, so what is noise? What is signal? How do I see my data? And how do I understand what in this data is relevant or not? And this we could combine and try to get a grip of how to read data, actually. And we started with ourselves. And that's also how you notice that you give away much more than you think.
I can imagine. I can imagine. Did the experiment confirm your initial assumption, or did it surprise you here and there?
It surprised us how much reality we were creating by creating this movie about the life of this person. I think the power we had, and we imitated the power that algorithms have, that surprised us in its intensity. we noticed, okay, were we right or were we just powerful? And I think a little bit of both is true. And this really merges so much, and this really made us think and reflect about our own work and what we had created and question how we use the internet.
And also a right maybe which we should defend as humans, a right to be forgotten and a right to forget. Like that was a very intense moment in the experiment when the experiment participant actually argued, okay, let's stop here because I don't want to be confronted with all my past any longer. Like it's my story and I want to write the story and it should be my decision what I want to remember and what I want to forget. And like what these big data sets and the algorithms claim is that there is no right to forget any longer, but that you should confront yourself always with the past. And what happens is that you're not confronted with the past only, you're also confronted with all kinds of prognostics of what will happen in your future, because they argue that they can actually already foresee your personal future based on your behavior in the past. And that is dangerous because there is now a new idea of the future is just a prolonging of the past. That is not the case. Like human beings should defend the right to change, the right to like completely change the way you want to be, and you shouldn't be confronted with your personal past all the time. And that should also be part of a new deal. We need as a society to say, no, stop here. What happens in the future? The future is open, both for the personal future as for the societal future. And we shouldn't accept all these prognostics of the algorithms any longer.
And also manipulating us with this knowledge, right? Through advertisement, through different suggestions and recommendations. It's, very manipulative on many levels.
Yeah, because you start to behave in the way it's foreseen. So there is like, you behave the way they told you most likely will behave in the future. So you kind of confirm what they told you will behave like. So, and that is like a mindfuck, of course, because maybe you wouldn't have behaved that way if you hadn't been told you would behave that way. And so these are effects which we are not aware of enough until now, and we should become much more aware of as human beings.
And the environments are curated in a way that makes us behave in this way. And this is also what we did on made2measure.online on the website. We curated an environment that actually creates a feedback loop that serves our website, but then tells you who you are. And this is, of course, a paradox. It's unfair, but by being in the systems and promoting the systems we love and love to use, we create the feedback loop that then tells us who we are. And this is the super interesting thing about being in the digital age and wanting something more from these systems and from these platforms.
And your work indeed contributes a lot in conveying the need that this needs to be discussed and that needs to be aware and that we need to find solutions from governments, from different entities actually, that kind of like give us the, give us back that we can make the decisions about our lives, that we don't want to be manipulated by some advertising and consumption in the end, that we don't need, maybe. The cool thing is, everyone can watch this right after we are finished, also in their home. And we have the website here. Maybe we can check if the... No?
Nope, I'm sorry, the mouse is not working.
No problem. But the audience
now
sees
it's working.
now. Yeah.
There. Of course, confirmed.
Interesting. Yes.
No, but we keep the data in the browser itself. The only thing which is sent somewhere else is the IP address. You need to confirm.
Okay. So you can see the start of the film. The website looks exactly like this. You can switch between German and English. And then, you have these little chapters, right?
Exactly. There are different moments in the life of our experiment participant. And you actually go from chapter to chapter and you can answer some questions about how you would have interpreted the data. And these answers are actually just to make you reflect on the experiment and also reflect on the fact that it is subjective. And in a way, even though it's based on algorithms, just like real data analysis of personality is, it's still not objective. It's not because there is an algorithm there that it's not subjective, because they, of course, make choices. And you yourself can make choices and see which choices we made. And the actress behind the data, which choices she made. Yeah, and you go from chapter to chapter, and at the end, everything you clicked, everything you skipped, everything you paused, each time you left the computer is actually counted towards your personality. We also used the Big Five model. We used a lot of studies, because there are numerous studies about how you click, how fast you are with your mouse, the resolution of your screen, which system you use, iOS, not iOS, browsers, everything like this is actually attached to personality. We don't believe everything we say, but we do think that this is actually pretty accurate to reality on how very complex personalities are simplified to the utmost and try to tell you who you are. Yeah.
So in the end, you get your own little profile and your own little box that the algorithm put you into.
And actually, this moment, I'm spoiling it a little bit, but it's the third participant. We recreated a third double for a participant. It's actually a voice synthesis, and it was a very complex process, because it's the first time that such a complex voice synthesis is made for a person coming from Tyrol, so a very specific dialect, and there's not a lot of training data sets to create this kind of bot. And this almost failed attempt at robbing somebody's identity, but becoming actually a new person that's telling you how you observed her. Yeah.
That is also like super goosebump moment, I think. Rarely I had such a great experience online with interacting, with observing, with being observed. I think you really did an incredible, fantastic job here. And I'm 100% sure that many people will see this and maybe think twice about their behavior online next time. I was also wondering, like, coming slowly but truly to the last question, or the last two questions, what will be next with this project, and what will be next for the Gruppe Laokoon in general?
We will continue the work on this very data experiment, actually, with the work at PAKT Zollverein in Essen, where we will have a lecture performance combined with a live experiment. Before my very eye, it's called. I as I. And also, again, the question of who am I and who decides who I am. Is it me, myself, or is it like the algorithms analyzing my personal data? We will go on with this. And there will be more theater works, 2 more performances at Münchner Kammerspiele and at Burgtheater Wien.
That's close, we can go there.
Yes, exactly. There will be more documentary films we will work on, and surely more performances. Yeah, we work in different media.
Nice.
And our website, Gruppe Laokoon, is also, you can find it on the website, and there see our actuality and what we're working on right now.
Perfect. Teresa and Moritz, thank you so much for having been my guests, and I hope to catch up with you later. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, and we continue with another maybe bit creepy project. It's a deep fake video. We travel to 1969 and see a film that could have happened. Artists Jorge Borgand and Francesca Panetta found a speech that was actually written in case the moon landing would have failed. So they take this information and make a deep fake video where Nixon, instead of announcing the success of the mission, telling the people that it failed. It's incredible to see. It's incredible to see what these technology can do and how it can make you really doubt what happened in history, how it's been made, and how it can look like. We will see now in the documentary How to Strand Astronauts on the Moon.
In a world where people wrote things on typewriters and no one had ever landed on the moon, a lone speechwriter was given the task of drafting a speech for President Richard Nixon that would hopefully never be delivered.
Good evening, my fellow Americans. Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace.
The speech would be presented to a global audience only if tragedy struck and the Apollo 11 astronauts, Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin, were stranded on the moon. It was never used and remained in dusty archives until two artists found out about it and decided to bring it to life.
It was the 50th anniversary of the moon landing, and we were sitting around, a group of us who brainstormed regularly.
We've been thinking a lot about misinformation and how new technologies, in particular deepfakes, were starting to become more and more prevalent.
And we thought, there is this speech that we knew of, written by Bill Sapphire for Nixon.
We thought, amazing speech that was never delivered, plus deepfake technology equals boom.
It was just like, yeah, bingo, that's a good idea.
But hold on, aren't deepfakes bad?
Deepfakes have got the potential to be dangerous, like all types of misinformation.
So we tried to walk this fine balance between making our piece as believable as possible to induce an emotional reaction in our audience, but then to quickly say, this isn't real, here's how we did it, and watch out for other situations where you might encounter this kind of misinformation.
The majority of people acknowledge that the moon landing happens.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
So by us creating a deep fake, we wouldn't be causing some kind of misinformation.
I love the moon, you love the moon, everybody loves the moon. What could go wrong?
But Fran and Halsey weren't technical experts, and they didn't even understand how deepfakes worked.
We like, as artists and directors and journalists, to work with technology, but I'm certainly never the one who's coding.
We're not experienced with things like artificial intelligence, machine learning, or really any form of synthetic media, so we needed some help.
And the best people that we found in the game at the time were Kanye AI, who was doing video dialogue replacement, and Respeecher, who were making synthetic voices.
They got down to work with the help of smart people and smart machines from these two companies.
We wanted to make what we call a complete deep fake, which means not only creating a video of somebody saying something they never said, but also creating a synthetic voice that sounds exactly like the person we are targeting, in this case, President Nixon.
To make a deep fake, first they needed a target video.
This video is what Kanye would manipulate by changing only the mouth motions. Everything else would remain totally authentic.
We've downloaded loads and loads of Nixon speeches from the White House. It seemed that the resignation speech had the right kind of body language, the right kind of emotion in the eyes.
To leave office before my term is completed is abhorrent to every instinct in my body.
We then needed an actor who was going to read the contingency speech.
Good evening, my fellow Americans.
An AI model was trained to understand human faces. Now that the AI could understand faces, it was able to map the actor's facial motion onto Nixon's.
Fate has ordained that the men who went to the moon to explore in peace will stay on the moon to rest in peace.
So watch the hands here.
Yeah, the hands.
That's creepy.
When we got the first video back from Canny, which was a video of President Nixon delivering the speech, albeit in the actor's voice, we knew at that moment that this was really going to work.
They also wanted a synthetic version of Nixon's voice, which meant they would need to create an audio AI model as well.
Making Nixon's voice was way more complicated.
We decided to use speech-to-speech technology rather than text-to-speech technology because that enabled us to use an actor to create a performance of the speech, which would be translated into Nixon's voice.
Again, they had to feed the model loads and loads of data. The actor recorded hundreds of short clips from Nixon's Vietnam speeches.
In a sense, the AI learns like people do. It is exposed to lots of examples. If this is the input, then this is the output. And then with those examples, it learns how to take any input and translate that into a corresponding output.
I get the idea now. I sure messed up my test paper.
So you need Nixon saying one thing,
and then our actor saying the same exact thing, and we do this hundreds and hundreds of times.
And do what I believe is right. And do what I believe is right.
And do what I believe is right.
Except the first defeat.
Except the first defeat.
I have noted, for example, that a Republican senator.
I have noted, for example, that a Republican senator.
So then once we'd got all of that done, it gets sent into the deep learning black box.
And then magically, our AI learns to convert anything our actor says into the same thing in the form of synthetic Nixon. So we had a video of Nixon mouthing the words of the speech, and we had a synthetic version of the speech itself. All we had to do was put it together to form our complete deepfake.
For every human being who looks up at the moon in the nights to come will know that there is some corner of another world that is forever mankind.
But the film isn't entirely a deep fake. How did they make the lunar lander appear to crash?
So we really only wanted to use actual archival footage from the Apollo 11 mission, even though we wanted to tell a totally different alternative history. This is where we used a whole bunch of cheap fakes.
We manipulated the archive film to crash the Eagle onto the moon.
The lunar lander was actually returning to the orbiter, not crashing.
We listened meticulously to loads of audio from the control room to try and find any kind of anxiety on anyone's voices. So we found this one area, okay, let's repeat that and let's repeat all the beeps, and then what we'll do is we'll cut really, really fast between lots and lots of visuals.
Cheap fakes are tried and true techniques for generating this information. You can change the speed of the video, you can do selective editing, you can reverse things, you can repeat things. These are all very standard techniques that have been used for as long as film has existed, and that's what we did here.
Although deepfakes are a problem in terms of misinformation, cheap fakes are actually more problematic. More people have got their hands on the tools of being able to manipulate video and audio to deceive people.
But did the deep fake convince people?
The first iteration of this piece was like as a physical installation. We were working with it for the documentary festival in Amsterdam, and we'd got inspiration from the 1960s watch parties that would happen for big events.
It was really fun to watch the reactions of people as they tried to figure out what the heck was going on. Is this really President Nixon? Did he say that? Hold it, the moon landing happened, right?
Oh, I never knew that Nixon actually recorded this contingency speech just in case.
It was a challenge for us to strike the right balance between using synthetic media convincingly enough to make people realize its power, but not so convincingly that they didn't understand it was fake.
We launched our website and also launched it on YouTube as well.
Oh man, we got some great comments on YouTube, and on Reddit too. There was an amazing thread going there, and people keep on leaving YouTube comments. Lots of opinions.
Is synthetic media all doom and gloom? Or can it be used positively?
It's like they say, you can use a hammer to bonk someone on the head, or you can use it to build a house. Synthetic media is kind of the same.
We definitely do need to find a way to combat deepfakes and to educate people around them. But there are ways that AI and synthetic media, I really hope and think, can be used in really creative ways.
It's critical that we all do whatever we can to inoculate ourselves against the bad actors out there who will inevitably use it for nefarious purposes.
So remember, kids, what you see and hear might not be what is real. Even I am not what you think. I am completely synthesized.
Thanks to Respeecher.
Good night.
Astronauts on the Moon is also an AI lab journey in our program this year. It's also part of the exhibition, and I'm happy also to get to our next AI lab partner, our dear partner of Ars Electronica in general, and particularly with the AI lab, the Onassis with their exhibition, You and AI Through the Algorithmic Lens. It was a festival, an exhibition and a conference from June to July this year. And I'm super excited to have now the curator of this show, Irini, Mirena, Papadimitriou, with me today on Zoom in the digital. Yes.
Hello.
Hi, Irini.
Hi, so lovely to be here. Thank you for the intro as well.
Thank you for being with us today. How are you and how are things in Athens? I guess you're also in Athens.
Well, actually, I'm not in Athens now. I was there for a while, but now I'm back in the UK in Manchester. So it's fine. It's a bit grayer here than Athens, but still good.
Nice, awesome. Did you also have the chance to check out the online festival a bit?
Yes, yeah, it's been such an amazing but massive program. But it's really interesting that it's almost, you feel that you have people from all over the world like coming together. So it's great to see so many gardeners from everywhere.
Amazing. You and AI Through the Algorithmic Lens was a large-scale festival and exhibition hosted in Athens from June to July. What were the most prevalent topics around AI algorithms and their impact on us and our environment?
So the exhibition started with the question about like how machine decision-making systems invade our everyday life, and they are pretty much embedded in society. So it was the whole kind of idea. And first questions was how these systems, how artificial intelligence and algorithms shape the way that we view the world, but also that we are perceived as well, and society as well. So the exhibition was presented through 3 different thematic areas, starting from, and these was like 3 journeys actually that were unfolding in the park in central Athens. And it was starting from thinking about how artificial intelligence and algorithms shape our kind of collective civic space and democracy, going on to the theme, thinking about like how algorithms think of us and how we are seen like through artificial intelligence, and how we see the world through that. And then into the 3rd thematic area, which was exploring a little bit like, you know, the non-human species and our relationship with nature, and how artificial intelligence might be kind of changing how we think about other species, but also how we see the environment. So the whole idea about that was basically we all know that artificial intelligence is present from our personal devices, but also when we navigate the online spaces, having shopping recommendations, navigation on the street, like through maps, but also it has been invading like public space as well. And it shapes our lives in ways that we can't ignore. So one example in terms of artificial intelligence in the public space is facial recognition, of course, but also predictive policing. And also we have a lot of cases where algorithms make decisions based on historical data, but also statistics to classify people, but also to kind of assess our eligibility to different services, for example, jobs, healthcare, housing, but also to penalize us. So if an algorithm thinks that you might be suspicious, or then you might get arrested, for example. So what we wanted to kind of think about, but also to take such like a debate into a public space was if we accept the fact that technology and these systems have kind of been so much embedded in our society, then we need to kind of ask critical questions about who is behind these systems, who decides about them, and who controls, and also whose lives are being impacted. And also think about how we design these systems and what kind of frameworks we need in order to respond to the challenges that they bring up, and who is involved in this kind of design as well, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It absolutely does. It absolutely does. I love the fact that you brought the exhibition to a public park. It's not only a public square or something, it was a park with like trees and grass and media art right in the middle of it. How did the exhibition space and the topic of the exhibition inform and influence each other? And what were the challenges to bring a media art exhibition to a green space?
Yeah, that's a good question, and it was a bit of an accident that we took the exhibition in the park. Of course, the pandemic is to blame, but actually this was a good accident and a good coincidence. So we've been working on this exhibition for a while with the Onassis Foundation and also Future Everything, where I'm based in Manchester. And originally it was supposed to be taking place in a gallery space in Athens. But actually, because of the postponement and the pandemic, at some point the team at Onassis came up with the idea of like taking it to the park, which was actually an amazing thing to do. Because of course it resonated so much with the debates, with the issues that we've been dealing with right here, in terms of like thinking about public space and privacy, but also how technology is shaping the way that we engage with the environment, with our body, with architecture, with like the surrounding kind of with nature, etc. Also, what is really interesting is that Pavilion Tuarios, which is the park, the name of the park, is right in the center of Athens. It's a very big park, but it's actually in a really interesting point because it's surrounded and it's used by very diverse communities. Which was like a really great point in terms of who we wanted to come and discuss all these ideas, but also people who maybe wouldn't go into a gallery space. The other kind of element was that the park itself, it started life in the, it was used in the early 1900s as a military training ground, and then it was eventually in the, I think 1930s, late 1930s, it became a place for recreation. So it's really interesting that it has this kind of connection to, military, and which we know it's where kind of artificial intelligence comes from military applications. But also the fact that it became a garden, a park, and we all know that public gardens are very much like spaces that, that they are natural spaces, but also artificial. And so this is a very artificial space as well. It's constructed by people, and also it was very much, it had very much elements of colonialism as well, in terms of, it's not like a Greek garden so much. It has elements from like European kind of designed gardens. So it was really interesting to have all these elements together and this crossover. And it's exactly these ideas that influenced the design of the exhibition, and we wanted to bring in work and artists that were located across the three journeys, in very much in a dialogue with the space. But also the pandemic was actually another reason why a lot of people from the local community, the local communities, were using the park so regularly, because of course the pandemic made the lockdown meant that they had very limited spaces to go to nature and to visit, especially in the big city like Athens. So it kind of it all became like a happy accident in bringing all of these together.
That is indeed super impressive to see how many connections you could build onto the topic and the theme of the exhibition. Like a public space for recreation, the online world and the digital, that is also a very public space. Yeah. The artificial, of course, because it is an artificial area that needs some sort of like human treatment, that it also keeps its way. And the military connection is also incredible.
Yeah, it's really interesting, but also it's also thinking about the idea of public space and what do we mean by public space? How it is shaped and who has access and who gets to decide like how public space is kind of constructed as well. We know that even physical public spaces are very much designed from very few people, and then they are not for everyone as well. And it's really interesting also to think about technological spaces and online space as well as, in this context. For example, like during the pandemic, like most of us were online for the majority of time, but also, of course, even before, like when we think of the internet as well, like many people think that they might be in the same space together, even if we are navigating, I don't know, from social media, but also different spaces online. We kind of think sometimes that we are in a public square space, right, with other people, but actually, because of the way that data are used, then actually we are all in our single spaces. So we are like in individual squares rather than in one square. So what I see online is a different experience from what you see online, for example, because it's all based on our kind of data collection, right?
Yeah, definitely, indeed. Also very creepy at the same time, of course. Yeah. Wait, I wanted to, right. So you automatically, with being in a park, you also brought the art to an audience that would maybe, as you already said, like not come to a gallery opening. How was the reaction? Like, because you also had like some really cool pieces, like Daisy Ginsburg's Rhino there, where I was just like, that must have been also like some sort of spooky maybe, but yeah, if you want to tell a little bit about the audiences and their reaction.
Absolutely. We had an amazing response from the public, from the audience. It was incredible to see people so immersed, but also spending so much time in the park and coming back like all the time to see more and more. Because actually the exhibition had 25 installations, so it occupied quite a large area of the park through these three journeys, but also it has different entry points. So it's quite an open space, which means that you can't, of course, and we didn't want to kind of we couldn't also put a journey for people to follow. So we had to design the exhibition in a way that people could experience it from different ways, so from different entry points as well. So yeah, the substitute piece by Alexandra Daisy Ginsburg was one of the pieces that attracted so much, so many people. Because of course you see, like I knew this work from previously, of course, but I had only experienced it, and I think Alexandra Daisy Ginsberg had only showed it in an indoor gallery space. So it was quite an interesting, it was a very interesting opportunity to take it outdoors in the middle of the trees in a park, because suddenly you walked by and you see this giant screen of the extinct northern white rhino, which is kind of digitally brought back to life using artificial intelligence. So it kind of struck people that how much we lose in terms of other species, but also this idea, like as the artist is kind of putting here, that we are becoming obsessed on the other hand to kind of bring back these species that are lost via virtual means or digital means, and while at the same time we're not kind of looking after the real kind of species as well, or nature. So it was quite impressive. I think the third journey, which was kind of more hidden inside the trees, was maybe the one that resonated more with people because it was in the park as well, and kind of it was so immersed with the environment, with the natural environment.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. We also talked already today about Kyriaki Goni's work, who was also part of your exhibition.
Yeah.
And artists do such an amazing job with having this particular gaze and a very critical reflection on the fast development of technology. And they remind us that we need to develop a human and an empathetic approach towards further developing it and getting to the next steps. How did the artists in UNI reflect this in their works and stories and their relationship with AI?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, obviously the artists that were involved in the exhibition responded to the themes that we were exploring. So thinking about how technology changes or shapes identity, bodies, but also human, like civic space as well. But also how we perceive everything like differently through technological worlds as well. So, but also it wasn't all about like a doom as well. So because we didn't want to create an exhibition that was dystopic, or that it was showing like a terrible kind of vision of the future, but it was more kind of opening up these questions that we need to be asking about, like where we're heading if we are adopting all of these technologies, but also thinking about different ways that we need to think about that. So for example, one of a large piece that we had was a very large scale mural printed on the floor of the central square inside the park, and it was the mural depicted the algorithm that it was used by the Los Angeles Police Department, and it was the algorithm that describes an area's kind of predicted crime rate. So they used that algorithm to kind of make predictions about crime, but it was obviously kind of the algorithm was based on historical data, and it was obviously proved that it was wrong. So this work was by Stop LAPD Spying Coalition and Bill Balaskas. And Stop LAPD Spying Coalition, for example, is a community of artists who are doing powerful work in terms of working with the communities that are and the people who are affected by by these technologies. So they exposed all these, and then it was kind of taken down. It wasn't used anymore. And another example is Jake Elwes with Zizi querying the data set, where he's actually pretty much kind of talking about this idea of the data sets, but also the people who are not in the algorithms, or they are not in the machines that we are kind of used to. So he's kind of talking about this lack of representation and diversity in the training data sets. And what he did was to disrupt the systems by retraining them using queer and drag and gender fluid faces that he found online. And then you have this kind of queer data set that it lets you see a different kind of machine learning, outcome in a way. So yeah, it was very important, like, to have these works in a public space like that with people who maybe don't come across or like these issues, or like they might be from from very different backgrounds. They might not have engagement with galleries or with artists. So, but it kind of helps them like bring out questions, and question the world that we are heading to.
Yeah. I'm excited that we will have the chance to kind of like revisit the exhibition in a documentary that will be followed in the break after we're done with this session. And we are also able to join the conference, or rejoin the conference, which will be restreamed today at 4:30, I think. It's amazing that you brought in the conference part as well. Do you want to tell a little bit about the documentary and the conference as well?
Yeah, absolutely. So yes, I mean, it's brilliant. I'm looking forward for the documentary to be out live as well, because it was great to be able to have that. So in a way, it gives you more of a view of that space. It takes you across the park in Athens. It kind of transports you to the exhibition location, but also it involved like some of the artists like who are talking about the work that they are showing in the park. And obviously we realized that it was done at a time when not everybody was able to travel and to Greece and experience it. So I hope that this will give people like a view of like what we tried to do. But also, as you were saying, yes, the conference was a way to engage with audiences and people who couldn't visit the exhibition and couldn't be part of these conversations that we had in the park. So it was we had two conferences. One was on art and AI, and it was exploring how artists use emerging technologies, and they engage with artificial intelligence, but also with the challenges around artificial intelligence. So it brought obviously quite a few artists from the exhibition, but also academics and like sociologists and like scholars to discuss these ideas. And then the other, and talk about hidden labor, for example, behind the systems, talk about surveillance, talk about using AI in other ways, like in creative ways as well. And then there was a conference that we had. It was a summer school which was exploring artificial intelligence and ethics and what we mean by that. So hopefully people will be able to attend this at Ars Electronica, and it's great to have them back.
Yes, absolutely. Highly recommended by us indeed for today. Irini, thank you so much for taking your time and having been part of this show. It was my pleasure to meet you. And
thank you.
Enjoy the rest of the festival then.
Great. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. We get to an ending of this session. I can't believe it. It went by so fast. A little bit more patience, dear lovely viewers. Before we now actually gonna see the documentation that Irini was just describing, I introduce you our little end of session ritual in a way. Don't worry, it won't be too spiritual, but maybe a bit. So get to your center, relax, and we go. The first thing that you will see right after I finish talking is Taste Your Soil. It's inspired community activity. It's inspired by Marusha's artwork, The Museum of Edible Earth. It's also here in the exhibition. It's also actually in other exhibitions, also at the Ars Electronica Center. And the artwork shows a collection of earth samples, which are eaten for various reasons by different people across the globe. Marusha put a very deep research into this project, collaborated with scientists, artists, designers, and cultural communities. She created an archive of more than 400 edible earth samples. And a part of that is here at the festival. Eating earth is like somehow like connecting you with the earth and the planet again. It reminds me personally about like children that are not allowed to eat earth or shouldn't, and at the same time they kind of like should, because it strengthens their immune system. So maybe this is an opportunity also for us adults to reconnect with earth. That was reason enough for us to ask our partners if they want to become of our initiative, Taste Your Soil. The garden partners literally went into their gardens, into their parks, digged a hole, or maybe not, and started eating the earth. We have a sample of various short videos from different kinds of people from all over the world who are eating earth, and they're telling us how it tastes. This will be one part that you will see right now. The next ritual is we're gonna let the real experts of the future tell us what the future is about. The only people who can really claim that they are the experts of the future are people below the age of 15. I'm 100, because they will be experts in 10 years from now. A group of average 7-year-olds shared also their ideas and thoughts. It's again a project with our garden partners where we ask youth and young people for their perspectives and visions and thoughts for the future. That will be the second part of our ritual that you will see. Last but not least, the 2 program points that I want to recommend, because we had them, we also talked about them in the show. Online, you're able to see the panel AI and Media Literacy, a communication problem where the artist that we had that we talked about in the show, Kyriaki Goni, will also be part. It's going to be live at 3:30. And then also there is the panel from the exhibition from Onasistegi that we had Irini just here on art and AI. The conference will be streamed at 4:30. The final wrap-up will then be an overview of today's schedule and finally, the documentary. Thank you so much for having been with me the last 2 hours. Thanks to the wonderful, incredible team here also. Just wanted to share that love with you out there as well. And yeah, one more day to go. Enjoy.
Okay, so we are Clara and Anne from New York City representing XRE. So now we're in Washington Square Park, and we're going to dig a little deeper to avoid the peeing that is going on in New York City.
But we'll get closer to the community of New York City as we do this experience. So let's get into this journey.
Let's get into the soil. It's not that easy even. Okay.
We're gonna dig deep. We're gonna get really deep. We didn't prepare this hole earlier. This is a live hole that you're seeing. Okay.
Here we go. Let's be courageous.
Oh, you got it. This will be sent straight to Linz.
So it tastes sandy, a little bit of crystal.
I'm getting some iron.
Iron? Mm-hmm. And I'm getting some things that I'd rather not have tasted.
Thank you.
Bye.
Hi, I'm Misa from Taiwan. In my perspective, I think technologies in the future will be faster and more environmentally friendly. Every time we want to go somewhere on holidays, we definitely will encounter a traffic jam. Therefore, I think we can invite a flying car in the future. This flying car is faster than normal one, and because it's able to fly in the sky, it can easily avoid traffic jam. Furthermore, because it uses solar energy, we can decrease the pollution when we drive cars. I look forward to drive flying cars someday. Thank you.
Ich denke, dass die Erde da noch mehr Kirchen hat. Und ich hoffe, dass noch mehr Flüsse kommen. Ich würde gerne die Tiere treffen, wenn sie da sind, oder selbst ein Tier mitnehmen. Und ich würde herumschauen, weil für mich wäre es bestimmt spannend, was es da oben alles zu erleben gibt. Ich wünsche mir, dass sie weniger rauchen, weniger die Umwelt verschmutzen und ich wünsche mir, dass jeder seinen Geburtstag feiern kann und keine Arme es mehr auf der Erde gibt.
Charmant, liebenswert und schön. Berlin sind wir zwar nicht, und trotzdem Trendsetter.
Awesome.
Von uns bekommst du das etwas andere Österreich. Wir sind nicht perfekt. Aber eines können wir versprechen. Menschen, die dich mit offenen Armen empfangen. Linz ist Linz.
Is algorithm a god? As I'm an atheist, I don't believe in gods in that way. An algorithm can be something that is alive in a way, or has an intelligence and communicates with us. But maybe does it have a conscience? I don't know.
This industrialization that we're going through now is very much kind of a product of computation. And I think that it's kind of important to look at computation not so much as an invention, but rather a discovery.
If the data with the artificial intelligence, with the algorithm, is arriving to, will get to the wrong hand, it's like basically, it's very similar to atomic bombs. If it gets to the wrong hand, it is very dangerous.
Well, the exhibition that we have here at Pedion to Areos is particularly exploring artificial intelligence and actually how artificial intelligence and algorithms are taking over our life and making decisions that impact us. And having work in a space like that at the park here that explores the challenges and issues that arise from work like that, what it means to be surrounded by devices that recognize us, that monitor us, and that these devices can categorize us in the wrong way sometimes. I think it's really important to be able to have these conversations in a space like that. Yeah. I think this is what makes it really important for us to have an exhibition like this here. It's the diversity of the population here, it's the diversity of the people who come to the park and use the park.
So why to do an exhibition on artificial intelligence? I think the main drive behind it is that artificial intelligence is already here. It's on our watches, in our computers, in our cars, in our mobile phones. It's in our houses now with the smart cities is in our cities. So we have to say something about it, and we need to initiate a discussion. And as a foundation, that's our primary goal: to initiate discussions and produce unexpected encounters.
This is what we want to provoke here in terms of like discussion points as well, that for some of us maybe we feel that it is there are more democratic processes and worlds, but that's not valid for everyone. And also to kind of makes us realize that everybody is biased, like we all have our own prejudices, and we do pass these prejudices and bias onto the systems that we design, like artificial intelligence, like algorithms, like machine learning, and so on. The first work in the exhibition when you enter, called The Normalizing Machine, is exactly about that.
The name of the piece is The Normalizing Machine. Basically, it's an art installation that is presented as a scientific experiment in computer vision, or computer or machine learning, or AI. All of them are related. And the idea is basically that the person comes to the work. He had to select between, he basically has a line-up of previous people that were in this work, and he has to select who is more normal between people that were in the work. And by that, he's actually doing what the machine would do in other sense, in a normal machine learning system. There's always a data set behind. The data set is always created by human being. There was also some influence of a human over the system. These things are part of our life, even if you're not aware of it.
I'm not using AI in the kind of common use of the term, but I've made a machine that is writing automatically. So it is an intelligence, or it's a machine that produces text that are writing and communicates to us in a way. So for me, AI can be maybe quite broad. So in essence, I use a couple of different data sets that are open data sets, from kind of air quality, traffic, so any kind of smart city data that I could find that is open access in essence. Yeah, so they translate into what I call poetic writing. So I tend to not call it poetry because I don't think I'm a poet, but it's kind of this abstracted writing of things and events that are happening in the city, juxtaposed randomly together. So it's just saying what is happening at the moment because it's writing live.
The exhibition comprises of three parts. It has a part about how we see algorithms and how the algorithms see us. We have a second part which is public space, democracy, and then a third part which is environment. And these are three fundamental issues right now for our societies. The first one has to do with the core of our identity, how we perceive ourselves and how we perceive technology, and particularly artificial intelligence, as a black box. That was the whole discussion in the United States in the past year. That's the discussion we keep having in Greece, even now, in terms of who we are after 200 years of a free state, who we are as subjectivities, how we deal with our sex, how we deal with sex. So these are questions which are at the crux of this exhibition, and AI is a device to bring them up. The second part, which is the public space, of course, even symbolically in the exhibition, is in the center of the park, which is a public space. But it's a discussion about what it means when you make a transition from the physical public space to the digital public space. That's very important for our democracy, because our democracies have been constructed on the premises of a physical environment where you have some people that represent you and they go through a parliament and they decide the laws. And the public space is, if it is mediated, it's just mediated by the press. Now, when you move to the digital space, and particularly the digital space after 2006, roughly, when we have the different social media platforms, the discussion is mediated by algorithms. And the third one is the environment, which is the elephant in the room, from the rhino that you see on the screen, which is extinct, but we recreated to the artificial birds or even sounds of birds that you have in different places in the exhibition. And we asked the question of, this thing that we have surrounding us, we need it. The screen is not a substitute. A 3D model is not a substitute. So we have to really think about what we do, how we conduct our lives, and how we make sure our children are going to be able to live on a planet which is not digital, but it has birds and plants and fresh water.
So the other themes of the exhibition include how we are being seen, and also how we see the world through algorithmic systems, and where exactly it shows who is excluded by these systems, also who is monitored more than other people. We know that artificial intelligence or surveillance, for example, monitors certain communities more than others, and again this is related to prejudices and bias.
I'm trying to use AI to produce kind of historical documents, but historical documents that never ever existed. We call it machine vision. This field of study, this field of computer science, we call machine vision everything to do with how machines see and how AI can see things and can interpret things, right? And what I'm doing, it could in a way be kind of called a speculative AI historiography, where I'm trying to kind of to show how is it that AI can see history and kind of historical documents. And so in this particular case, in the case of the work that I'm showing here, I'm showing a series of marble sculptures that were generated by AI, by GAN, General Adversarial Network algorithm, based on incredibly huge amount of data of sculptures of classical antiquity. And for me, it's actually incredibly challenging, but also interesting to show it here, you know, in Athens. I know for certain that it will be wrong. It will be always weird, computational, synthetically, you know, restored, reproduced. Sometimes a bit more accurate, sometimes, you know, incredibly like bizarre and perverted in a way. But this is where I find my kind of artistic interest, in actually kind of trying to go extremes, you know. Go extremes and also show these extremes. With my algorithm, I can generate a sculpture of classical antiquity that would be very difficult to distinguish from the actual one, you know. Will we actually care? I don't know. I think the further we go, the less we do, and also the less capacity we have to care, right? Because we need to act faster and faster. And you know, we probably outsource it to machines and like kind of get away with it. And then whether it is original or genuine doesn't make any difference anymore, right?
Das Versprechen des Fortschritts. Arbeit wird leichter und besser. Wann kommt sie also, die Technik, die mich glücklich macht?
Laut, emotional und arrogant. Geil.
Kennt ihr das? Montag auf dem Weg zur Arbeit und du denkst, oh Mann, nicht schon wieder. Doch unsere Einstellung zur Arbeit wird sich grundlegend ändern.
I think work's going to change dramatically over the next 10, 20 years. We're finally realizing very quickly as a society right across the world that robotics and automation is going to wipe out a great many human jobs.
Angeblich sollen Roboter uns also arbeitslos machen. Nicht nur die Fabrikarbeiter am Band. In Japan ersetzen sogenannte Caring Robots schon die ersten Pflegekräfte. Selbst Astronauten kommen als intelligente Hardware. Doch müssen wir davor Angst haben?
Eine solche große Vernichtung von Arbeitsplätzen aufgrund von technischen Neuerungen, die ist historisch nicht neu. Bisher war es immer so, wenn Branchen weggestorben sind oder weggebrochen sind, dann hat es im Großen und Ganzen irgendwo neue Betätigungsfelder gegeben. Auf einmal brauchte man ganz viele Designer, weil es das Internet gab und auf einmal jeder eine Webseite brauchte. Das hätte man 20 Jahre vorher auch nicht gewusst.
Der Wandel durch Technik ist also nichts Neues. Schon die Industrialisierung hat uns die körperliche Arbeit abgenommen. Jetzt sind also die geistigen Jobs dran. Gegen einen schlauen Robokollegen ist ja eigentlich nichts einzuwenden. wenn er mich denn glücklich macht.
Idealerweise wird es doch in Zukunft so sein, dass die Technik uns noch mehr Arbeit abnimmt und wir uns weniger auf die Technik einstellen müssen, sondern dass die Technik sich auf uns einstellt.
Eine Version des neuen Kollegen, der Supersekretär. Er macht alles, worauf ihr keine Lust habt. E-Mail-Stau, Excel-Tabellen, Termine organisieren. Wäre doch eigentlich ganz nice, oder? Aber damit mich das wirklich glücklich machen kann, muss die Technik verstehen, wie es mir geht. Ein Weg: die Analyse meines Gesichts. Damit experimentiert auch das Future Lab.
Ich sehe, hier ist eine Webcam an. Ich weiß nicht, was es damit auf sich hat, aber was können wir denn jetzt noch tun, um Emotionen zu messen?
Also wir haben hier eine kleine Kamera, eine kleine Software. Und wie du siehst, wenn du reinschaust, dann versucht die Software schon aufgrund der Zustände deines Gesichts, deiner Gesichtsmuskeln, Rückschlüsse zu machen von wie alt bist du ungefähr, bist du männlich, bist du weiblich und was ist dein Emotionszustand.
Okay, jetzt bin ich 40 bis 50 Jahre alt. Je näher man rangeht, desto beschissener sieht man aus.
Für das richtige Arbeitsglück ist natürlich die Analyse des gesamten Teams wichtig. Deswegen gehe ich jetzt mal messen.
Willst du mir mal sagen, wie es dir geht?
Also heute bin ich ein bisschen müde, weil ich gestern nur aus war, aber sonst ist es eigentlich ein sehr kreativer Vormittag. Es ist ein bisschen länger geworden, dementsprechend ein bisschen müde, aber heute ist ein schöner Tag.
Ja?
Ja, das Wetter ist großartig, das Wochenende steht vor der Tür.
So, dann schauen wir doch mal.
Dich habe ich auch mit drin.
Ja, genau. Und das müsste, guck mal hier, gleich
Direkt
als erstes.
Erste.
So, also, das Video läuft jetzt in Zeitlupe ab. Hier läuft die Gesichtserkennung. Jetzt hat er das Gesicht erkannt. Das sieht man jetzt hier an dem Gitternetz. Und hier siehst du die 6 Emotionen. Hier sieht man, in wie viel der Zeit ich welche Emotionen gezeigt habe in diesen 5,7 Sekunden im Gesicht. Und da war halt die meiste Zeit hier happy. Und hier unten sieht man dann, wie intensiv die Emotionen gezeigt wurden. Und hier unten sieht man die Valenz, also so diese grobe Einteilung in positiv, negativ. Und da fange ich an zu grinsen.
Ja.
Ne? Und dann geht hier die Positivitätskurve, wenn du so willst, steil nach oben. Ja? So.
Krass zu sehen, dass es tatsächlich funktioniert.
Nach der Analyse kommt der nächste Schritt. Unternehmen arbeiten schon an der perfekten Wohlfühlatmosphäre fürs Büro. Virtuelle Himmel werden dafür sorgen, dass immer die Sonne scheint. Die Wände kühlen oder wärmen, wie es eben gerade passt. Und wenn ihr Bock auf Blumenduft habt, einfach den Knopf drücken. Kommt so das neue Arbeitsglück direkt ins Büro? Aber was heißt es wirklich, wenn Technik anfängt, uns zu verstehen? Wenn sie irgendwann sogar vorhersehen kann, wie es uns geht? Darf man in der Arbeitswelt der Zukunft überhaupt noch schlecht drauf sein? Liebeskummer haben?
Ich glaube, dass die permanente Überwachung von Glück, dass die dazu führen kann, dass Leute darauf trainiert werden, die Signale zu zeigen, die der Arbeitgeber gerne sehen möchte.
Ich werde also lernen müssen, meine wahren Gefühle zu verstecken. Ich mache den nächsten Test. Eine Analyse-App der Stimme gegen meine Schauspielkunst.
Kannst du mir wirklich sagen, ob es mir gut oder schlecht geht? Okay. Mood for highest point. Provocative, cynicism. Also ich provoziere und bin zynisch. Laut, emotional und arrogant. Geil. Das ist irgendwie nicht so schön. Alles klar, das ist jetzt der zweite Versuch. Wir gucken mal, ob wir mit meiner Stimmmodulation hinkriegen, dass die App mich anders wahrnimmt. Liebe App, ich weiß, wir kennen uns nicht. Ach nee, jetzt habe ich es ja schon wieder gleich gemacht. Liebe App, ich weiß, wir kennen uns nicht. Aber vielleicht kannst du mir ein bisschen darüber erzählen, wie es mir eigentlich wirklich tief in meinem Herzen geht. Mehr brauche ich nicht. Friendliness. Extroversion. Sadness mixed with happiness. Possibly nostalgia.
Oh.
Also wenn ich kein Schauspieler bin, weiß ich auch.
Ich kann mich also anpassen. Doch ist das nicht der Beginn von unserem Unglück? Zwingt uns der Haufen persönlicher Daten vielleicht bald dazu, nur noch der Norm zu entsprechen? Nicht aus der Reihe zu tanzen?
Es gibt natürlich immer mehr Sensoriken, die in unserer Welt drinnen sind. Bei singulär bedeuten sie keine große Gefahr, aber wenn man sie alle verknüpft, dann ist es möglich, hier einen sehr großen Überwachungsapparat aufzubauen.
Mehr Analyse, mehr Glück? Um unser persönliches Wohl ginge es dann nicht mehr, sondern vielleicht mehr darum, uns noch effizienter zu machen. Denn je besser ihr euch fühlt, desto produktiver könnt ihr arbeiten.
Und gerade an diesem Punkt, wo wir jetzt gerade stehen, dürfen wir nicht anfangen, dass wir Technologie so sehen, wie wenn sie auf einmal vom Himmel fällt, sondern es gibt immer Menschen dahinter, die diese Technologien entwickeln.
Wir haben Möglichkeiten, diese Zukunft zu gestalten. Wir können als Gesellschaft daran mitwirken, wie Technik sich auf uns auswirkt.
Das Gute? Noch können wir entscheiden, welche Technik unsere Jobs glücklicher macht. Wie es aussehen soll, das Leben mit Robotern, künstlicher Intelligenz und sozialen Maschinen. Wie ist es mit euch? Sagt es uns auf homodigitales.tv.
처음 입사했을 때는 그냥 많이 신났던 것 같아요. 시작을 했고 이제 직장인이 됐다는 생각이었고 아무것도 모르지만 반도체에 대해서는 하나도 모르다가 취업을 했던 거여서 너무 두려워했던 경우가 없었던 것 같아요. 저한테 있어서 불이익이 뭔가가 불이익을 당할 거라 생각을 해본 적이 없거든요.
By the law, the workers should know the hazards and chemical composition, but in reality, accessing the information is not easy. Most workers should work very hard in every time, so they can say the supervisor, I wonder what chemical is a hazard. I want to see the information. This is very hard and almost impossible. Supervisor says, walk, just walk, keep walking, or quit the job. It's the reality.
제일 먼저 운동 클리닝이라서 운동 동안 청소를 해요. 청소를 저희가 쓰는 테이블을 닦고 주위를 닦고 바닥에 줍고 크게 먼지가 일어나지 않는 공정들이긴 하지만 그래도
The production rooms that are called clean rooms are clean for the semiconductors, but workers in the clean rooms have to wear protective clothing to keep dust and dandruff even off of the semiconductors, but they still breathe the chemicals. So it's a clean room for the product, but not for the workers.
그냥 닦고 일을 하게 되거나 저희가 장갑, 비닐 장갑을 끼고 일을 하지만 일을 하다 보면 이 구멍이 난다고 해야 되죠. 구멍이 자꾸 나요. 그래서 이게 교체를 해서 끼곤 하는데 그 사이에 숨미거나 하는 경우 그런 일은 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 저희 항상 애들 교육을 시켜도 너무 바쁘게 돌아가는 현장에서 그냥 닦고 말아버리니까 그러다가 뒤늦게 먹고 손이 빨갛게 부어오르는 것 같아요. 손에 열풀이 생겨요. 그리고 제가 알게 된 건 나와서 우연찮게 암이라는 걸 알게 됐는데 이미 몸속에서는 그 암덩어리가 생각보다 컸더라고요. 저는 신장암인데요. 신장암은 희골이 없는 암이라고 하거든요.
My friend working in the other company died with breast cancer. Her age is young. Many women have breast cancer, but young women having breast cancer is very rare. So I suppose very strongly it is related with working condition. Etching materials, HF or hydrogen fluoride or hydrogen sulfide can be used, and it is very toxic.
화학 물질로 보면 지금 생각나는 건 보론가스, 포스펜가스, 아르세닉.
Most materials are supposed to be carcinogens, mutagens, and it can be very, very harmful for human bodies.
Chemicals that people were exposed to are similar to the ones that the workers in Scotland were exposed to and the workers in Taiwan were exposed to. And we found the same causes of death were elevated in Korea and also in the US. And so it's a consistent pattern in East, West, the same industry and using some of the same chemicals.
It is started from United States, so-called Silicon Valley. Activists at that area and at that time, they had very hard times. But the industry moved to East Asia because so many workers can be hired with very low wage.
The companies claim that the processes have changed and even the chemicals have changed over the years is true. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the current or more recent processes and chemicals are safe. It just means they've changed.
내가 그렇게 열심히 일한 만큼 방송에서도 어느 정도 인정을 해달라 하고 얘기를 하는 건데, 근데 그거를 그러니까 회사에서는 인정을 안 해주는 그 자체가 약간 그런 느낌이더라고요. 그래서 내가 10년이 험하게 생각이 들더라고요.
Some case get public insurance, but to achieve the public insurance is not easy. So many activists should do their best and pray. I have no religion, but yes, sometimes I pray.
Welcome to the festival. Welcome to another episode of the Ars Electronica Festival channel. We are already in the second half of today, of Saturday of the festival, and I have a very exciting episode prepared for you. It's my honor to guide you through this topic of mixed reality, maybe even polysocial realities. And what does that even mean? I mean, first, you probably think about all kinds of virtual environment, VR, AR, interactive, immersive spaces. But for us, actually, especially relating to this year's festival, it is a hybrid festival. It is actually even more so a dual festival that is taking place in Linz, as well as in 86 countries, garden partners around the world. You've heard and you've seen already many of them. And But what does it mean to organize a hybrid, a dual festival? It is not so much anymore of what we've learned already in the last year, that you simply stage something on site and then you stream it online. But we try to really approach all of our partners around the world to ask them to find specific interlinkages, to specific connections between the gardens, between the partners, and especially relating to artistic projects, especially relating to hybrid opportunities, to new prototypes that allow for individual connections. So it's not always about reaching the masses. It's about creating friendships. It's about allowing individuals to talk to each other. So we prepared a huge program that on the one side is linked
to, of course, our festival garden here in Linz, such as this channel, but even more so, we have exciting artworks that are presented here. One of them is called Algaphone. It's a collaboration with the garden in Tokyo as well as in New York, and it is actually a physical aquarium where you can talk into, and then you have a whole reaction chain within this aquarium, linking it to photosynthesis, creating bubbles that reflect the words that you spoke into the microphone on the other side of the world. So those are the artistic prototypes and projects that we are talking about when we talk, for example, about hybrid realities, mixed realities. And what is also new, especially in this type of program, as we want to break out a little bit of those usual confines of, just staging something on site and having a rather passive way of streaming it online. But now going deeper into one of two, actually, of our garden partners, I'd like to introduce you to Meet in Milan. They are the pros, especially when it comes to immersive environments. They've just last year created a huge space around this topic, and they send us also an artwork, a project. It's a huge bubble where you can go inside, you get VR glasses, and you can directly get in contact with someone in Milan, as well as someone in Rotterdam in collaboration with the V2 Center there. And we have another garden. It's called the Garden in Taipei, the Sacred Garden. And also they have prepared a rather interesting program. Again, a completely different topic. So they're staging interactive performances, especially related to music, huge screenings, really beautiful games and online opportunities to connect. But before we look into the videos, I'd like to mention already that later today we have two really exciting guests. And it is about the Ars Electronica. It is about especially the category of computer animation. And we're welcoming here the Golden Nika winner, as well as one of the jury members, Helen Starr. But now let's look into the gardens.
Welcome to our sacred garden. My name is Cha Hui Lu. With Taiwan's DNA, we have worked with numerous artists to bring their collective creativity together to innovate. We believe music and art should serve a higher purpose. It can cleanse your body, mind, and soul. We will present to you unique artistry that will trigger your inner strength and voice. May it be a light of inspiring hope, especially during the dark pandemic days. Please enjoy our program. Thank you.
Although the land only encompasses 0.027% of the world, the land comprises upwards of 3.8% of the total species in the world. It is abundantly adorned with 200 mountains, with peaks over 3,000 meters high, as well as seas that drop to a depth of 4,000 meters. It consists of cold landscapes similar to the Arctic and tropical coastal forests with equator-like weather. Over this limited time, this complex compressed space evolved to become a unique ecological environment filled with exclusive natural resources, like a multi-dimensional diamond that glistens and shines through. This is our Taiwan, a world-class island of diverse ecological life.
Camera. Well, I mean, I think we really need to make a trip to Taiwan rather soon. But now to a group of people that was largely forgotten in the months of the pandemic, to students actually. Many of them suffered quite a rather terrifying, difficult kind of months as even especially, you know, if you start a new school, if you start a new life, you're eager to connect, you're eager to go out, and you're eager to, start this new life that you have been anticipating for so long. And many of the students of the London College of Communication, actually, they started last year to prepare their studies, to think about, well, what their future should look like. And unfortunately, due to the pandemic, they weren't even able to get to the place, to get to London to study together. Many of them are coming from different countries, and that immediately, didn't allow them to access the UK. So what did they do? They started a rather creative journey together, and they developed a so-called kind of desktop cinema project that is a hybrid form of digital performance in filmmaking that allows them to use their desktop as a stage, and they created individual short video clips using text files, images, their laptop camera, microphones, of course, and found footage from YouTube to tell their stories. And usually, I mean, some of them at least I know quite well because they have been visiting the festival for, well, years by now, and they are usually the last ones to arrive. That empty space is always sitting there. It makes us quite nervous to see it all the time empty, and then the night before the festival they arrive and they set up everything, within a couple of hours. And they are badly missed here, but let's have a look at their wonderful projects that they have created in this rather difficult time.
I'm not here. Inhabiting a yellow rag doll, I find myself at the edge of land, sea, sky. Visitors in a waiting room. Compass points flattened into one. Time pressed in a book. Windows and screens, caught in glass, we find ourselves one side or the other. I never believed the Earth was flat until now. Here is Null Island. I'm not here.
Last week, my friend sent a filter for me to try on Instagram. The filter put a mustache on my face, and it made me think, this is what I could have looked like if I were born in a body which maybe I should have been instead of my own. I sent a photo of myself using it back to my friend, and they replied that I looked hot. Confusing. Some days I feel fine in my body. I put on an outfit I like, and I'm just vibing along through my day. Sometimes I feel totally different. My chest is too big, my hips are too wide, none of my clothes seem to fit right. My Snapchat thinks that I'm a boy. I think because that's how I made my Bitmoji so that it could look more like I do. None of the girl options had hair like mine or clothes that I liked. Now I'm constantly getting ads on there for sex-enhancing drugs, workout routines, or manscaping. Bodies are weird. I was 24 when I learned the acronym AFAB. I had been out as queer for more than 6 years at that point, but suddenly it was like I knew nothing. Gender dysphoria online is commented on like it's a disease. To me, dysphoria and similarly euphoria are more of a sensation or a feeling. Feelings are transient and they change all the time. I can say pretty confidently that everyone at some point feels weird about their bodies and their confines within them, even if it's just at a time where you feel sick or have a headache. The other day, after my shoulders hurt from my too tight bra, I thought maybe a binder would work better for me, so I began to research them. I opened tab after tab looking for personal reviews of brands, searching for health risks, researching how to find the right size. It goes on and on and on and on, an endless supply of anonymous information. I found it quite overwhelming to shop online, so I gathered a few options and then left my tabs open in my browser and resolved to buy another time. When my computer inevitably restarts and I lose the pages on my Safari, I too will start from the beginning again, on another day.
You keep reminding me of my decaying memory,
As finite as it is, so is yours, my dear iPhone. You cannot remember as many things as before, and you cannot grasp the influx of information from all your sources. You make me willingly choose which memories to delete from yours, and then subsequently from my memory. And I come to sit with this. I lock away some of these memories in a black box, and let the most unique ones stay in the light. And I thank you for this, my iPhone, because despite this process being quite tedious, you give me a nostalgic pause in time and space. A way to revisit memorable places in times of COVID-19 when we cannot travel. You remind me what it used to be like, and what it can be.
Well, it's really touching to hear about their experiences, and honestly, it's really brave to put yourself out there just like that, telling the world of how insecure you also feel about the current situation and how much it affects everyone individually. But now we go to a rather huge production, and to probably many of you, Rhizomatics and Daito Manabe is, well, quite known. They have been producing rather large-scale, huge productions, especially in Tokyo, and traveling with those ones around the world. This year again, they received an honorary mention within the Starr's Prize, and especially the jury was excited about this immersive character of the performance that was created, because it really feeds into this new reality that we are all embracing somehow and living in for the past year. And what they prepared is a huge performance where the audience is not just a spectator, but actually an essential part, a participant within that project. And they have this type of movable wheelchairs, where as an audience you sit in, you get a VR device, and you also use your individual mobile device. And you have this online, this virtual AR experience, and at the same time there are dancers in that space that through small touches, through small interventions, always blur those borders between the virtual and the physical and the real space. And they further developed this project during the pandemic to also allow participants that are not on site, that are not able to be there in Tokyo with them, to at least observe what is happening in that performance through a huge immersive with a lot of different positions and views on the actual performance. But I think we should have a look now on what they actually prepared for us. Well, I mean, border, I think, is the right notion, the right term for describing this kind of work, and it would be really fantastic to experience it, but unfortunately, also we did not manage to bring this wonderful piece to Linz. Maybe another time. Now I have prepared another, actually a collaboration and very interesting project in collaboration with Niantic. Niantic is the company, the agency that is working actually in producing Pokemon Go. You probably all remember just a couple of years ago when Pokemon Go was in every mouth. You saw those weird, crazy groups of people walking around in the streets with their phones, staring constantly at their phones, searching for the avatars, searching for the Pokemons everywhere. And I think, I mean, I'm not a gamer myself, but this was a genius move. Usually the gamers are kind of stuck at home in front of their PCs, but that game really managed to get them out there, to get them in sunlight, get them moving, get them collaborating with each other, creating communities and meeting up on public places, being somehow visible again in society. And this agency is now collaborating with us, and they have developed a new project, the Niantic Lightship Augmented Reality Developers Kit. And they are actually looking now for testers, for people that are interested in, you know, seeing how this all works, trying it out, testing it. And they have a short video now that explains a bit more about Niantic itself, but also about this new developers kits. And if you are interested, please write to them. Please contact us. We'll forward your emails and have a look, especially if you're part of the gaming communities. I'm sure this is a super interesting project for you.
Hello, my name is Fumi Yamazaki from Niantic. Today, I will be introducing you our session at Ars Electronica 2021. Niantic Lightship ARDK Preview and Showcase. What is Niantic? Niantic is a company with a mission to help people explore the world, exercise, and have real-world social interaction through application and services such as Ingress, Pokemon Go, Harry Potter Wizards Unite, and more. What is Niantic Lightship? Lightship is a platform that powers applications such as Ingress, Pokemon Go, Harry Potter Wizards Unite, and more. What is ARDK then? ARDK stands for Augmented Reality Development Kit. It is a tool for third-party developers to use some of the AR technologies in Lightship platform. The three pillars of Niantic Lightship ARDK are sharing AR experiences among multiple players, understanding the reality so that we can better augment it, mapping the world, and anchoring content in real-world locations. The first demo I am showing you here is using multiplayer experience. Developers can incorporate this feature so that they can create AR multiplayer sessions with up to 8 users. The next demo I am showing you is using a feature called semantic segmentation. ARDK classifies outdoor objects such as ground, sky, buildings, trees, and enable AR interactions. The third example here is a feature called meshing. Meshing enables real-time mapping, translating the colors from user's camera and build mesh. Niantic Lightship ARDK is currently in its beta phase, and we do have several developers creating awesome demos. So I will show you some of the demos today.
Merging reality with the virtual world has been a sci-fi vision for a long time. Niantic Lightship allowed us to start working towards that vision. When we were invited to the week-long Lightship Global Jam, We knew that with their new SDK, we wanted to blur the line between digital and physical reality. As the first step, we created an augmented reality experience for the wonderful Zrinjevac Park in Zagreb. By using the Lightship meshing system, we were free to build an experience in which you can interact fully with your environment. Experience where digital objects completely respond to the real world. In the second step, we created a digital inversion of the park for desktop and virtual reality. Everything realistic in the virtual world is digital in the real world, and vice versa. Think of it like an upside-down digital twin. Next, we connected the two. Anything that affects the real world also affects the virtual world, and anything that happens in the virtual world affects the real one. Finally, and most importantly, we added people to the experience. By using the Lightship multiplayer system, you can now have a shared augmented reality experience in the same location. But it can do even more than that. Someone in the real world using augmented reality can interact with someone in the virtual world as if they were in the same place. At the end of the Lightship Global Jam Week, the end result was a merged digital and physical world where people can interact and communicate in new ways. With Niantic Lightship, creators can now lay down the foundations for an interconnected metaverse. This technology enables new and amazing experiences in the places you visit. Moreover, those places are brought closer to visitors all over the world.
In the future, Ars Electronica festival events, when we're all physically able to fly to the beautiful city of Linz, maybe we can use some of these AR technologies and demos and make already beautiful city of Linz even more fun and exciting. If you're interested in hearing more about Niantic Lightship ARDK or see more demos in the showcases, please visit Niantic.
Into what is happening here. Here we have a wonderful collaboration with Johannes Kepler University, more precisely with the Linz Institute of Technology. And we together have been doing an open call to all the institutes at the university, asking them to collaborate with an artist while developing a project around their own researches. And we've received incredible submissions, and the selected projects are now presented here in Linz on site within our theme exhibition. And it's quite interestingly because all those projects come from a quite huge array of different institutes, whether it's from the robopsychology lab, whether it's more from the processing lab, but also from actually the biochemistry lab. And now I would like to talk about a project that was initiated by the law lab, the Law Institute here at Johannes Kepler University. They had, of course, quite difficulties during the last year, as many trials couldn't happen in court as courts were closed due to the pandemic. So for, I think, at least the first time ever, some of those trials were staged via Zoom. And possibly you remember there was this really funny video of one of the judges that appeared with a filter of a cat online and couldn't get rid of this cat anymore. And I think that already leads in this direction that what does it mean to do a trial online in the digital world? Because at least in some of the countries, for example, judges that cannot see are not even allowed, because it's part of this judging process that you don't just listen to the words someone says, but that you judge the whole way they act, the way they walk, their mimics, their gestures. And how is this now happening via Zoom? I mean, you have always a rather small window that you see. You don't know if there is someone behind you or behind that person that you're talking to that might potentially even, be an influence, either in the positive or negative way. And one other problem that appeared during the pandemic was that site visits, and in trials this is a case that is often used, that, with the whole group of people, you go to a place that is either was the crime scene or is the reason why the trial is happening. And sometimes it's not possible because of the pandemic, but there are other times that it's simply not possible because those places just don't exist anymore. So much time has already passed. So now getting to the project, it is actually about that they created a virtual court. I mean, it's speculative at this point at least, but they are in deep conversations with the Austrian judges, with the law ministry here, the Ministry of Law, discussing if this actually could be a possibility in the near future. And they created a sort of VR game where, as a participant, as a festival visitor, you can take either one side. And it is about going together to a site-specific visit, discussing a trial, defending your property in the end. The example trial is about that next to your own little house, a huge building should be created, and it's then about you either go 5 centimeters here or 5 centimeters there, and all those kind of little petty things. But let's have a look into the video of what the whole purpose around this project is.
Mit dem Vormarsch von Videokonferenzsystemen wurde der Ruf nach digitalen Gesprächskanälen auch in der Verfahrensführung laut. In der Virtual Court Reality zeigen wir, wie moderne Technologien eine mündliche Verhandlung nicht nur ermöglichen, sondern viel mehr bereichern können.
In dieser Installation setzen wir 2 Szenen vor allem um. Zum einen den Gerichtssaal, wo man remote und in VR bei einer Gerichtsverhandlung mit teilnimmt. Und zum anderen den sehr spannenden Bereich des Lokalaugenscheins, wo es darum geht, dass man simulierte Gebäude erleben kann.
Wir präsentieren eine Zukunftsvision, warum nicht direkt aus der mündlichen Verhandlung heraus zu einem Lokalaugenschein kommen. Das machen neue Technologien möglich, und darauf wollen wir nicht nur hinweisen, sondern auch zeigen, dass hier Mehrwerte für den Rechtsstaat generiert werden können.
Die Verwaltungshandlung muss nicht unbedingt immer auf der Bezirkshauptmannschaft stattfinden. Sie kann auch ortsunabhängig im virtuellen Raum stattfinden.
Wir erleben im Alltag, welcher Dynamik der Einsatz moderner Technologien unterworfen ist. Diese Dynamik ergreift natürlich alle Lebensbereiche, auch die Gerichtsbarkeit. Ob der virtuelle Raum eine ernstzunehmende Zukunftsvision ist, wird wesentlich davon abhängen, ob es gelingt, das Vertrauen der Bürgerinnen und Bürger in den Einsatz dieser Technologien auch sicherzustellen.
Durch VR-Technologien könnten insbesondere komplexe Verfahren und komplexe Anlagen deutlich besser dargestellt werden, um insbesondere Nachbarn einen besseren Einblick zu geben, was in ihrer Umgebung gebaut und errichtet wird. Dies würde auch Verhandlungsleiter und auch die Sachverständigen durchaus unterstützen, die Anlage besser zu begreifen und besser beurteilen zu können.
In das Verwaltungshandeln eine VR-Brille einzubinden, ist nicht eine Spielerei, sondern ist tatsächlich reale Perspektive. Denn gerade die Pandemie zeigt uns auch, dass Zusammenkünfte nicht immer möglich sind und daher braucht es derartige digitale Möglichkeiten.
Wir haben jetzt in der Pandemie sehr gute Erfahrungen mit Videokonferenzen gemacht. Ein Sachverständiger, der in Vorarlberg sitzt, musste nicht nach Linz kommen. Ein Zeuge, der im Ausland ist, konnte über Videokonferenz einvernommen werden. Ich glaube aber, dass da auch die digitalen Hilfsmittel noch weiter entwickelt gehören.
Wir werden auch wirklich uns in eine geplante Realität hineinversetzen können. Wir werden die Möglichkeit haben, tatsächlich projektierte Bauten beispielsweise uns ansehen zu können, die Auswirkungen zu erahnen und somit uns für die Zukunft vorzubereiten. Digitalisierung muss von Beginn an in logistischen Prozessen berücksichtigt werden, um bestmögliche digitale Umsetzungsprojekte darauf aufsetzen zu können.
Der Anspruch des ILT Law Lab ist es, rechtswissenschaftliche Forschung zur digitalen Transformation zu betreiben. Es geht uns darum, zu untersuchen, unter welchen Rahmenbedingungen neue Technologie in Verwaltungsverfahren und in Gerichtsprozessen eingesetzt werden kann.
Erleben Sie mit allen Sinnen, wie das Verfahren der Zukunft aussehen kann in The Virtual Court Reality beim Ars Electronica Festival 2021.
Well, I think this research, and it's definitely not an artistic research per se, but it was with the help of artists that, you know, these ideas were triggered. And now it is about to discuss within the legal system, within the justice system, whether this actually makes sense and whether this can be implemented. And I think, again, here the artist, the mind of the artist is really essential, because in the end it is about how those technologies can also be used in a subversive way, because of course they have all their faults and you cannot just use them like this, the way that they exist, but you rather need to think about what do they leave out and how can we make sure that they don't leave out the necessary parts. Now I have brought you a really rather disturbing and at the same time interesting project, and it comes again from the Ars Electronica. This time not from the three categories that are for, you know, the more advanced artists already, but from Create Your World U19. And the artists Isa Mutevelic, Simon Effenberger and David Stummer received a Young Professionals Award this year for their project Insert. And it is an experimental animated film that critically examines the political, the social, the ethical situation that our world is currently in. And, well, looks at some sort of possible future scenarios without really giving answers to those, but much more pointing out how disturbing our current realities is for them. And after this, we have another project that, well, asks it quite different and at the same time very connected question. It is called Funeral Play by the artist Ruinische. And here the question is actually, I mean, constantly we leave data online, we leave traces of data online. And what does actually happen with all this data once we die? And this is, I mean, obviously a thought that we don't really want to think, because no one really, I mean, who does think about his own death that lightly? But I think it is a very timely and a very urgent question that we think about, that we further discuss. What kind of traces do we leave behind, and what should happen with them afterwards. So the artist actually, within the frame of the AI lab, created an artistic a project that asked the questions, should we, you know, either delete all of this data, or should we potentially even upload it somewhere to create some sort of digital heaven or something like that? And it is a play. It is called Funeral Play. And you can try it out yourself online, but let's have a look of what kind of scenario the artist is painting for us now.
最心动的一个时刻，就是他和周柯宇一起，然后因为那个是个室内的游泳池嘛，所以说它其实没有风。那个风筝根本就放不起来，然后但是他们就最后还是选择把这个风筝给放生了，然后我就觉得有一种在一个封闭的一个环境，有点类似于他们其实也被这个现实所困住，但是他们还是会努力的寻找一种挣扎的一种快乐吧。
对，那个场景我也很喜欢。
等一下，我先找椅子坐下来。
我坐在了讲台上，
我要坐在靠窗的位置。
我想坐在讲台前面那张有演员的照片的地方。可以跟演员合照，好棒！我要试试。
我也想要拍。
我来看看还有什么装饰。
我喜欢这个扇子。
还有心墙。
有 Into1 的年历。
就这物料也太少了吧？
此后有物料看不错了，好吗？
这是啥东西啊？
那个鬼。
他好烦。
这个小鬼是干嘛的呀？
大概意思应该是家属可以给我们烧礼物啊。
那我要跟家人搞好办事了。
你可以用那个荧光棒打一下那个小鬼吗？
我来试试。
穿透了耶！
对，我看着他们有时候觉得好心疼啊，一想到几年后他们就会变得油腻，我就想说现在的每一张图我都要存下来。
This raises a lot of confusing, actually rather uncomfortable questions. And my first intention, of course, would be to just like, okay, let's forget about it. Let's, think about something different. But I think we should all fight against this need, this wish to just, let's not talk about it, but rather really individually get into this, think about what we leave behind and of what we actually need to take care at some point. So to a more fun part now, I would say, or not even fun part, that's the wrong word, but I'd love to talk about now a little bit deeper, the Ars Electronica is our topic now. And especially today, under this topic of polysocial realities, of mixed realities, we need to absolutely talk about the computer animation category. The Prix was founded in 1987, the year of my birth, to be honest. And it's the only category that started at that time and still exists. All the other categories have been changed over time because the way artists work, their topics, their medias, their tools they used have been adapted, of course, to their needs, to the topics, to the concerns of the artist. And it's only the computer animation category that stayed ever since. And I think that speaks for itself. It it tells the story of how important those technologies, those tools are. However, of course, since more than 30 years, the projects submitted to the categories changed a lot. And now we're not just looking anymore at simple animations, but really at mixed realities, at expanded animation even, that goes way beyond just the screen into physical objects, into installations. And if you didn't do so yet, please go to the Orca Center, just on the other side of the Danube in the city center of Linz. They are staging annually a beautiful exhibition, the Cyberarts Exhibition, that presents all the winners of the Ars Electronica. And this year, within the Prix, we had 3 categories. So, as I said, it's computer animation. Then we have digital music and sound art, and artificial intelligence and live art, which is the youngest category. And besides that, we heard it already before, it's U19 Create Your World. And in this exhibition, we always show the 3 Golden Nika winners, as well as the 6 distinctions. And then in each category, we have 13 honorary mentions. So it's quite a huge group of winners, and all of them are fascinating, cover completely different topics and themes, and it's well worth checking it out. As many of you, unfortunately, are not here with us, we'll take you now on a quick trip, a guided tour, now focusing on computer animation. And if you would like to look at the other parts of the exhibition, have a look online. The guided tours are there, available as well. And, sorry, I'm still here. Sorry for missing the camera. After this guided tour, we actually will welcome then our live guests into the studio. It's Guangli Liu, the Golden Nika winner of computer animation this year. He is with us, and we have additionally Helen Starr, one of the jurors that is responsible, thankfully, for awarding this wonderful project. But before we talk with them, I would like to show you the actual project that is reflecting on the regime of the Khmer Rouge, the Communist Party of Cambodia, that are actually responsible for killing between 1.5 to 3 million people in between 1975 and 1979. And part of those 1.5 million people were 200,000 to 300,000 Chinese Cambodians. And this story is actually something that I also was not aware of, and apparently, as Guangli Liu, he is of Chinese origin, living in France at the moment. He tells the story that this is actually rarely mentioned even in the Chinese world, in the Chinese history. And he feels it's absolutely necessary and needed to speak up, to tell the story, to show what happened at that time. And he did it in a rather interesting way, that combining different experimental software with already existing footage from that time. And think already about it when you watch the video. If you have any questions to him later onwards, as we'll have the opportunity to ask him directly Now, let's have a look.
Welcome to the Cyberarts Exhibition. I would like to introduce you the category of computer animation, one of the oldest categories of the Ars Electronica. The range of the category goes from abstract works to character animations, physical video installations, and all the way to virtual reality, like VR, AR, or MR.
In Weston, the visitor is watching a virtual human being that is a digital cross between a progeria patient, a person suffering of a disorder that causes premature aging, and a laboratory rat. The computer animation deals with the artist's fear for a future upper class with perfect people who can buy knowledge to stay young. The project wants to ask the unpleasant question about what will happen to those who have no access to the possibilities of genetic engineering.
The Earth Scraper by US artist Peter Burr tells the story of a decaying underground megastructure, a digital portrait of a sick building. It simulates a habitat whose smart architecture is overseen by artificial intelligences, spatial and social designers that observe, learn, and make changes to the system. Unaware of the extended control by these entities, the members of this virtual community talk about their surrounding relationship and their mental health.
In her cliché-ridden art documentary, Veneta Androva addresses the systematic discrimination of women in art and also the myth of the male genius that still prevails. Introducing the female AI artist Ava, Androva focuses on the lack of female perspectives in the field of artificial intelligence today. Be it Siri, Alexa, Cortana, Samantha, all these algorithms which are designed to serve human needs are gendered as female, and by that tend to reproduce problematic stereotypes about the role of women in society.
In an art world where women artists are still the minority on the global art market, I, as a male-constructed, female, and an artist, have the task to contribute to more diversity in the art world.
This year's Golden Nika of the computer animation, When the Sea Sends Forth a Forest, is dedicated to the Chinese inhabitants of Cambodia in the 1970s, which were expelled, persecuted by the Rouge Khmer regime. The artist Guangli Liu uses regime propaganda videos as well as the horrific images that made the way around the world after the fall of the regime. By interweaving the old recordings with 3D images generated by a game engine, Liu tells a vivid story, narrated by a contemporary witness. A tender personal history unfurls as a virtual reality reconstruction of a very recent past.
Opera by US artist Eric O is a huge installation that portraits our society and history with all its diversity of beauty and absurdity. A civilization rises and falls in a continuous movement. This exquisite work of animation gets your attention immediately and holds it all the way. The animated film is inspired by Renaissance fresco paintings and artists such as Michelangelo, Botticelli or Bosch. With thousands of details, Eric O recounts a repetitive human history and provides insight into the range of human emotions. His opera is hopeful and funny and thoughtful and frightening and sad all at once. It challenges us to question the mechanisms of society and our own behavior.
当时的情况呢是每一只都有早通从郊外遐边射入来，落到市中心这边。迄是1974年的事了，将在提速了好多年。红色高米已经包围了近边。迄个时阵，我每一只个生活都是危险死的。好在中国的同胞都想办法要离开咧。遐睇到这世界情况，我就决定，要不就选伊搬到泰国去。如果到了泰国之后能够安顿落来，再带家来人过来。我就甲我姑父子帮一个蛇头，叫伊带我偷渡到泰国王国去。早在甲过到过边境的时阵，就被警察发现着。那警察伊就开枪对往走，对长对往拼命个走。无想到后来衰鬼反是帮因掠到监狱去倒搬去。遐倒去的情况，下当时最可怕的是家内人唔知我到底个。我也唔知咩个时阵才有变出去。后来入去无着久，我就听到呾金边沦陷了，红色高米胜利了。一开始我抱着呾有变转去来个希望。我都想到江浙唔是结束了吗？江山主义唔是胜利了吗？但是一日过去，这种希望逐渐就变成了做梦。我听到红色高米进入金边之后，把迄对半个革命全部赶出到城市，又封锁了边境。 布者迄个国家，我对伊个感情好好。当时感觉他对伊个生活无忧无虑。爸母40年度从大陆到港布者来拍拼。之后就到金边迄边开了一间杂货铺，就生养活了往10外个囡仔。等我小事个时阵起，家内感觉到经济条件我是袂满的。我个爸亲是非常爱国个，对伊个要求下，家内咱始终是保留着花家。遐我有未少个亲戚，当时因为要找工作个问题，被迫换了身份。而我从细呢，都是读华文学校。细个时阵，好热爱中国，感觉中国袂满，经常想爱去大陆。我当时学个中文是共线个，老师教材全部都是大陆迄边过来个。等到1970年政变发生了，当时人立政府上了台，所以就关闭了东本嘅大使馆、学校、电台，就到处掠所有嘅共产党员。我迄个最大个兄，曾经是金边华人电台个翻译，伊当时个思想非常先进，非常进步。政变后，就甲好多华侨朋友走到了山林迄台边，秘密家去前提讲价，后来就无了消息了。到泰国监狱关了2个月后，伊做警察烧了阮全身所有的钱，然后将阮放到边境自生自灭。我个三兄是70年到法国留学的，我从监狱出来后就甲伊写了信。甲伊表示，当我过去法国迄边，甲伊组织的生活。三兄就找伊个朋友，甲我小父判了一张假纸条。当时是3、4年，迄台本一点港布在迄本家里个消息都无。 我是1975年9月到法国休搬回来，到了2个月，一句法文都袂打，就帮安排到车厂迄度搬去做工课。79年，我收到了大兄的来信，正会在等伊还挖着。大兄弟，我被骗了。因去山林迄底边修复工匠，做了好多年。伊曾经是敲山坡，敲山坡是当时工匠迄底边最大个头目之一，我大兄就甲伊做比作。当因到到情况之后，伊就来对刷了，好在同胞当时就帮害死了啊！你该讲啥主意？所谓是叫啥？是嘛？乱七八糟。等到80年代，我会知爸母考试的消息。听人答是因为无好食，我帮伊饿死个。有句话叫啥打？我记住的不是特种的攻击，就是朋友的甜蜜。整4年，无人来烧互阮花巧个。迄个时阵根本无法接受。将近10年的时间对背，我根本都无打半句。 时间一长，好在事就冲打了跑。我甲我嘅爸辈朋友到异国他乡玩家，后来我一个囝去了香港迄边工作，有时甲伊拍话嘅时阵，我会知迄个从未去过嘅故乡，绝对是我梦想要去嘅地方。我想，伊终于做好了充分嘅准备，爱甲我相见了。
Welcome back after this incredible journey that this wonderful artist Guangli Liu provided us. You've just seen the winner of the Golden Nika in the category computer animation, and as I've mentioned before, I'm more than excited of having two guests with me here now in the studio. In physical, in here is actually Helen Starr. Helen was part of the computer animation jury in spring this year. Together with, of course, other experts, they have selected the winner, Guangli Liu, who is also with us, unfortunately only via Zoom because there were some travel problems. Hey, very nice having you. But first, Helen. So Helen is a curator, a producer, a cultural activist coming originally from the Caribbean, from Trinidad and Tobago, if I remember it correctly. And she founded the Mechatronic Library, where she gives marginalized groups of artists support in order to produce works, which is just amazing and fantastic. And you live in the UK, right?
Yes.
At the moment. And then we have the Chinese-born artist Guangli Liu, the winner of the Golden Nika. And you are based now in France, if I get this right. And Guangli, yes, you have developed a rather interesting and special artist practice and interweave animation, especially with already existing footage. And what I really admire about the work that we've just seen here is the storytelling behind it. So maybe I'll jump right into it, because I think that's also something that, Helen, you're interested in. Is the narrator, the first person of the project, is it somehow connected to you? Is it a known person, or is it a fictional character that stands for all those people that suffered under this terrible regime?
I mean, it's a very good question, but it's somebody that I met when I studied at Nice, France. I mean, before I met this older sir, I didn't really know this part of history. But since I started to work on this project, since I started to, I decided to tell his story, he started to turn to be a portrait, like you said, who stands maybe for a whole diaspora people in this kind of history, in this kind of tragedy. So yeah, it's the project started all by an encounter between me and this older sir, between this discovery.
So how did you then discover this whole history behind it? Because I think, at least in the description, you mentioned that to a huge part of the Chinese community, this is not so known yet. And one of your intention is also to make this broader visible again, what happened there.
Yes, exactly. This is maybe is because of the political aspect. This story is not told at all in China, for example. I didn't realize at all this connection between, for example, the Khmer Rouge and the Chinese government, the Chinese communism. So, I mean, you are talking about, for example, the storytelling, but instead of creating a good storytelling, I'm more interested in the cinematic dispositive that the authority, for example, used for creating storytelling. That means, for example, for the use of about the archive images. When I started to do research about this part of history, I realized I need to figure out the context in which this archive image were invented and with what kind of purpose. So it's hard for me to take it as a proof of history. I need to figure out how this thing has been built. Especially in the case of the Khmer Rouge, we have no images about the whole history. There is the Cambodian documentary maker, filmmaker, Hitipan, was made a wonderful piece. The missing picture is talking about this kind of thing. So, especially in the case of Khmer Rouge, we only have the propaganda image made by the Khmer Rouge and somehow some image that we filmed after the fall about the regime. So we basically imagined the whole history by the interpretation in other forms like films or documentaries, books. I mean, I'm trying to create my own feeling about this history when I heard it in the first time. I'm not trying to create a trauma story, this kind of thing.
Yeah, I think I'm not so knowledgeable as well about what happened to the Chinese community in Cambodia at that time, but it was Mao Zedong that supported the Khmer Rouge to a rather large extent, right? If that's correct, yeah. And so where did you then get the footage? Where did you take the footage from that you used to a large part in your artwork, in your project?
Yeah, this is another point that interests me a lot. When I start to do this kind of research, when I decide to use archive images, I noticed that was the institution, a public institution, French institution, who possessed all these images. I really need to buy those images for my work. Okay. So I start to think about who has the right to write the history, who can finally give a storytelling about the human tragedy. I think my interests are more in this part, in the materials, how we create materials for our collective memory, for example.
Also, please, Helen, feel free to jump in any time if you have a question.
You're just doing such a great job. I would like to ask about your use of the supernatural within the documentary, how you elevated it from a straight documentary telling of fact, whatever that means, and how you elevated it to an art form where we really felt we really felt the emotions of the people who this was happening to, but as you said, we never felt that we were spectators, or it was done in a very ethical way through your intercuts of the supernatural.
I'm not sure I totally understand the question, but I mean, for me, this part of supernatural is the same reason why I made all images black and white. I mean, I'm trying to create maybe some small confusion moment for the audience when they need to decide what they are saying. I mean, for me, it's the same situation when we faced history, a part of history. We never directly connect with the history. I mean, history is complicated, is linked with all kinds of things. You can't just give a linear storytelling about a historical tragedy. So I decided to create this short moment when the audience need to decide what they are saying. For example, I projected some archive images to trees. When people are saying this, they are trying to figure out what they are saying. I mean, this is my feeling about history. When I first contact with this person, when I first discover this story, I mean, it's all abstract, it's all complicated to me. So I'm trying to reconstruct this my own feeling about this history, this story.
Yeah, I mean, it leads directly to also how we engrave ourselves as humankind kind of in the world, right? On the one side, it's in a rather physical way. We leave traces behind. But especially now where so much is happening online, the traces that we leave online are even more relevant, and because at least at the moment, we don't have a way of getting rid of them anymore. We're simply not aware where we leave all of them. And I think that leads also into this question of how nowadays the digital technologies influence our way of recreating the past, of remembering in a way the future. What are your thoughts on that part?
Shall I go?
Please.
So I'm very interested in this research at the moment, which is about how memories are embodied in our DNA. So now you can actually show from, for example, if you take the blood of a child, you can tell from that person's blood if their grandparents or their great-grandparents had been in the Holocaust. So memory is actually etched into our DNA, and in my culture, that has always been understood as factual, where we talk about our ancestors speaking through us and feeling the presence of our ancestors. And what's happened now is that science has finally caught up with what we indigenous people have been saying for a very long time. So I really enjoyed that aspect of your countertelling of the history, that I really felt that you were speaking almost, the film was a conduit for multiple voices, and it had that magical, mythological quality to it.
Yeah, maybe linking to that actually, and I think Guangli, you already asked that questions in your answer before actually. So, who has the right to write our history in the end? And I mean,
right.
What would you say about that? Who do you feel comfortable with in that context?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a really big question, and one of the reasons that I do support marginalized artists in digital technology is so that they have the tools to tell their own history, because what we think of as history is really what's been written through a particular lens, and I would like to see a different perspective, and I think this is what artists such as Guangli do, and it really is a countertalent that's important. So, yeah.
I couldn't agree more, but what do you have to say about that? I mean, connecting it to your work, connecting it to your perspective.
Exactly. I mean, with Alan, I just discovered excellent philosopher Sylvia Winter. I'm just reading it, and I mean, it's very interesting. I found a lot of connections between her thoughts and what I'm trying to do with my art practice. I mean, all this art practice, or this question about how new technologies influence our way of seeing the future or the past. All this kind of question is about human, like our subject this year in Ars Electronica. I mean, for Sylvia, I'm reading on that text. It is called "What Does It Mean to Be Human?" Actually, all this question for me leads to some basic fundamental questions, which I'm trying to figure out how to continue to work in my next project.
I will say this has been my year for Sylvia Winter, who I am so madly in love with. I just quote her all the time. I read her whenever I can read her. She is very difficult to read because she's so complex, but she is herself such a magical, wonderful thinker. And Sylvia asks a lot for us, and one of the things she asks is that we don't look for simple solutions for complex problems. She really demands that we think in a very complex way, that we engage with a multiplicity of ideas, and we stitch all of these things together, so we don't have this silly binary of one person over another. So with Sylvia, everyone always has their place and position in an equal framework. And yeah, she's a really great West Indian philosopher who started life as a dancer.
Okay, wow. I honestly must admit I have not read anything by her. That I will follow up on that point. But does that maybe relate also to, because the jury always has to write a statement after the jury process, and yours is called Reenchantment of Humanism. Does that lead to her work as well?
Yeah, I mean, that actually came out of Sylvia's thinking. And what Sylvia is saying is that where humanism failed as a philosophy is by not including the voices of the global south, and by this replacement of, she talks about the point at which nature was degodded, and how that moment where nature was degodded and that moved through European society really changed everything. And what happened is that science replaced God. But this didn't happen in the global south, so we have a very much more complex relationship with reality. And I think that complexity that we're always grappling with in the global south is what allows us to think in a more holistic way. So a lot of the concepts that the West is now like understanding about sustainability or ecological living, the fact that we're all connected, and the fact that a forest will grow from the sea, which is the title of Guangli's masterwork. That's something that's a title, for example, I couldn't explain in English, but is something I understand through my own identity. And I wonder if you would speak some more about the title.
Yeah, the title is from some, in Chinese we say often like haiku shilan. It means till the end of the time. I mean, it's exactly what Alan was trying to say. So yeah, it's, for me, it's back also to this question: what does it mean to be a human? What are we seeking as a human, especially with the help of today's new technologies or this new way to remember our actual world? But which direction are we walking? I don't know. As an artist, I'm trying to question more, but have no answers. But I'm trying to
Yeah, those are the big questions that
yeah, exactly.
I think so many people on so many different levels and from so many perspectives are kind of trying at least to get closer to. But honestly, I also wouldn't know how yet. And especially if we go now also, you know, if we have those two worlds more and more emerging with each other, I mean, the digital being so much part of our daily life that it's not distinguishable anymore. And I think that this role of humanism, that role of humanity, and especially what is humane in this whole context becomes a completely different concept than afterwards. But I mean, also from a more Eastern perspective, and I mean from the more southern areas, I like very much the approach that you are describing in here, that for you, that what happened in the West more, or in the northern countries, the switch between God and science somehow that happened some decades ago, influenced also so much how we now interact with the digital worlds.
Yes.
And I mean, I'm speaking to some artists also coming more from Japan, especially, where the shamanism is so much more part of their daily lives and of their mindsets and of understanding, and thereby so much relating also of how they see and use technology compared to how we do it. Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, so the technology I'm absolutely in love with is virtual reality, right? So. And that is very much part of Carib culture, except in Carib culture, maybe we would use plant technology, not metal technology, to transform ourselves and to embody and embed ourselves in the natural world. And you can do exactly the same process with virtual reality, where you can completely transform yourself, you can become another thing, and you can visit other worlds and then come back to yourself, but you have this real understanding that we live in a multiverse. And yeah, I think technology being networked today really is about the removal of geography. I don't know, and a lot of geography was so colonial. So in many ways, the internet has allowed us to decolonize the world, right? Because we're no longer bounded by what helped decolonize the world.
I think there's still a big part missing.
There's a long way to go, but even being able to have this conversation with Guangli is just so wonderful for me, like being able to be connected with you, being here would not have happened without the internet. So I'll say one thing about that Sylvia says. So I'll just say just quickly, Sylvia was looking at how when climate change really accelerated, and noted that it was in the 80s, and she connected that to when the countries of the global south were becoming independent, and they were following what she calls the blueprint of European man. And what she says, and I think this is the real point, is that if the rest of the world follows the blueprint that's been laid by European thinking, that we're all going to die. Yeah. So in many ways, I think it's our job to turn the ship, which is also what Guangli's work is touching on, is that we need to really value what is unique about our cultures, and really give them their own place in the world, and do our retellings, and center ourselves. Almost in order to go forward, we need to go backwards to go forwards.
Yeah, there has never been one way that was right. Yeah. It is just somehow this weird perception that is it for simplicity? I don't even know, but that you focus on some possible way that might lead to that goal, but which is absolutely wrong, because usually there are a million ways leading, or way better leading to a certain goal, or to something that we absolutely need to achieve it.
Well, I think what really happened is because the countries of the G7 really mastered communication technologies, right? And then they were the ones to showcase a certain ontology, and there wasn't any other ontology available for the rest of the world to see an alternative. But now, with artists such as Guangli, with these technologies, we're able to have different voices coming in and be able to see different ways of being. And so I think that moving the power of communication, spreading the power of communication to different communities is what's going to show this multiple way of being.
But I mean, given that you live currently in France and come from that completely different culture, how would you see that? We were just talking about this changes of perspective, this different roots.
Yeah, of course. Already, it has been. I remember that when I started my studies in France. I mean, I was basically shocked every day in the way speaking with people in every aspect. But now, as Ellen said, we have new connections which provided by new technologies. That's the reason why we are here. But in the same time, I think some questions or some problems are going to be more and more complicated. For example, I was still just stopped by a small piece of paper, my visa, because I lost my visa, so I can't, how to say, to just flip this barrier. The barrier is there, the boundary is there for people like me. In my daily life, I can just feel it. So, I mean, as an artist, I'm trying to translate my personal feeling with the help of new tools, just try to get connected with the real society, the complicated situation and the problem that you were mentioned. Yeah, I don't know if
No, absolutely. But I mean, we spoke about this opportunity that through technology there could potentially be this decolonizing process. But on the other side, organizing a hybrid festival actually put in the center again exactly this problem, because some countries really have easy access to those technologies, and many others, which actually is the majority, doesn't. And thinking about what kind of tools do we need to use in order to give access to everyone, and that limits it down rather quickly. And maybe that leads me to that question to you, actually, the support that you're giving marginalized communities and artists in order to create their work. I mean, this is very strongly linked to the opportunity of having technology, of having the tools available, the devices available.
Yeah, I mean, there's having the tools, and the second question is knowing what to do with the tools, right? And in many ways, that's the hard part, right? And but people tend to focus on the let's give them the tools part, right?
Absolutely.
And think, okay, that we've done our good bit. Again, I think we're seeing, certainly in Africa, for example, more and more adoption of the smartphone. And as technology becomes cheaper, it becomes a much more powerful tool, and then it becomes not just a one-way device. I mean, it becomes a two-way communication tool. During lockdown, I was lucky enough to meet the wonderful Sammy Wheeler from New York City, who created this amazing platform called New York City. And we launched our photography festival online, and it's a multiplayer platform. And in the first month, we had 80,000 visitors from 94 countries, right? And this was all freely accessible if you have a phone, right? But the thought of being able to show photographers from all over the world to people from 94 countries, for me, this was a real moment. And I will say that this would not have happened without lockdown, because we probably would have gotten to this point 20 years, you know, in 20 years.
Absolutely.
So it really pushed everyone to adopt these technologies, and we had lots of people from China, and we had Chinese photographers as well. So again, it was a two-way conversation. So that's something, this world-building state that we're going into is, I think, really marvelous.
I couldn't agree more, and it's a same thing that happened with the festival. I think without lockdowns or travel restrictions, we would have not turned into a decentralized festival. So I mean, exactly, this is the opportunity that you take if they present itself in front of you. And now we have the pleasure of having partners on every continent of this world, of having gardens in 86 locations.
Wow.
And, you know, just imagining, it still gives me goosebumps when I think about it, that in all those individual locations, there are events staged for the local communities that bring those communities again together.
Right.
Such as we do it here, you know, we're just one of those gardens. And this actually, unfortunately, because I think we could go on forever now, leads us to the end of the conversation as we're closing this session for today, because there's another one following rather soon. And I would like to point out some more events that are happening, especially on the online platform, for our international community. But before that, thank you so much for joining me today. Thank also to you, Guangli, for jumping in so spontaneously now. And to all the audiences, thanks for watching, and I'm sure that a lot of questions have been raised in here, a lot of topics have been at least addressed now that we all need to really get into and think deeper of. And we need such bright minds of artists such as Guangli that, you know, have this treasure box of tools available to them, that they can transform those thoughts, those ideas into something like this film, this artwork that can point us at those difficult topics that we urgently need to talk about. But now, for our international community, we have some very interesting projects prepared for you. It is on the one side that we will continue on the channel in the next session with a keynote conversation with dear Francesca Bria and our artistic director Gerfried Stocker. Then we have another panel that is taking place, and I think that actually it fits quite well to what we just talked about. It is about AI, digital feudalism, actually, online. And we have a really interesting group of speakers, such as Sophie Zhang, who is a whistleblower of Facebook, Renata Avila, a human rights activist and lawyer, and Evgeny Morozov, who will discuss, what is this digital feudalism and what could be potentially an open platform, an open community online, which actually does not really exist at that point. And we have another very interesting and very nice, charming video coming in from our international garden partners. It is the community project, Taste Your Soil. So we asked all of them to take a piece of soil outside in the garden, into the woods, next to the parking lot where they're standing, taste the soil and describe to us what they taste. And those videos come in from all around the world, such as the second community project, where we see now Dia Ilona in Taipei telling us, a young girl that tells us of how she imagines her planet to look like, and that immediately points at the very urgent and difficult topics that we as a generation need to solve and take care of. And then, if you're still in the mood, in the evening, we have a wonderful networking event online. It's the Bal Masqué, a masking ball. You probably have already done a workshop before. You've prepared your masks. So be ready, jump online and meet our guests there and have a wonderful evening. For the break until the next session starts, we have one more exciting program coming in from the Future Labs. The Future Lab is celebrating its 25th anniversary, and they've created a project around this topic of artificial intelligence and creativity. So thanks so much for joining, and see you later tonight. Bye-bye.
I'm Ilona from Taiwan. Nowadays, people spend more and more time on screen, and the blue light from it will let people suffer from insomnia. Therefore, I think we will have lots of technologies to let people get rid of cellulite disease. In my imagination, we will have a special pillow that we can fall asleep when we just lie down on it. It can also release shock waves to soothe our brain. Even more, it has music and massage function to help us dream well. If this really comes true, I will definitely buy one. Thank you.
Welcome back to the Ars Electronica channel and the moderation studio, and welcome back to the Ars Electronica Festival, A New Digital Deal 2021. This is already the second to last day of the festival, and we definitely want to celebrate 4 days of wonderful programs, exhibitions, workshops and conferences today with all of the artists, collaborators and festival visitors, both on-site in Linz as well as in the online festival. So I'm happy you're joining us today for our Saturday night line. And before we dive fully into the party mode and see what the Bal Masqué hosted by IMPAKT and the 24-hour rave are all about, we'll see what the Ars Electronica Gardens have been up to. And in addition to that, there's also going to be one of our keynote conversations together with our CEO and Artistic Director, Gerfried Stocker, who we will be joined by Francesca Bria, the President of the Italian National Innovation Fund. We will we will end the session with sharing some fantastic community projects going on tonight in the online spaces of the festival that you can join in tonight at any point. The Bal Masqué hosted by Garden Utrecht IMPAKT Center for Media Culture, and the 24-hour rave that brings together many of our performative formats of our garden partners. So before we now dive into the program, really, let's have a quick recap of what has been happening here in Linz and online. We've had some fantastic programs. If you have been following along with the AI Lab conference day here in Linz and on Swapcard that was presented in the framework of the European Artificial Intelligence Lab, then I'm sure you've seen some really fantastic speakers and talks today. The European Artificial Intelligence Lab is a large-scale European collaboration project co-funded by the Creative Europe program of the European Union. And the AI Lab really explores the critical questions between designing humane, ethical and empathic AI technologies through the lens of artists and scientists. And in the conference, we've seen some really fantastic speakers, such as Caroline Sinders, Davide Quaiola, Kilian Kleinschmidt, Glacier Kwong, or Katrin Cecile Ziegler discuss AI models and tools for creative expression in music, media literacy in the context of AI, and AI infrastructures and their potential to advance for the public good. Until 21 p.m., 9 CET, you can still catch some fantastic sessions on the relationship between AI and feudalism, and as well as AI in the context of digital humanism, both on-site in Linz and online. What have our gardens been up to today? As usual, a lot. They have been hosting some incredible events. The Ars Electronica Gardens, as you already know if you've been following the past few days, are our satellite locations. Research institutes, universities, laboratories, art spaces, museums and cultural institutions all across the globe, where you can catch exhibitions, conferences, workshops and more, both in their own locations as well as online programs that they are hosting. Today we're going to look actually into two gardens in very different locations, but with rather similar research interests. The Garden Cambridge, hosted by the MIT Media Lab Tangible Media Group in Boston, and Garden Bad Ischl, hosted by the University of Innsbruck für the Institute für Gestaltung Studio 2, as well as the Auf residency in Bad Ischl. Garden Bad Ischl is actually exploring in the realm of hybrid environments and working with the Heritage Liha Theatre to stimulate creativity and open up new perspectives for technology in the context of making heritage sites accessible in a new way. In Garden Cambridge, on the other side, Hiroshi Ishii's Tangible Media Group is exploring teleabsence, a counter-concept to telepresence that creates illusory communication channels with those who are no longer with us to soothe the pain of bereavement. You can actually catch a live stream of a recorded talk by Hiroshi Ishii explaining all about teleabsence today at 19 CET on Swapcard. So before we now get into our keynote conversation with Gerfried Stocker and Francesca Bria, that I already briefly introduced in the beginning, where we're going to discuss really in depth what the framework of a new digital deal needs to be made up from her perspective. Let's take a look now at Garden Cambridge by Tangible Media Group and Garden Bad Ischl. Okay, so welcome back to the studio. While you were getting some insights into our gardens, we are currently still waiting a bit to be joined by our on-site guest, Francesca Bria, the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund. So she's going to join Gerfried Stocker, who you all, if you've been following along on the channel, know very well, of course, our CEO and artistic director, in a few moments, hopefully. In the meantime, though, I think we can already use the time and share a bit more about Francesca. So I think we all couldn't have imagined a festival without bringing her in and her unique perspective on technology, where we are now exploring the transition from technology as a tool to technology interwoven with every aspect of our culture. And that is really at the heart of everything that Francesca is doing in her practice and in her work. So as I already said, she's the president of the Italian National Innovation Fund. She's also an honorary professor in the Institute for Innovation and Public Purpose at UCL in London. Francesca is also a senior advisor to the United Nations UN Habitat on digital cities and digital rights. She's also leading the Decode project on data sovereignty in Europe and is a member of the European Commission high-level expert group on economic and societal impact of research and innovation, ASIR. She's also served for quite a long time as Chief Technology Officer of the city of Barcelona. Francesca has a PhD in Innovation and Entrepreneurship from the Imperial College London and as well as a Master's in Digital Economy from the University of London, Birkbeck. So as you see, Francesca is a really established expert in all fields that we are discussing now in terms of the new digital deal at the Ars Electronica Festival. And we are very delighted that in a few seconds she's going to join myself and Gerfried here on stage.
That's really good to know because, I mean, as you just have described, I mean, Francesca is really, I think at the moment also one of the busiest women here in European digital strategy and governance. With all the many activities, she is also advising for the new European Bauhaus project of President von der Leyen. And I think this is for a very good reason, because she came into this field with a rather different background. She is not a technologist from her background, but somebody who is really very strongly from the beginning engaged in the social questions, in the dimension, the social, political and cultural dimension of the digital transformation. And I think we have in particular seen this really very clearly in the work that she did in Barcelona, because I think mainly of her work there, Barcelona really went a completely different and super interesting way in becoming a digital city, while most of the other places worldwide where governments were trying to implement digital technologies into their cities or into their governments, they usually start with technology. They were out there hiring big tech consultants, making deals with the big tech companies, just thinking about infrastructure. And Francesca really was able to turn around the perspective and really not just in terms of theory and concept, but in terms of practice, to really put the focus from digital city to the citizens, to digital citizens. And because of this, Barcelona really became a very exciting role model for many other cities. And I don't know if she is already connected, so please.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Welcome, Francesca.
Hi. Francesca.
We are very happy that you're able to join us today. We already did an introduction of you, and I will actually now hand straight over to both you and Gerfried to dive into your conversation.
Great. Hello, Francesca. So wonderful, and thank you so much that you're again taking the time to contribute with all your experience and your great ideas to the discussions of this year's Ars Electronica. I was just praising your important role that you played in the development of Barcelona, becoming really an international role model for strategies, how a city can embrace new technologies, digital technologies, without, so to say, becoming a slave of the big tech companies, but really putting people first in their strategy. And I think this brings us totally to the point of our discussion, or where I would like you to contribute a little bit. The topic of this year's festival is the new digital deal. And it's exactly about this. It shouldn't be just a good deal for the companies who can make a lot of money selling their stuff, but it should be a deal that really recognizes what is actually in the meaning of the word, to deal with something. Dealing is something that has to do, of course, with negotiating, but also with the ability to act. And I think one of the big problems that we, of course, have is this super monopolization of the digital world by actually a very, very few big tech companies. We just had another conference today where this came up. 25 years ago, Amazon started. This is the same time when actually the Ars Electronica Center and the Ars Electronica Future Lab were founded. Well, I think we made a nice development, but in these 25 years, Jeff Bezos accumulated a private wealth of $160 billion. I mean, this is totally insane. This is totally immoral. Within 25 years, to collect so much money, I mean, it's not possible without, of course, taking the money away from somebody else, without exploiting a system, but a system that was totally willing to be exploited. I think one of the really terrible things is that for such a long time, we didn't really recognize what's going on. But I think this has been changing. You have been very strongly involved in many of the policy making of the European Union. And I would like you to explore a little bit, contemplate a little bit about this idea. What could be the cornerstones of a new digital deal? Is it even possible to think of a new digital deal as just a European thing? How could the European position be within the global competition and all those things that you know so well? So, please.
Hi, Gerfried. First of all, thanks so much. It's great again to be here with Ars Electronica friends, and I was looking at today's impressive programs and this week work that you've been pulling out again. So congratulations, because it is very inspiring. You've done it again, despite the pandemic, despite everything. So I think it's really a source of inspiration, what's happening there in Linz. So I would like maybe to start actually from what happened in Barcelona, because I think it's helpful when we have this kind of a little bit long-term and high-level discussions about digital sovereignty and re-establishing democratic control over our future, over our life and our data, and the role of technology in our society. I think one of the big gaps that we are facing is that we have been talking for too long to technology experts only, to geeks, to technical people, to programmers, to people that had already the competence to think about technology. And it became some kind of a technocratic conversation for too long. And I think we are now at a point where we really need to be pragmatic and clear with everyone, with citizens, with people, about the very strong implication that this development and the relationship between technology, democracy, and society is having for our life, for our work, for our economy, for our future, and in particular for our democracy. And I think sometimes it really helps to make concrete examples and start from the daily life of people in cities, start from things they really care about. And I think maybe a little story here. When I was called from the mayor of Barcelona, Ada Colau, to come and serve in her administration as the Chief Technology and Digital Innovation Officer, which was a great privilege, of course, and a great challenge. She called me in London. I was in London at that point working for the UK innovation agency, Nesta. And she told me, Francesca, I really want to, I've seen your work. I'm really interested in your approach to technology, but I have a mission for you. I want technology to be serving people, to be at the service of people and society. And also, I want you to be able to explain the so-called smart city to my mother. I want her to understand the value of it and what it means for her life. And it seems like really obvious and stupid what I'm saying, technology at the service of people, and then everybody being able to understand the value of what we're doing. But actually, it was very removed from what the smart city was at that point, because as you said in the introduction, smart city is even a terminology that was shaped by technology companies, and it was really tech first. And also it was about tech companies, of course, becoming the lords and telling cities what they needed. So instead of starting from real problems about the life of citizens that technology may help us in solving, they were starting from technology and then create this kind of technological solutionism. So creating technological problems that you can only solve with more gadgets and more systems created by the tech companies. So there are two, I think, main things about that Barcelona experiment. First of all is that we decided to do a large-scale participatory democracy experiment. So instead of building policies with the usual experts, the usual suspects, only calling the powerful companies, the industry, and only the usual experts that public administration consult, we decided that the main problem was about this gap that we have of trust between citizens and public institutions. And we wanted to devolve back power to the citizens and making sure that citizens could have a role in shaping the policies of the future, in deciding the future of their city, and in deciding also about how technology should be governed. And so we engaged over 400,000 citizens in shaping the city agenda, and 70% of the proposals that became the action plan of the city of Barcelona came directly from citizens. This is a very important point because, as you know, we today are used to see that basically technologies serve to accumulate more market power, more social power, and really more power from a very few group of companies. And so thinking about, and the public sector is really too dependent on the big tech companies, and they depend on their solutions, but also on the lobbying power that they have on politics. So being able to basically show that the power and the capacity that technology, collective intelligence, connectivity, data, artificial intelligence can have for society and people, and engaging people in shaping this agenda, I think it is for me one of the most important points. And I think it is very, very central to the Barcelona model, and it is what we are trying to spread around. And let me still now that I'm not in Barcelona, let me tell you maybe one thing that I think it's actually really interesting, that we created a digital platform that's called Decidim Barcelona. And that was built with, it is made with European technology. It has ethics, security, and data sovereignty, and it's in its very core. And it is built with open source technology, with free software, involving a community of developers. So this is, and it's scaling up now. It's used by over 80 cities around the world, 20 countries, and it is being scaled at a European level, and is now the platform that the European Commission and the European Parliament and the Council are using for the Conference on the Future of Europe, where it is now one of the biggest democratic experiments in Europe, where we are asking citizens about the ecological transition, the digital transition, the future of work, the future of our society, of healthcare, and asking citizens to really be part of this big transformation. So basically, just to tell you that on the technology level, it is very much possible to build made in Europe technology that are made with ethics, security, sovereignty, and open source technology, and that respond to the European values, principles, norms, and needs. And also that tie into what we need to do. For example, those companies that develop the technology should be able to pay taxes here in Europe where they create value, because they have obviously their users here in Europe and they make money with the data that we produce. So they should be able to pay taxes here. So these are very important points. I will come back to that when I tell you about how I think about the digital deal. But the other very, for me, important thing to say is that we started also, as you said in the introduction, not technology first, but people first and our environmental and social challenges first. So I think during the pandemic, we saw how much digitalization is accelerating inside our life with smart working, distance education, the contact tracing application to limit the spread of the pandemic, with online food delivery and e-commerce that's booming and everything. But so we are seeing that digital technologies are critical infrastructures that underpin essential services of society. Yes, so what we call the welfare state, healthcare, education, transportation, our work in cities, how we are working together, and so on. So this means that the access to digital technology should be a human right, should be a fundamental right for people. At the same time, however, although this is recognized today even in the political debate, we found out how much we are dependent on the digital infrastructure built, managed, and governed and owned by 5 to 7 big tech companies in the world. The majority, of course, as you know, they are from the US, Google, Facebook, Amazon, Alphabet, and Apple. And then we have the Chinese equivalent, Tencent, Baidu, Alibaba, and Huawei. And those companies during the pandemic, as you said, the rest of the economy was in a recession. We're losing money, losing job, of course, much of it because of the social lockdown. But those companies acquire more than 1.1 trillion US dollars. So their market evaluation today is around 8 to 9 trillion US dollars, which is more than the entire evaluation of the European stock market for the first time in history. So we have a problem of a real big dominance and concentration of market power that somehow we are not anymore capable as a society to face in an effective way, right? And since those infrastructures, as I said before, they underpin the future of our education, of our healthcare, how we want to live together in cities, how do we want to shape the future of transportation and mobility, access to housing, and so on. I mean, this is a real question for our society. And that is where I bring, the question of the New Deal, so the digital deal. What it is today, it is really to reshape a new social pact in society, which thinks about the future of work, the future of education, healthcare, how are we going to shape our cities with the net zero target that we have in order to face climate change and the ecological crisis, how are we going to redistribute wealth in society and the value that we produce, and how are we going to reestablish democracy, which is in crisis because of the continuous, push that we have from populism or right-wing extremism. These are the big questions that we have to tackle. And to see that we have such concentration of market power and political power and legitimacy is in crisis, political legitimacy in crisis, I think it's a question of democracy at the end. So basically, in my view, this digital deal will be about restoring our digital sovereignty, which digital sovereignty, as I mean it, it means that as a society, we should be able to set the direction of the technological progress and put technology and data at the service of society. So meaning, if you direct the technological development to solve the most pressing environmental and social problems of our times, you won't be starting from technology. You will be starting from the climate emergency, the ecological transition, public health care, and so on, because that's what we want to tackle as a society. And so I think that digital sovereignty should also mean that digital technologies should be able to facilitate the transition from a business model that today is, digital economy, we can define as surveillance capitalism, where we have a handful of US and China-based corporations that battle for digital supremacy, right? Because they, of course, amass all this power in the data and the economic power that they have, to a people-centric future that's based on better workers, environmental and citizen rights in order to bring long-term social innovation. So I think it's also about, understanding the broader economic and political implication of the relationship between technology and democracy, and being able as a society to decide what kind of model we want for our future. If I want to be more concrete here, because I understand this is maybe, a little bit abstract. I mean, I started from cities. Of course, in cities, it is very clear because it is really actually clear, for instance, to understand the power of data. So the power of data is something that people struggle to understand. So if we have an economic model, so today's digital capitalism, the digital platforms, their business model is mainly based on manipulating and monetizing people's personal information and data. And we saw the big value that this has in the market. Now, if you are in city, you understand that if you do not have access to data, it's going to be very hard, for example, to tackle climate change, because you have to be able to measure environmental data, to measure the impact of pollution and CO2 emissions. You have to be able to measure noise, to understand how much green spaces we have, to monitor mobility in real time, because we want to move to an electric, shared, and more sustainable mobility model. We want to optimize the use of energy, so we need to make sure we know how much energy we are spending and how much our built environment is, how much energy our built environment is consuming, and so on. This kind of real-time data that we produce as people in a society should be understood as a public infrastructure, as a new meta utility, like, the air we breathe, like roads, like water. And so we can understand that today data is a real public good. And we need to be able to create public value, so to use data for the public interest, to fight climate change, to reach a better connected, sustainable electric mobility model, to have affordable housing for people, so that, we move away from this kind of short-term rentals a la Airbnb, for better democratic participation of citizens. So these are concrete ways in which this data can be leveraged and we can maximize its public value. We can also, if we use a model that protects people's sovereignty and protect their privacy, their fundamental rights, give them back control over their data, then it's people themselves that can decide what data they want to keep private, so they can use strong encryption. And we can say encryption is a human right. You need to understand the value of cryptography. We have fantastic cryptographers in Europe that can explain it to citizens. And then citizens can also decide what data they want to share, with whom, and on what terms. So this is a real new social pact on data, where the data is shared and mobilized for the public interest, creating public value and solving real problems. We can mobilize the power of startups, of developers, of creative people, of artists, in order to create new applications and services. But the wealth and the value remains with the society and with people that are paying taxes. Because otherwise we risk to be paying these companies 2 or 3 times. We pay the taxes, so we will need to get back services with the added value. So, we are already paying for those services when we pay taxes. Then we are paying to those digital platforms because we are paying with our data in exchange of so-called free services. And now we are also paying for the artificial intelligence services that they're selling back to us, that they can only do because they have our data. And we are becoming a kind of digital colony because we rely on 5 to 7 big tech companies in the world to create the future services for society using our data that we need for a society to basically produce the solutions forward-looking that will lead us to a carbon neutral, more sustainable, more democratic digital society. So I don't know you, Gerfried, but I see a paradox here. So basically this digital deal should mean that we have to regain back our digital sovereignty. And of course, this is not an easy task. And maybe we do have an important, a great opportunity now in the post-pandemic era to show for Europe as well that, it's we have usually this kind of world where our digital future can only look like the big tech from Silicon Valley, so the surveillance capitalism model of the Silicon Valley big tech, where, in the long term, maybe only an oligopoly, a data oligopoly will start running transportation and healthcare and education. So I think it's not very good for democracy. And then we have the other model that's coming from China, the big state. So big tech versus big state. And this big state looks more and more as digital authoritarianism, where, people are deprived from their liberties and their fundamental rights. I think that both models are not really working for democratic societies, and we should be able to put forward a third way, which I've been calling bid democracy, putting, people's fundamental rights, citizen participation, data democracy, and technology at the service of society and the green transition as a framework. And as you asked at the very beginning, I don't think it's going to be a European thing. I think here in Europe, we could shape this new digital deal. We could say, as we have done with the GDPR, with our data protection regulation, this is looking like a new constitution for the digital age. But I hope this is going to be a global model. Because this is not coming back to old kind of colonialism, where Europe is going to impose its own model to the world. We have seen that importing democracy is disastrous for our civilization. So we're probably going to have to work with South America, with Africa, with the global South, because this is not about privilege. This is about building an inclusive digital society. And so I think it's going to be a global and a multilateral task. And I don't know how much time we have here, and I don't want to go. I think I spoke a lot, but obviously, in my view, it is absolutely clear that to do this as Europe, we cannot only be seen as the big regulators of the digital age. We cannot only tax the corporations, work on antitrust, do the GDPR well, and give more rights to the gig economy workers. This is great, but this is not enough. We need to build our own industrial strategy, digital industrial strategy, and have our own technological and scientific capacity. We need to be building our technologies made in Europe. And this, we know it takes a lot of investment and a lot of capacity here at home. And it is going to be also about democracy. So it's going to be about, against fake news and against disinformation online, but also really regaining democratic control of technologies and reconquering the electronic public sphere. So lots of big challenges there. But as you can see, I keep optimistic.
I think that's a very important point is, of course, this issue of sovereignty and coming back to the digital deal. Of course, a deal should not be the next best commercial deal. It's not about a money deal. It's about a negotiation. But of course, to be able to negotiate, you need to be able to take your place, your seat on the table where things are negotiated. And you pointed out already a very important direction, which is building our own infrastructure. Because when we look at the numbers that you also mentioned, that the market capitalization of the big tech in US and China already outcompetes totally Europe. Do we really even have a chance to be part of these big negotiations? Is the train already gone for Europe? Do we really still have a chance?
Well, look, I think we tend to all the time underestimate the speed of this technological revolution. I'm not saying that this is not happening at speed, it is, and probably as we've seen it's different from the other industrial revolutions, but I think we can only see the real value of this when it spreads through society, when it's changing the way that, the old sectors of the economy work, when we have, we also cannot afford to digitalize the world in a dictatorial way. As I said, digital authoritarianism, this is not going to be working for Europe. We cannot afford to leave people behind in a very dramatic way. We're going to have social unrest and social conflict everywhere, as we have already seen, by the way, with the ecological transition, that when you leave people behind, you basically have a lot of conflict. So you need to redistribute the power. So I think we do still have a chance when now we are at a point where digitalization, it's not an end in itself. So you can have your biggest quantum computing and AI, which is the most, incredible scientifically in the world. But at the end of the day, you need to show how this is changing education, healthcare, manufacturing, how this is creating this kind of a new ecological transition that we need. And this takes a model. This takes a societal model. We need to have a vision about what kind of society we want to live in. And I don't think we want to live in a society where we have a plutocracy, basically these billionaires which are deciding everything for us. Right? I don't think this would be a model. And so we have to put forward, I think Europe is still on time to basically be, showing this kind of experiments, how it can be done and growing them at systematic scale. Growing them at scale. Yeah. And that's why I insist that, if you look what cities are doing, that's a coalition of cities that can develop this kind of new experiments, solidarity-based digital infrastructures that work in a different way. It is, for me, the way to go. At the same time, we probably need the things that you are doing there in Linz. On one side, of course, integrating this digital humanism, the fact that you need to bring in the creatives, the artists, the thinkers, the architects, the economists, the sociologists. This cannot be only led by IT guys, by the way, because women are not, as we know, we have a huge gender gap in the tech sector. So one thing is about this kind of new European Bauhaus idea, that we're building a cultural movement and that we need to mobilize all the talent of society, and it's going to be transdisciplinary, and it's going to have, some very strong cultural ideas and a cultural movement at its core. And then the other avenue that we are also experimenting there is about creating future universities, future institutions that look like, as you said, we need this big collaboration between academia, universities, industry, and society. And maybe we need to now, it is the time that we reinvent a model for technology transfer with a societal objective, so that we are thinking holistically about this digital transformation, and that this digital transformation, it's really about building this digital deal from the very beginning. So I believe that those ideas that we're practicing here, you don't find them in the rest of the world. It is like we are actually building the future here. And this is what keeps me optimistic, because obviously if I look at the economic data, at the concentration of industrial power, it's hard to claim that we can actually regain our technological sovereignty, being this counterpower to the hegemonic fight between the US and China. But if we consider everything we've said up to now, and if we consider that we are investing around 2 to 3 trillion post-recovery public investment in Europe for the first time, pan-European, with a pan-European industrial policy, then I'm more optimistic. And I think that's the struggle that we should have, but it's going to be, I think, always a kind of struggle. And I believe that it's important to have it bottom up. So as you're saying, putting people at the right table where those decisions are taken, it means that it's not going to happen only in a closed room, and the deals are going to be democratic, meaning there is going to be a participatory a democratic participation to how we are establishing the rules of the games and the directions we are going.
Which brings us nicely back to digital city versus digital citizens, because a very important, so to say, a basic requirement for this is, of course, that we have to be able to take and bring the people along on this journey. I think that looking at the kind of vision that you are portraying of a role of Europe in this global negotiation. I mean, we don't have the huge financial power like the big US companies or the US itself. We don't have this authoritarian power of the big state. So we have the power of people, basically. And this almost sounds a little bit romantic, because then I think, yes, this is the intellectual power of the people, the creativity of the people. And quite often when we look like, just again on the European scale, how much money goes into Creative Europe program, how much money goes into H2020 and other things. Isn't it also necessary to put more money not only in the classical way how we understand infrastructure in terms of building our own cloud and data centers and fiber cables and all these kind of things, this big industry understanding of infrastructure. And even if it might sound a little bit cynical to use this term here, but we need also to invest in human infrastructure. And what would be there your recommendation? I mean, you have this luxury position and this powerful position to advise so many also politicians in Europe. I mean, how can you kick them to also think more of the human capacity and the needs of the people taking along?
No, absolutely. I completely agree with you. First of all, I think we shouldn't underestimate the need to invest more in our own infrastructures, as you know. And do that in a serious way. I mean, this is also something we have to keep monitoring as citizens, as people that take care about the digital sovereignty of Europe, that now we are investing 20% of, around 600 billion, which is going in the digital transition in Europe. And it's a lot of money that's going to go on creating a European cloud, artificial intelligence capacity. We have a new data governance act. So we have to create rules how the data will be used and extracted and accessed. We're going to invest in quantum computing, in microchips. I mean, Europe has the ambitions to create 20% of the microprocessors here in Europe, because we have a very complicated supply chain at the moment with disruption that's affecting industry. So we have a very complicated industrial landscape. And I think it's very important that Europe builds the companies, the industry, the new ones, I mean, the new actors here. And that we are capable also of doing it with a different mindset, with a different view of how we are building this technology for what for. So I would insist that this is also something we have to keep monitoring, and this is a very important task. At the same time, as I said also before, we have to invest in social and human infrastructure and capacity, and also in this kind of bringing the people, so make them understand that this is about, their affordable housing, sustainable mobility, shaping the future of education, the future of work, about exiting from precarious labor. I mean, this is really about the soft things that are very important in people's life. And when people understand that this is about that, those are the tasks, of course, they should come on board. So we have to somehow exit this kind of tech bubble. We have to even do it with our language. We have to communicate that this is really about building the future infrastructures of society. So not just the technical infrastructures, but the institutions of society. So that's where, I would say it again, your idea of building a new type of universities, even what you're doing there with the festival university, we need to experiment with this kind of spaces. One time I worked with my friend Niklas Mack from FAZ, from Frankfurt Allgemeine Zeitung, on some concept. He said, we need a new Centre Pompidou for the digital age, which is going to be a new public space that's something in between a museum, a library, a laboratory, where people are going to learn about the potential of data and artificial intelligence for decision-making, the potential of these technologies for society, how it's affected, what is the balance of power, what's the economic model. So instead of hiding those data centers in some kind of remote places, all owned by these big tech companies that are not accountable, that are not elected. So we are shifting the locus of democracy from elected accountable parliaments to server farm and executive boards of big tech companies. This is very dangerous. If we create those kind of public spaces, almost bringing back those kind of infrastructures that are both social, human, and technical at the center of our cities, as you're actually doing at Ars Electronica. I mean, you have a space where you teach about artificial intelligence, where people can experience what it is, get in touch with the fundamentals. You have great exhibitions about There Is No Planet B, where you talk about the ecological transition and the climate emergency. Those kind of spaces have to become, we have to expand that and make them become, a new public spaces for this digital deal, for the transition towards digital sovereignty. I mean, something along those lines, we're going to have to replicate those experiments across Europe, I think.
Great. I need to ask Christina, how much more minutes do we have? Are there any questions from the audiences? I get 5 minutes. Hey, cool. This is
wow.
really something. Because I think you touched a very important point, and this is, maybe also putting in a little bit critical, just to think in alternatives. Your example that you mentioned was, build a Centre Pompidou for digital transformation. And of course, in particular, the French Centre Pompidou is and always was also expression of, well, in Paris we make the big flagship of it. Or also this new European Bauhaus. I mean, I'm totally in favor of this kind of things, but what would be better, to think of something like Centre Pompidou or CERN or big Bauhaus, European Bauhaus, or rather a kind of decentralized structure to say, some small centers. And this is why I compare it with Ars Electronica, because this is a 200,000 inhabitant city. So our facility is comparably small, but comparably agile and comparably also very much focused on really serving the local community. So maybe it rather would need a kind of decentralized network, but then again, can a decentralized network actually function without some powerful sources of inspiration and, of course, also contributions for the budget and things like this. So what would be your take on this?
Well, my take is that we need both. My take is that at the moment, there is no contradiction between fostering and empowering the decentralized network. We actually have to do that. As you know, I've been doing that all my basically life. I believe, well, also cities is a way to decentralize it, using cities as this kind of local laboratories, but also like smaller centers, really a decentralized network of laboratories that are experimenting with this carbon neutral and democratic digital futures. It's what we need. And this should be the fundamental architecture, I think, of the new European Bauhaus. But at the same time, we need two more things. I mean, first of all, the Centre Pompidou was symbolic in terms of making what wasn't visible about how power functioned visible. So that's why the comparison between, okay, we have all these absolute amount of power, financial, technological, AI, our data that gets amassed in server farms, but they're all hidden in some remote locations. And for people, it's very hard to believe that this is part of their daily material reality. So to kind of make this power more visible, I think it's also a task for arts and creativity and architects, and to make them new public spaces for critical thinking, for questioning, for learning, for new multidisciplinary learning, in fact, and also to make politicians learning better, because we have to also be aware that, this is a reality that also many people that take this fundamental decision struggle to really understand. And then there is another question, I think, about centralized versus decentralized, that at the moment we do need also to push it from the top down. So we need big ambitious strategies like the Green European Green Deal and a digital strategy that's very bold. And we need to come from national governments, from the European Commission, from regions, from cities. But then we also need the bottom-up movements. So we need citizens, civil society, trade unions, artist centers, cultural movement coming together. It is really, I think, both ways. Because we know that if you only have the decentralized network, then on a certain point you struggle to make those models sustainable over time. So we want somehow to make sure that pioneering experiments, for example, like the one you're running, can on a certain point become new forms of institutions, can show that we can actually systemically transform institutions and create new spaces, new avenues, yes, for this kind of work. And I strongly believe in that. And I also believe that this is the task of politics and the task of, the public, it is the task for the public space to make sure that this happens.
Great. I mean, just for me to sum it up, because one of the key words is really this idea of sovereignty, and following your argumentation, I think this is really this triangle. Then we need, of course, a strategy for governance. We need to prepare regulations and rules not to make things impossible or more difficult, but actually in a certain way to make them more functioning. Because without building also a basis of trust into this technology, we won't be able to go to the next point, which is bringing the people along. And of course, it also will take a lot of investment in infrastructure. But I think this issue of trust is extremely important. And in a certain way, at the moment, it seems there never has been a time where technology had such a bad image. And also you were a little bit saying, okay, well, we were talking too much to technicians. And, I'm also a technician in my training, so I need to defend a little bit those guys. I think it's really at the end a very important point to conduct a discussion that is not always kind of ending with this, that technology itself or the technicians, they are like the bad guys. I know many people, and this is the nice thing on events like Ars Electronica. Suddenly you bring in these people from science and technology, and then you discover, well, actually they have the same interests, because they also have children, and they also want to make sure that our democratic world is surviving, and they're also interested, of course, in sustainable technologies. So I think this is maybe a very interesting way when we think of this triangle between governance and infrastructure, and of course also bringing the people along. But Christina already showed up here on the stage, which means I should rather cut now our discussion. Thank you so much. I mean, not only for taking the time, but also for all the really super interesting work that you're doing and the contribution. I would say the best solution to really create a good digital deal is to have many more Francescas out there fighting for digital sovereignty, not only of Europe, but digital sovereignty of all of us. Thank you very much. And maybe Christina has some final words now.
Absolutely. I just want to thank you both for this very inspiring conversation on how we want to design the processes of digital transformation, especially also how we want to include the citizens in our cities in it, and make sure that it is a transparent transparent, transformative process for all of the involved. So thank you very much both for joining us today. And now we
Thank you very much. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Goodbye, Francesca. So now we actually switch gears a little bit after this conversation and move on to a different aspect of our digital transformation, which is the transformation of our social spaces where we connect and come together. So we've been discussing digital realms have become a part of our social habitats very quickly, and this is something that also Garden Utrecht, hosted by IMPAKT Center for Media Culture, has been exploring with their format, the Bal Masqué. So the Bal Masqué is a virtual background battle and mask performance, basically taking into account the fact that the habitats where we live, meet, work and celebrate have changed very much. So IMPAKT has come up with a very interesting format that they have been hosting for quite a few times now on Zoom, where you kind of come together in a shared collaborative experience and people get creative with their Zoom backgrounds and with all kinds of masks and transformations. So this is actually going to start today at 21 p.m. Central European Time. And let's watch a bit of a trailer now about the Bal Masqué before we are joined by Arion Dunewind, the General Director of IMPAKT, to talk a little bit more about this amazing project.
Welcome everybody here for the virtual background battle. Now.
Enjoy the power and beauty of your youth. Never mind.
So welcome back now that you've gotten a first short impression of Bal Masqué. And I hope that we are now already joined by Arion Dunewind, the director of IMPAKT. Welcome to the Ars Electronica channel, Arion. We are super happy that you can join us tonight to talk a bit about Bal Masqué and how you kind of came up with the format and what people can expect when they join us. Maybe just a few words about you. Arion Dunewind is a Dutch curator. He organized the first IMPAKT Festival in 1988 and also established the IMPAKT Foundations. He also established the internet platform IMPAKT in 2005. So he has been very, very active for a very long time in our community. So we are super delighted that you are also joining the Ars Electronica Garden program this year with the Bal Masqué. So maybe let's chat a little bit about how you came up with the format and what's going to happen there tonight.
Yeah, very nice to be at Ars Electronica, virtual this time. I've been several times at Ars, of course, in real life. Unfortunately, Corona is making this a bit more difficult than it used to be. And it's exactly because of Corona that we came up with this idea of a Bal Masqué. I think it was in the after party of the previous IMPAKT Festival, which also was totally online in October 2020. And already also in earlier meetings, people were just playing a lot. We had, of course, a lot of online team meetings and people were playing with their filters and masks. And there's actually a lot that you can do. And there's also a lot of fun and kind of community feeling that you can have being together in this virtual space that you can make yourself, combining the virtual background options of Zoom, but also the mask options that Snap Camera has that you can make yourself in Lens Studio, and you can integrate the two. Like you're seeing me here now, this is just me in my living room. But if I would want to have a bit more privacy, of course, I can blur myself. That's the option that we all know. But you can also make a bit of advertisement for yourself, like here. This is our upcoming IMPAKT Festival, happening from November 3 to 7 on the theme of modern love. And of course, you have videos like this. And this is all custom. part of what Zoom is offering you. But what we're doing is encouraging people to experiment with that and to make their own filters, videos, and masks. So you could use like this kind of video, which is just available on the internet. You can download a lot of stuff on YouTube. You've got these stock video sites that you can take footage from. And people, of course, also play with that a lot. And they play with the masks that you have. For instance, this one was a popular one when Donald Trump was still in charge in office, and people making fun of Donald Trump like this. And this is something you can do yourself. You can combine it with another video background if you want to have a smoky Trump hat. And here, this is actually one of my favorite ones. It's the holograph rhino. And I mean, you could combine it with this kind of psychedelic background. And what we do is organize this Bal Masqué. We have a soundtrack, a music soundtrack. It's like a dance club night, and people can come on to the dance floor, the virtual dance floor, that is the Zoom meeting room, and wear the masks that they have made themselves, and a VJ with backgrounds like I'm doing right here now. This is quite a trippy psychedelic background. So there's all kinds of things that you can do. And I could go on talking for another 10 minutes, but maybe you have some questions already.
Yeah, for me it's just a wonderful way of bringing people together, I think, in Zoom and in a social space that maybe 1.5 years it can be a bit tiring to meet up that way. So I think finding ways of connecting there that go a bit beyond what we experience usually in a Zoom call and make it creative and make it fun is just, I think, a wonderful way to connect in times when we still are unable to travel and meet up again in real life. So for me, I'm really, really delighted that people are going to have the chance to join the Bal Masqué in a few hours, actually. So even 1.5 hours by now. And I think also the guests on our channel watching will be very delighted at the moment with what they're seeing. I
hope so, and there's a lot of stuff that you can do. This mask that I'm wearing now is something like you can take from Lens Studio. It's one of the templates that they offer, but I've kind of manipulated with it, so it does all kinds of strange things. You can have your own text in it, and this is a mask that I completely made myself, and most of these masks, they respond to your voice, your eye movement. Like this one has this a lot, of course. As you can see, it can be very funny. It can be a way of expressing yourself, like making political statements. And you can play with it also in a way that fits to the music, like become your own VJ in virtual reality.
Yeah, I have a bit of I would call it a personal question, because I have to join you on stage for a battle at the Bal Masqué in a few hours. What's actually happening at the battle? So me and my colleague Katharina are joining there. We will have a fantastic mask, of course, even though we are not experts in this as you are. So what's happening in the battles at Bal Masqué? Also, so I can prepare myself a bit.
Yeah. Now, I mean, we play a certain track, and I think you've been able to select from a few tracks the one that you like to play with the most. And there would be 3 people competing against each other about who has the most interesting combination of mask and video backgrounds, the most interesting VJing. I mean, you can wear also, if you want to participate tonight, you could go just get your carnival mask out of the closet. It doesn't have to be a virtual mask. You can even watch the party without your camera on if you feel a bit shy, but we all hope that people will step over this threshold and join in the party, put on a virtual or a real mask, start playing around with the video backgrounds, and to kind of encourage people to do that, we ask people to give the example. And that is the people that are in the battles, people like you that are competing with each other. But we also invited a Canadian artist called Jeremy Bailey. Officially, he goes by the name Famous Media Artist Jeremy Bailey. And he's someone that experimented already 10 years ago with this kinds of technology. So this has now become much more common, and everybody is using it. And we want to encourage people to battle against each other, have fun on the music, and so to say, do the virtual dancing. Like that is now so difficult. It depends on your lockdown. You could be in a country where you can go to a club. It could still be that you're not allowed to go to go to clubs. But this project allows people to still have some dancing fun, even if it is in virtual space.
Absolutely. So I certainly feel the pressure for tonight, having to show in one of the battles. But I'm also really looking forward to the Bal Masqué and to getting this experience. So I really want to give you a big thank you for joining us tonight, also here now on the Ars Electronica channel, so we can get a bit of an idea already what's going to happen there and what we can expect. And if anybody wants to join, you can access the Bal Masqué via Swapcard, via our online platform, and basically where all of the online festival audience is meeting, and simply access via Zoom. So please check it out, and we certainly hope to see you there. So thank you again very much, Arion, for joining us tonight, and see you in a few hours on Zoom, I hope.
Definitely. It was fun being here in the interview, and I hope to see you all tonight at the Bal Masqué.
So after this super interesting insight by Arion, joining us today from Garden Utrecht, hosted by IMPAKT, we are starting to slowly wind down this session. And I'm very happy to introduce to you in a second the 24-hour rave, another very interesting format that we are hosting tonight as part of the Saturday Nightline. Before I do that, though, I still want to give you a little bit of an outlook about what's going to happen tomorrow at the Ars Electronica Festival. So, which is of course going to be the last festival day. So make the most of it. Join us on Swapcard. Catch all of the performances, all of the replays. And tomorrow we will have the Art Thinking Forum. So these are conference sessions all related to the topic of art thinking, with Dominique Chen, Territorial Agency, and the British filmmaker Karen Palmer. There will also be 2 more keynote conversations hosted by our artistic director, Gerfried Stocker, where he is joined by Joe Paradiso of the MIT Media Lab and Amy Whittaker. And there are also the pre-forum talks with the prize-winning artists from the pre-Ars Electronica. So if you're interested in finding out about all of their works, please don't forget to join there. Finishing up the festival here on the Ars Electronica channel is the festival wrap-up, the closing session, which starts at 19 CET. So make sure to tune in. And now I leave you with a very short, few short informations about the 24-hour rave. So the 24-hour rave is a party, of course. Rave is also a social and political moment. So it's much more significant than simply getting together to a party. So that's really kind of the vibe that our organizers here want to transmit with the 24-hour rave. And they managed to bring really quite a few of our international garden partners all together for this 24-hour rave program. And we are actually going to go to our first destination today. So I'll leave you with the Rave Space, which is hosted by Fabian Burkhardt, Frank Hahn, Tom Wendland, who are all the curators of Garden Berlin, together with Andreas Ingerl and Moritz Schell. And so basically, let's jump now to the rave space and check out if the club culture, the famous Berlin vibe and club culture translates also to the Ars Electronica channel.
black, polished chrome came over the summer like a good night. Music was new, black, polished chrome. It came over the summer like liquid night.
Everyone has the right to freedom of thought, to freedom of opinion and expression. Everyone has the right to freedom of opinion and expression.